At the lows. Movie time bolte.
Favori, net bir favori yok bence. Herkes kazanabilir. O yüzden
EDG zaten ilk rakibimiz.
कैसे हो guys?
Zaten 2 sezondur da Çin'i domine
आज सोफा किंग ये गया कल लूडो किंग आज सोफा किंग हाँ
kolay olmayacak.
evet kolay olmayacak.
hey hello are you guys ready for some
Bize bakınca bizi daha üstün
are you ready
Benim bir lafım var biliyorsun.
PRX bolte
Büyük konuşan büyükken onun için şunu yapacağız böyle yapacağız demek istemiyorum. Şampiyon olmaya. Şampiyon olmaya.
गाली खाने वाला काम करते हो माफ करो
Şampiyon olmaya. Hadi bakalım.
G2 said they are chokers like PRX and that felt way too personal excuse me
人生的目标就是一直需要精益求精。就在东京大师赛的时候的感受，可能更多就是受宠若惊吧，因为得到了太
एक सेकंड मैं ट्वीट किया देख रहा हूँ कोई गाली दी है कि नहीं
的一些关注。
डिलीट करना पड़ता समझ रहे हो
我觉得最困难的瞬间应该是上海大师赛输的那一次吧。
It's kind of tragic to see EDG go home this early.
就想啊，无所谓了，反正都已经这样了，所以说我们就只能在首尔好好打。
In 21, I was more
Vitality
close
choked
to
हार गया उस
play,
दिन
do whatever I want.
yeah
But now I want to play with the team. I'm improving
Trace?
the first.
yeah Trace जीता
以前打得好的时候都是 underdog，因为今年前2次都没有当 underdog，这次就当个 underdog 吧。
EDG beat us when I play in Navi in 2023 in Tokyo. I want to take revenge.
我觉得现在可能更多是一个很有创造力，然后很大胆一个选手吧，而他可能会找到很多相似的人，但是我可能只有一个。
When I was G2 grinding, I've always watched people compete at
Trace
champions. I watched
कैसे
people win
जीता?
champions, and I never had the opportunity to actually step foot on the stage myself. This time around, I'm in the position to compete.
लौड़े लग गए पिकम्स के guys
We got G2. It's kind of like fate to meet them. It didn't go in our way, but we could change that.
I'm really
अरे
looking for revenge. This time around, I don't think it's going to be any different.
आज अगर तूने जिंक्स किया तो भाई मेरे पिकम्स के लौड़े लगे पड़े हैं भाई
To become W gaming sometimes and to not become W gaming.
Paper X, right now we're 1-1. You beat us in Reykjavik. We beat you in Shanghai. And now it comes down to the decider at Champs.
If we could be the world champion, the sacrifice.
Bro, you already reacted last night. हाँ क्या?
Everything.
अच्छा मेरा brain cells let's go बोलते लेट्स गो बोलते चटको जिस स्पीड से आए हो G2 वही स्पीड से यू टर्न मार के चटको
I hope you're all ready
भाई
for a
ये
battle
जीता
because
ये
these
जीता
two teams are going to bring it. They've met each other before in competition
ये
just
जीता बे
like this in the past.
ये जीता बे
Each and every
PRX
time it's been
हाँ?
a fireworks display.
ये
I'm
जीता
expecting the same thing this time around, Mimi.
G2 PRX G2 20 के नहीं मालूम नहीं शोरा भाई आप वही हो जो G2 से राइम करते हो शोरा भाई मार्क माय वर्ड्स छाती पे लिख दो पैच यू हेलो बग्स भाई supporting PRX and EDG in today's match yeah
Man match. You love to see it. Oof, and here is your series layout. Icebox, Lotus, and Bind.
Icebox is an interesting one to me. I was a little surprised to see PRX picking into that one because it's been a solid map for them, but it's one of the most normal maps for them. They're just playing like
PRX
the
bolte.
old school Jet Sage KO look here.
I think the other big surprising thing is it wasn't them picking the Lotus. That's something that they have felt very comfortable on. But G2 say, okay, you're going to take Icebox. We're going to go for
Happy Friendship Day, guys. Happy Friendship Day, yaar, sabko.
Been relying on so very much.
And I'm going to be real, not
Love
to
you.
lean back into the, oh, this comp isn't perfect and I'm going to freak out thing, but the No Sentinel Lotus comp, I'm not that sold on it. I think these slow attack side teams are really good mid-rounding, like G2, can exploit a lot of the gaps in that composition, even if it has the fireworks with the neon with the jet kind of stuff there.
When I look at the series layout, though, I do have to say it
PRX का कॉम बराबर है
for G2. I feel like Icebox solid for
Leak
that
कर दिया
team.
बे.
Lotus, solid for that team. Binks,
I mean, Fine feels like a big
Leak कर
advantage to
दिया.
them at the end there.
yeah, it really does. But Seth, I know you're going to give me the counter opinion.
Look, there are some concerns to have.
कौन
here.
बड़ा game का
Icebox,
और
that
कितना
was
बड़ा
where
हुआ लो?
the use incident happened over and over again. Frankly, for the side of PRX, Lotus was
और
that
बड़ा?
second map, that first one rather, that G2 was able to take PRX down on when they faced off against
Happy
each other.
friendship day,
But
guys.
we see here that there are going to be some adjustments as Forsaken's going to be flipping over onto this Sova.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I've never really seen the value of the KO over the Sova on this map. I think that drone is kind of an invaluable tool to have.
50%
Although
map
playing
ping,
exploitatively
50.
against the Harbor comp, I don't think it's bad, but overall, good adjustment here. G2 is one of the few teams sticking to the Harbor Viper ideas. They changed to that recently and beat Leviathan on this map. I think they look really good with it. I was impressed with how well Valen was playing on the Harbor.
I'm curious to see how practice this Sova looks. It's not something Forsaken has played much of
Map
in
picks
his career.
है
Something around
पहला
20
जो
games
तीन
worth.
मैप पिक है वो
Well,
तीनों
let's go ahead
PRX
and
का
jump into the action, shall we? And all that's left to do.
पानी पी लो,
send it over
प्यास
to
और
your
लगेगा।
casters. It's my BFFs from
कोई और करता
EDG.
है।
You got Mitch and Tom on the call.
Thank you, buddy. Yes, it's time to get on into this matchup. PRX and G2. It's going to be hype. You've heard from the desk theories about it being a
और साइड दो।
mismatched style. What's your take on that, Tom?
The thing is, I feel like you can go into so many games with PRX and go, it really doesn't seem like their style's going to match up. And then they win 13-3 and you're going,
Guys, pistol round कौन जीतेगा?
That's just how it is. They've come into this tournament.
PRX
you kind of look at them and you go, okay,
बोलते।
they're not where they've been over the last year or so. Like you go back to last year, this was a team that was basically dominating Pacific, got to the finals of Champions, and it's been a slow, seemingly decline. But at any moment, you always feel like this team can come back. For G2,
चलो भाई 10 सेकंड हो गए
it has been
खत्म
an
करो चलो
accelerated rise. Like, you wouldn't think that this was a team coming in from Ascension, and now, well,
ट्रायड कर
they're one of
रहे
the contenders.
Well, they absolutely are.
ठीक है।
G2 have looked
अब तक अच्छा खेल रहा है
fantastic.
G2
And even within Americas, they made the whole run all the way to the grand finals without dropping a series.
ठीक
This is a
ठीक
squad that PRX definitely can't underestimate. And, well, if Mimi's right, and the matchup in style is
Be
going to be
retake.
different, could give the edge over to that G2 squad. The
ये पे
attack
भी
side
sound
has
क्या
started
ये
out
पे भी
here on
sound कर रहा है
Icebox. And a slow push up to the A site. Spike waiting outside B. They're just taking space, contesting for some of those angles. PRX yet to react.
But that's the thing. The defensive side for PRX, at least on A, it's that brawly old school style. You got the Sage, you got something. They're just looking for
चलो,
fights. They're looking to try and battle. And this Ruse has already been sold. There was only one defender, more of a retake setup for
कोई ना
PRX. and
retake easy
I'll
है
be honest with you, I think they're going to have to retake.
Yeah, there's not much of a choice here. Even the spam's not going to yield much if they were to go for them. Instead, grouping up the block play, just leaving something to go through the kitchen, while the rest G2 have their post plans. Nobody sent out to mid just yet, but I see Valen checking the flank, and perhaps that'll be late flank indeed. He's on his way. The timer starts ticking now for PRX to get on that spike and start the defuse. Back yellow fight is the main point of contention, still being held onto by Leaf, getting closer to block that defuse around the wall, and they're dropping bodies all over the place, only left to Divide, and he's quickly shut down. Valen's made it through on the flank, but the time's already gone. It's 1-0 for G2.
Yeah, it's not the greatest start either. But when you look at it from PRX, like this is a composition for G2 that you really don't want to allow them to get into those post plants. Like the whole setup is you don't have that duelist because you have tons of utility to get you in and then plenty to get you out. And obviously the idea from PRX is try and use the wall to your advantage, but you can see G2 are more than happy to reaggress. And this is a round where they're low on utility as well. Like you're not going to have those major investments as you'll see in future rounds. It's only going to get more and more difficult. The more economy advantage we see for G2. Early days though, we're going to see some investment back into a few pistols. Again, a stack up on the A site, expecting the pressure to be there, and well, I think Divine might have been spotted by the drone.
Yeah, he popped up on the mini-map, nice and easy. Leafs even managed to find Jing, but at the cost of his life, still just a pistol lost. While they take control on the other side of the map and get the plan down. Again, we're going to see the post-plan setup and the dangers of this round. Often you will see a bit of a danger if someone like Jing is still alive to put the wall down. Potentially, they can get a decent amount of ground on the defuse. We've certainly seen that in EMEA a couple of times.
Tank.
Yeah, Natonk. and on or under the wall, he's just as effective. But for PRX, they don't have that option. And so it's going to be a pretty difficult time trying to do anything in the way of damage. Something's made it up behind, though, and he might be able to drop a few weapons. A few nice shots with Trent down, and another to Jonah P. This is getting quite costly for G2. Something didn't look to be stopped anytime soon, but VALORANT steps in. Still, 2 rifles carried forward. That's decent damage for PRX.
Yeah, no, that's really not bad. Especially
let's go, baby. Haath garam, something ka haath garam.
He's a couple away from a Blade Storm. Immediately going to invest straight into the Outlaw, which, again, I think if there's going to be win conditions, you're always going to look at the individuals on paper.
Side se auto push aane wala PRX ka.
Side auto. IGL. Like, you know that it's going to come down to his individual fights. If this man can start off strong, there's been so many highlights. Like, I think of even like I think it was the first week he played Jet on this map. He had one of the craziest like Blade Storm plays you've ever seen in your entire life. So you always have to watch out.
भाई 100 एंगल खाली कर रहे बे देख ना 100 एंगल खाली कर रहे
lose one, you're only going to have those extra couple brought back up. Not going to overinvest. But they do have themselves thrashed.
3 rounds, you know, अलग-अलग balls, you know, अलग-अलग type से clear.
Something gets a couple of extra kills.
Well, Harbor's using all his utility to clear out these angles. They've gained space, but towards A, poking and prodding the bear, trying to see where the aggression was coming through. They found out the hard way. The Outlaw was posted up. Mid-push from PRX. A very late flank attempt by Jonah P. Better find value because Valon's gone down through the spams. And now PRX gearing up for a retake. Just 2 players defending around that angle. Still the Killjoy utility on, so it's not like Jonah P is going to get a free fight onto these guys unaware.
That goes too far.
Yeah, it might just be out of range right about now, but the problem is there's no one else left to draw their eye. It's only Jonah P.
Jonah P by
his
same
chances of stopping this diffuse are
anyway.
0.
कैसे गोल से मैं आतो जिंस ना करे ना कर रहा
had gone offline.
Raul Lehmann कैसा है मेरे मेनन?
Only one on the other side. You start to make the realization of where that player is. For G2, okay, you would have wanted to do a little bit of extra damage, but they can hold the rifle and they're going to be able to buy into this next round. That's the thing, though. You go towards the A site. As long as something's there, which you will be in most rounds, you're going to have to challenge him. You're going to have to fight him, and I believe that was just low shields in this round for Leaf. So something that, again, they're going to have to keep in mind for future.
Even though
I said it's always going to be tough to play those retakes if the weaponry's online and if G2 have all their utility, they're basically just relying on, okay, can we spam someone down? Because they aren't really using much to sort of protect that player.
Well, early game plan's going to be a little bit of scouting coming in from Thrash, gone back around to the back of Yellow, so nice and easy to retrieve that.
Look how far up they are.
Yeah, big push from PRX. They've gone through A main, starting to make that flank come through, and there could be a fight in the moment with Leaf. He's gone back to put his trap in play, and his alarm bot does cover all the angles. He's sticking around as well to try to execute. It's going to be a tough fight, though. Something and Jing hot on his tail.
And now they know. Immediately, Thrash is going to be utilized, and you can see something almost trying to bait it out, but instead it's going to be Jing caught. Can he try and defend him? No, he can't. Both players eliminated.
Yeah.
And now the rest trying to wrap around the site. Jonah P, good position, tries to use the timing, but goes down. But again, those trades are immediate from the G2 side. The fundamentals looking strong, and Valen looking even stronger. 3-1, immediate response. And I feel like PRX is going to have to change things up because they are allowing that plant down every round.
Alex bhai, touch time.
I mean, the idea here, you're trading out the early plan for the early flank.
Alex bhai, touch time. Let's go.
Just for the fact that there's a Thrash available and that they use it so quickly and get it right into the correct position. The player up close is the one caught. And the fight initiated on the one further back. And once you eliminate something in Jing, well, the round gets a whole lot easier. 3-1 for G2, a solid start. Now a big challenge though. Round 5 sees PRX still investing, and with no shields, something's pulled out the operator. Glass cannon, it's a risk, but it just might pay off.
Yeah, he could have just played Blade Storm as well, so it really does show the faith he has in that gun. But he went over to the B site early. They tried to make that adaptation. They tried to catch G2. Instead, they put early pressure in onto the A site. A mid lurk as well from Jonah P, looking to try and take space, although it does seem like they have eyes in the form of the turret and in the form of a player not too far away.
Oh, I think that was through the orb. The orb was up when that spam came in and through a wall as well.
He's broken it for his teammates so that Jonah P can take the space.
भाई दो बंदे लोग को ही होल्ड करना पड़ेगा बे इस साइड तो इज माय बर्थडे लव यू स्ट्रीम लव यू many happy returns of the day and happy friendship day मेरी जान
Yeah, you're expecting that cross to be the player that was further back, breaking the turret. Now Jing taking down Icy. A good start. Spike on the floor, but there's Lotus flank coming into fruition. Divide
दो बंदे काफी है भाई मार दवाई
down, and they want to keep that control. Jing's coming in to support up top. It's a big swing and one that works out, leaving Jonah P, the flanker, to do it all.
Return Jing, मार इसको
मार Jing. Be all he needs, but Jonah P really starting to take a bite out of this round. 20 seconds left though. Spike quite far away, defended by Divide, and an op on the rotation. Near impossible situation.
NHK.
Maybe a little bit of an overextension from Jing. There is still a chance if he can quickly find this kill, but I think it's patient from Divide. He actually gets away. Now there is a chance for him to plant at the back of the site. It's only going to be the sprint straight away, just trying to deny him while Divide. Great round from him. He's going to make sure that does not happen.
Got a little bit scary. It really did. He had the opportunities, and there was a moment where something went down, right? He's 26 HP. One more bullet landed precisely. He could have been out of the game. And then that 1v1 might have even been taken on the spike. But the round ultimately falls into the hands of PRX 3-2.
By Soa ulti sexy space
kara hai that in the first place.
Yeah, I think good ultimate from Forsaken.
By stream sniper. Caster stream sniper.
And then also the fact that he escapes, because I think Jing is almost immediately traded out from that mid lurk. And that is, again, something that G2 are doing very well, is just selling false information, like breaking that turret from a player further back, a clear plan to give space.
Turret up top, did it see him? Well, it doesn't matter. Something's got the kill anyways. It was broken from further back, and nice setup for PRX. And then they fill in the space. You know they're not likely to challenge that a second time. The push-up, though, it's going to be a little risky. Something's being surrounded on all sides. Jing's kept control over main, but they've lost the site itself. A nice kill by Mindfreak makes this a little bit more competitive. G2 down and out. Icy's the last man standing. 1v4, 5 HP on Mindfreak. That's probably the only thing we can look to as a positive. It's got some utility. That'll buy him some time. The wraparound up towards heaven. And they still think that he's pretty close. The alarm bells should be ringing, and now, well, now they've got the information on exactly where he is. Got to deal with this guy, but a double swing should put him in the ground. It's a little early.
This guy is popping up in this round again. I feel like there were players getting caught out by the reckoning, like forced out of position. The G2 players knew exactly where they were, but they're just hitting their shots. Like Mindfreak does very well to have that aggressive push initially, a fallback that still catches. And again, I don't necessarily mind the adaptation from G2. It's like, okay, they take an aggressive B control. Let's try and quickly split through mid, but it seemed like even though that control had been given up, PRX were very aware, and wow, Mindfreak just playing with absolute confidence. Don't expect anything else.
Well, yeah, at this stage especially. Something as well with the early picks. He's been up there. You can see the reality behind that operator by why they wanted to go for it so early on with the light shields. Good setup in the last towards B. Now an opportunity for him on the A side. Early aggression coming out. Op pushing up, covered by Jing yet again. Always has that second man behind him, but the wall's going to concede the space. They fall back, set up for another pick. Good space taking.
The guns, it has to be a faster pace. Yeah, Jonah P's the only one that actually has a rifle. They haven't spotted him. He's got way too far, but it's only going to be the one. And now the rest, well, an immediate res to bring another back from the fray.
Now the shorty kill as well. Something farming them up. It's Icy left alone. Again, a 1v5 this time, and not one he'll find. But a little mistake from PRX. Probably good they got it out of the way in this round, but Divide moves out of range of that alarm bot, and at just the right second, someone walking past it. Jonah P's flanks have been definitely something that's going to get in the back of PRX's head if it keeps up.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's unfortunate for the side of G2 is that's now 2 rounds that's happened. Again, maybe at some point you'll see it mentioned if there's a pause or something like that.
Yeah.
But they've not won either of the rounds.
Yeah.
Like, and that's going to be frustrating because you've had the right timing, you've had the moment to get the space, but the reactions of PRX are so fast. You get one kill and it's instant
response. What the fuck is this Jinx, man?
4-3. Lead taken by PRX. Something, as said, if this guy's online, it's terrifying. And wow, Jing's going to push over the top of the poison orb.
It's a double push. Yeah, they've got something as well.
Valin picker.
They might be ready for the top, but will they wall off something? Yes, they will. Sending it out. Ops blocked, rotations are in, and they're crossing that angle for free.
Also, Jing and something are like a package deal. So a lot of the time, if you've seen Jing, then you go, all right, there's probably an operator here. Let's be careful with it. The early rotation, though, from PRX is great. 3 players on this side of the map. Again, they haven't spotted any sort of cross back, and with Thrash about to clear out some of the closer angles, but that's irretrievable now. Can't be utilized again.
Yeah, they've got to get the kills to take the space if that's going to be a factor in the late round, and by then you won't really need it. Mind Freak tucked up close, Orb goes up, blocking off that avenue. They're going to go back to the yellow push, and Viper's Pit, yeah, there it is, it's activated. So it's online for both squads. Curious to see if Jonah P is going to decide to activate his with a lockdown in play to push them out of the pit.
Mind Freak stay.
Take the space. No, he's out of here. And I think the pit's going to drop because of it.
Yeah, I don't think there shouldn't be enough time for him to get back into that, so that's actually huge. Removing that from play. There's a lockdown on the other side. This is just what I like to call an observer's nightmare. Ultimates being used all over the shop. We're going to get the third person. Now they do what was done to them, but I do believe just with the corner, you might be able to hold on to this ultimate. And I feel like G2 are going to try and do that.
They are, but you could see the pings from PRX. They want to compete for that back angle. Haven't had any success. Jing, something, Forsaken, all falling. Icy's having a round, and now with the pit still standing, there's no chance. Surely, PRX likely to head for the hills. Maybe looking to stick around and make this a bit more costly, and eventually delete their enemy of Icy. Pick up the operator and look to save it. Being challenged on the way, though, there's no free escape with Devi falling. The op will not be carried through to the next, and this has been a costly round for the side of PRX with G2 equalizing.
I like the way that was played by G2. I feel like that was a game of chicken. Like you had a couple of ultimates in play, either side using basically exactly the same thing, and just having their lockdown to remove the pit, putting it in a place where they had to fully retreat, but then being able to hold on to their own because of the space that hadn't quite been taken, and making sure that there was defense outside of the pit to make sure that nobody could really get that move. 4-4. Economy, although damaged, not broken, and there will still be an operator for something, and we've already seen that when he's in position, when he's able to be put into play, which I think he will be here, things are much, much tougher for the opponents.
Well, G2 are wasting no time in the A main control, sending Jonah P out to the B site. No surprise, he's on the lurk. The success, he's had a lot of success, but whenever he does, like you say, Tom, the main push is always the one that fails. Jonah P does well here, Mind Freak down to 46, but fails to get the kill on the jump peak, and the rotation's on its way. They're focused on the B site. PRX seem to have an idea that this is where it's coming through. You see the shift from Devi, he's closer by now in kitchen to help out.
Jing trying to keep his teammates safe from information, but the Dizzy likely going to do that. The immediate swing by still gets one, and now trying to play over the top of the site. Leaf picks him out of the air. That's an angle that I feel like a lot of players would miss, but not Leaf. And now the retake's looking tough.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The numbers against them, and there it is. Thrash was online, activated now. Valen tucked down below, manages to catch Devi and something off guard. And there's no need for any further aggression from this G2 side. Forsaken's out of here to try to save, but they've already got him boxed in, like you said, Tom. Leaf right up behind him. Whoop, the timing, he might actually have seen the barrel there. Yeah, now he's got a good idea, but that's one way to do it. The lead back in G2's hands, 5-4. Attack side really heating up.
Yeah, looking like a very competitive game at the moment. Now for, I think both of these squads, a lot of the time when they've had big success, it has been on that attacking side. So I don't think PRX are going to be too worried about this just yet, especially having that additional duelist. I am starting to think, though, how many times we've already seen that Thrash available. Like, they have been farming that up on Icy. It's been used so many times throughout this, and the impact it has just being able to clear a lot of those close angles early on means that the pacing of G2's takes just goes through the roof. And it's one thing I would actually quite like to see a PRX attempt.
It's time for some
I think that the Gecko in particular on this map is so ridiculously strong, and you already have the likes of something who has shown that he can use it to an incredibly high degree. I will say some of the angles he's taken, he wouldn't be able to get to
if he
wasn't playing the Jet, but I don't know. I still think there might be more value in it for him.
Yeah, coach cam, guys.
It's curious as well how quickly, and you saw in the replay, I didn't.
So मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, that was a good push, but I think you should have killed one. But Mind Freak did a good job, even after blind. एक मारा उसने, और बाकी लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? Something आपसे कुछ करना पड़ेगा something. ठीक है, चलो अभी के लिए इतना ही. Next time heavy torch दूंगा. ठीक है.
some Guardians in play, couple pistols. I expect a much more direct defensive side aggression to start this one off.
I feel like they've gone for a lot of early A control throughout this game, and it's not really been met by anything. It's a lot more passive from the side of G2, and obviously a lot of the goal is just try and collect the orbs. I don't think they're going to be able to get the one on the B side though, because G2 have been, again, very heavy on the B lane. A lot of the time when it's gone in the other direction, it's been lower purchases. They just have an incredibly clean B execute on post plant, and they are abusing it.
4-6.
Look how cautious.
उसके बाद PRX दोनों राउंड जीतेगा. 6-6.
Playing early, we saw on the A side, PRX took the control for free, like you said, and they grabbed themselves an orb. But G2 do just the same. Now pump the brakes, stand in a firing squad, a little bit of danger on the push, but it's dealt with immediately. Forsaken, able to step up for one. Second shot not going to land, and 64 HP. He's out of here with the Sheriff. Rotation off the A site leaves Jing alone, but he is tucked down below. An uncouth position. One Leaf has to be cautious of, but he was watching it as the peak comes in. Now Jing tagged low. At least get himself a little bit of a heal and drop Leaf. Okay.
This I don't think the heal played any part in that.
No, not at all. Got him back to 76 in the end, but they're set up in a decent position.
Yeah, both Hunter's Furies online now as well. Forsaken got it from getting that extra kill. If he can be disruptive here, that would be nice. The spot comes in from something. Dizzy not going to play a part, and now there goes that Hunter's Fury from the flank. It's not really going to do too much, but the time is an issue. 15 seconds now for the side of G2 to try and make their way in towards the side. Up above, it seemed like Jing may not have been paying attention, didn't hear the sounds, and even though it comes super late in the round, they're going to get that plant.
This is not a comfortable anti-eco, but they've managed to make it work. 3 versus 1. Forsaken, known to be behind. He threw out a dart a moment ago. Had his Hunter's Fury.
Big fan, big fan.
Jumped a little too soon.
Big fan.
6-4 now. G2, 2-round lead. Chance to extend it even more before the half is over.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to want to do that. We've seen them like not too long ago still have some struggles on this map. It was normally the attack side when they played versus Lev that looked decent. So I think they're going to want to try and extend that to an 8-4 lead. And as I said, like PRX on the attack, you've always got to be careful. But it has seemed that over the last few rounds, a lot of the early success they were having, had the something Jing show of those aggressive pushes. I think G2 have done well to adapt. Take a lot of early map control. You can even see it now, throwing early flashes. They want to try and make sure that there's no angle. Something could just be sat with an operator. Well, for now, he's back on the rifle. And again, it seems like every time we have the early aggression from PRX, they're a little bit unlucky because they're always on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they've pushed up on B this time, ready for any aggression out of G2, but players are going to be spotted outside of A. Maybe just the one scene, though. Not a ton of information to work with. They're conscious of the flank that's been coming through relatively consistently. The push up now on B. Well, the wall actually slows them down. That utility from VALORANT has bought them a few valuable seconds. It's got the rotations off of A as well. A is wide open, barring a little bit of killjoy utility. And now that they think there could be a play towards the B site, Divide toyed with the idea of pushing mid. Luckily he didn't, because Jonah P was waiting as always.
But also it would have taken as a alarm bot down if we went too far. So at least they'll get that extra little piece of information. Now have the players in at the right time. Something though, again, it seemed like he was caught off guard, maybe waiting for a slightly later push off the back of the Reckoning instead. Another easy post plant. And Jonah P's just waiting, watching, knows that right now the flank is clear, even has support from Trent. It's going to be a very one-dimensional retake from PRX.
He's heard the steps, but he knows that turret's still online. That's going to be a problem. Has to break it and give it away, but in comes the Hunter's Fury, taking down Forsaken. Divide falls too. They eventually deal with the flank they knew was coming, but there's still so many more to drop. There's Jing onto Icy. A chance now. Life breathed back into the side of PRX, but look, right down below, a sneaky spot from Leaf that gets his 3rd of the round. That may well be the final nail in the coffin of this. With Jing left alive, time ticking away, and he just has to save that weapon, run for the hills, and concede a 7th to G2. A strong lead for the attacking side, but it isn't over yet.
यार something को shut down कर रहे यार.
There's so much economy left for G2 that they can toy with their opponents in the late round. But no, it has just been, I feel like there's been some stellar positioning from the side of G2 when it's needed most. Like we spoke about those lurks, but Leaf here just playing a patient game. Something that, to be honest, he was C. So they knew that he was around there, but I guess assuming that he'd fallen back for the late round post-plant. And now, well, with the extra kills he got in that round, one away from a lockdown, something I'm sure they're going to want to try and get online. In fact, already challenging early for the orb, but I was going to say it's gone until the extra swing in. Valen again.
Doesn't need the orb either, does he? Leaf's got his ult online from that pick.
Yeah, that
looked really good. The staggering utility from G2 pushed PACIFIC back. They decided to stick around on the choke point, which is often a mistake, but they won the fight despite the util being thrown their way. But now the fact that Leaf got that pick, has the ultimate to work with, it's going to buy so much time. And then you've got to root these players out of position. Trent still has a shock dart to work with. I believe there's a nano on the spike alongside an alarm bot. This is going to be a very difficult round, as it has been for PACIFIC in all of these retakes. This one feels that little bit more stacked against them. Shock dart, the one to find the kill, and Device looking the wrong way into heavy traffic. 8-4. This has been a stellar first half from G2, and PACIFIC better hope their attack can make up the gap.
Yeah, no, I think there was a bit in the middle where we had some sort of good disruptive play coming out of the likes of PACIFIC, but G2 the last few rounds just stabilized, slowed things down, had these really good takes, so I think it's going to be a tough second half. We'll see.
I think it's time to use my powers, guys. अभी वाला पिस्तौल राउंड मेरे हिसाब से G2 जीतेगा. G2 is looking too strong. हाँ? G2 बहुत स्ट्रांग लग रहा है, तो मेरे को PRX के टीम में जाना पड़ेगा. समझ रहे हो? ये पिस्तौल G2 फ्लॉलेस जीतेगा, फ्लॉलेस. ज्यादा से ज्यादा एक मारेगा या मैक्सिमम 2 PRX वाले, बट पिस्तौल राउंड क्लीन जीतेगा G2. बाय द वे गाइस, 6500 लोग देख रहे हैं. तुम्हारे पास 1 मिनट का टाइम है. सारे PRX फैंस लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को. हाँ, सारे PRX फैन लाइक करो और सारे G2 फैंस शेयर करो. कैम थोड़ा नीचे करेगा. देख. अच्छा, ये वाला ऐसा बोलना. सब PRX fan.
Welcome back. If you weren't with us before the break, you missed 5 straight rounds from G2 on the attack. PACIFIC tried their best to disrupt, but it's them that have been left in the dirt. Now for G2, a defensive side start to the second half, and, well, they've got quite a lead. A pistol here. It may just be into the home stretch. The pressure is on if you're a PACIFIC fan.
Let's go, G2! निकाल ले पिस्तौल मेरी जान के टोटे!
Going into Lotus, like it's been a strong map for them recently. I think Jing's Neon is something that always enjoyable to watch, but ultimately you're not going to want to lose your own map choice at the beginning of the day.
एकदम वो वाला vibe
they're going to have a very strong attack side. Now they normally, as said, when they win this map, you're looking at, as said, I think 10-2 attack halves versus the likes of DFM, even DRX, the prior time to last. And a lot of this comes off the back, well, the two players we've just witnessed, Jing and Forsaken. Jing and Something. A terrifying duo on the entry. But just look at already the aggressive stance that's been taken by G2 in mid.
Yeah, they're looking for the triple push off the back of the contact from Trent. And they're even hearing some of the steps that went around towards A main. Some information there. We'll see how quickly they get on that flank. The retake setup, though, certainly in play. You can see Leaf is just backing off, conceding this space.
Hey, by sexy shock dart, bro.
Now look to play this as a more conventional retake. Wall buys a little bit of time, and the plant should be in. Shock dart, though, for damage.
They have so much plant denial a lot of the time on the side of G2.
भाई heavy side लड़
Now
रहे
it's going to be utilized for the retake. One man still hidden in the corner, and he strikes. Mind Freak with a couple. Jing steps up with another, and in fact, he gets two himself.
भाई ट्रेंड निकालेगा, ट्रेंड का क्लच है.
You wouldn't want anyone else in a clutch, and although he's low, he's almost taken him down the shot.
Oh, yeah,
It will be a last second shot that ends up giving PRX a much needed pistol round.
Well, that came very close. Travel time of that arrow, all that made the difference. But it's enough. PRX take the pistol, and this
easy
is a much needed win.
easy bolte.
Early on, at least if they can manage to convert the
भाई
follow-up,
Mind Freak sexy खेल रहा है.
they needed to close the gap after that first half.
यहाँ से winners decide कर सकते हैं अपन, guys. यहाँ से.
Finally see a stall out to that momentum.
Yeah, I think important that they get that job done for this one. Get themselves back into the map, and it looks like the defensive side are almost trying to sell confusion here. They've got the Viper screen combining with the Harbor Wall. The thing is, it seems like PRX, similarly to the last one,
समझ में नहीं आ
happy
रहा.
to
मेरा
play
वाला
around
ड्रोन,
their
मेरा वाला
opponent's
ड्रोन
ability,
कर रहा है
but
for
just
second.
use it to their advantage.
गोली मार.
It's whether or not they can abuse the gaps more than their opponents can.
I mean, they've taken a big gamble. The turret is watching the back, but they're committing 5 players after making all this noise. The stack up is there from G2, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're being shredded on the site. With one man behind that wall, soon to fall. It's Icy down and Leaf to do it all. Let's see if he can find a 1v5 with a classic. No, what a surprise. 3 kills from something. Big round for
Easy,
farming
baby.
up some orbs.
Easy,
and a solid
baby.
one without a single player falling for PRX.
Yeah, and the thing is, they invested in with
भाई
4
लेकिन
rifles,
अभी
so
वो लोग
normally
क्या
you're
full
expecting,
buy है
okay,
भाई.
maybe you can afford to lose a couple of players. In that case, they couldn't.
वो लोग
they
flawless
kept it
जीत
so
सकते हैं ये वाला
ridiculously clean.
G2.
Didn't really struggle
हाँ?
at all. Orbs kind of spread across the
Plant
board, which
नहीं करने
obviously
मिलेगा
is
PRX
nice
को.
in the future, but right now will be a little bit more frustrating. But then they brought back up with an outlaw as well. Like, we see this quite often, having that lurking player just being able to hold down mid, watch anybody who's trying to push on the A side.
ये round tough है. ये round
now,
tough है
though,
G2 के लिए.
It's an important round for G2 because they
4
lose this
बंदे A
bonus,
पे भाई.
and it's a strong bonus. They're right back in the game. He's just full sprint. He's just okay. This W gaming. How could I forget?
Yeah, well, in case you needed a reminder, there it is. Man's lost his shift key. We'll see if he finds it soon. Running back down the tube. He's been hurt. Leaf has a vague idea, but look at the commitment from G2 to re-clearing out
चाहता है something
Player
भाई.
right down below him.
Life say.
I mean, something is just playing an unhinged style here. He gets shot in the back, but it's just a tickle. And that actually spurs him forward to look for another fight. Jonah P.
करना P कभी.
All around B while the A side's taken.
They're so focused on him. They're so focused looking at him that in the meantime, they've just walked into the site and planted the spike.
God.
Like, you can't blame them. When a guy is running around like a lunatic, you go, okay, I should keep an eye on him. And you need to still keep an eye on him. There was a pixel there that maybe he could find something. Even spotting players around him. You should know that he's still here. But it seems like they're just relying on this wall, the turret. Is he going to get past it? He is. He's past the turret. And now just going in behind them. Only the one so far, but they have to deal with this man. The whole round has been about dealing with something.
They haven't even seen anyone else getting towards the spike, sure, but the guy's still behind them, spraying away. Now the fight up in front. Okay, something falls, so too does Divide, but Spike not even half just yet. The sprays are good. Mind Freak gets another out of the triple to close it out. All eyes were on something, but it's Mind Freak that pulls off the magic.
Holy fuck!
A Red Bull clutch that was
Holy!
But it's just again.
भाई क्या round निकाला भाई.
They didn't forget about him, but it was like you.
भाई something दो मार सकता था
like
लेकिन.
Going to be doing.
BT
There
बहुत
were so
दिया.
many moments in that round where you just think, even though something, he doesn't get like the triple kill, he doesn't get the multi-frag. There was so little time left.
Hashtag OP. How by crowd.
Focused on killing one guy, and of course you are. It's the solo jet running down mid. Well, you're not going to expect him to be alone.
I haven't seen someone play like that in a long time outside of rank. Hello, early fight. Valorant's not going to get anything, but Divide goes down. Early flank underway. Turret's much more passive, so Leaf will get pretty close. Not close enough to actually take anyone down. He could. Oh, of course. Divide's the one that fell right away. So yeah, he's able to make it all the way up, making it into heaven, grabbing himself a weapon, and now a serious danger down below. He's got something. The res is right above. It's free for leave. 4 already. A phenomenal round, and he's looking for more. Mindfreak has to do it again. This time a 4K against pistols, but he's 30 HP.
Talk about forgetting about something. I forgot the turret was down. So much space. Mindfreak might get an isolated 1v1, but now the Sheriffs, well, we normally talk about hitting a headshot. They definitely don't need that. Body shot will do the job. He's trying to sell the idea that he's pushing into the A site, but that idea has not been sold whatsoever. And while Jonah P's going to hit the headshot anyway, the MasterCard Thrifty will be what brings around onto the board for G2. And well, it's a massive oversight for PRX.
Jinx लगाना भूल गए इस बार. Sorry रे, मेरे को लगा नहीं था.
Is unfortunate, like you said, dropping the turret, his position, given a free weapon down below. The fact that the res goes in up top, just as something dies, they panic to try and cover Device so he doesn't die a second time, and that ends up giving a flurry of frags over the Leaf. Now 15 and 11. And 1 away from a lockdown. G2 have a lot of high-value ultimates coming online. Same can be said for PRX here on the attack, though. This is where everything's going to be decided, 9-7. The gap either going to close or be extended massively by G2 here. Credits down to the last for PRX.
It's done a lot of damage. The only thing that's going to pad the gap is the Viper's pit. By having a stinger in a pit, absolutely fine. So they need to get into the afterplan. Look how quick G2 are already moving around that flank. They're in the spawn already. But by the time they get there, the post plant will be set. This time, turret should be available to give them the information. In fact, Forsaken is already watching, but he has Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's actually got past him, but the flash checks him anyway.
Reckoning going to clear a lot of space here as well. Give away that information. They know exactly where something is. He's stunned up, gunned up. Leaf able for 1. Keeping it competitive. G2 3 versus 2. Having to fight through the pit, though, could be the advantage they need. In goes the Thrash, and Mindfreak can't quite dodge it. They know exactly where he is. The pressure is on Jing. He has to cover this man to keep the pit online, to keep the chances there for PRX, and he'll get nothing. Farlow 1, G2 now double digits on the board. Pit invested for PRX, and credits are going to be out of reach for
Welcome
a full
to the
buy.
Jinx army.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an ideal scenario.
मेरे को वो करना पड़ेगा चिन टपाक कैमरा में ले
Not sure it works like that.
मेरे को चिन टपाक टम करना पड़ेगा बोलती है चोमटिया.
Yeah, no, beautiful retake, but also the read. Like the flank came through so fast that although I was a little bit worried, this is the thing that's great about G2, they're so methodical. They put the reckoning through, and I go, okay, there's a gap, and that gap is where Forsaken is. Flash just around the corner, just to make sure. It's so clean with making sure that there's those gaps left. And while great position. Still though, Blade Storm, something, mentioned it in the first half. We know what this guy can do with it.
But they wish for the PRX for the win. Yay! RBD 34!
It could get dangerous, but that lockdown's available for the other side.
PRX are so fast. Usually that drone will slow you down a bit, but they just sprint straight at it, taking control over the site, and that gets the lockdown into play. Shock darts to harass the planter, and they're back out of there. Flank was attempted for a moment. G2, though, seemed to have fallen back. Maybe assuming that the lockdown's going to send them in the other direction, but they might not know PRX. This is the team that isn't keen to give up on the A game. Still looking for, well, the A side.
Starts to adjust again, clearing in middle, getting all the information. The plant is going to be enabled, and something desperately looking for someone to give him a fight, because the weaponry is such a huge disadvantage for the rest of the team. Devi at least has a gun, but everything else is going to be those stingers. He just wants to try and get something out of it revealed, but does have support.
Well, that flash sends all the support backwards. Jing's caught, still blinded up. Hunter's Fury goes through, though. Forsaken able to trade out onto Icy. That gets the push out of Devi. Back and forth the kills go, but it's still G2 with the advantage. If they catch Mindfreak for free, it could be something, but he's fragging out, lighting Leaf down. The defuse already halfway. He's sticking it all the way, and Forsaken has to fight. A sliver of health gets it across the line with plenty of time left. It's 11 6-7. The lead for G2 cemented, and they're in the home stretch now.
He's never going to get to use it. He's trying so hard.
देख कितना close गया फिर भी इको में.
But never quite gets it done. Always so low at the time, but this must have been just the biggest jump scare ever. 20 HP.
भाई मार सकता था यार वो मार सकता था.
And he needs to breathe, needs to get the frustration out because he's about to talk to the boys. That's what he always says. He's like, I get the frustration out, then I talk to them in a calm manner. Well, they've lost 3 rounds in a row. They're 2 away from losing their own map choice. And he's got to try and come up with something here because...
Lighter.
Hello guys. मेरी बात सुनो. PRX से अपन भूलना नहीं. पुश करना है. नहीं उसका. वॉइस चेंजर डाला है. पुश करना है बहुत भयंकर. बेस में जाके मारना है. हम क्यू साइड के अंदर बैठे हैं और तुम प्लेट के 14. तुम जिंक्स करना बंद करो. मैं देख रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम बिंक्स द चौड़ का. हाँ तो बस अभी और मेरे को परेशान मत करो. दोनों टाइम आउट खत्म. नेक्स्ट एपिसोड पे मिलेंगे मैप 2. ठीक है चलो बॉयज डू इट.
बंदा उसका
first half as well. He's putting up numbers, winning out his fights, his supportive
मेरे पहले
utilities
तो बड़ा
up there as
जीती है.
well.
13-0
And on the side of
किया था.
PRX, like you said, they've been close, and that's the most frustrating part about it. Having it within your grasp and then feeling it slip away with a 4-round gap. It's now or never. They've got to step it up. And no ultimates online. A res and a lockdown just one away, but G2 come in with the advantage. They have not only the Viper's Pit, but a Hunter's Fury as well. And those ults have been finding impact.
आजकल मॉर्निंग स्ट्रीम है ना गाइस. 12 घंटा सो रही है इसलिए.
All their ultimates have been super high impact whenever they've put them into play.
इसलिए हाई एनर्जी है.
Immediately I'm going to see that Viper's Pit. Try and funnel them in a different direction. Drone yet to be.
भाई मिड टू भी आवाज करके जो मजा आएगा.
It also has the dart, so they could opt to try and fight him, but there's always a massive gamble, especially with the position that Jonah P is playing.
I also love the super deep alarm bot that they put in. The shock darts went through to try and deny that utility, assuming that you would be playing that little bit more passive. That it'd be around the choke point, but instead it's further up, just covering Jonah P's left side, if you think about it that way, and he can cover the right. A really nice setup. It's going to leave him in a very favorable fight either way. And someone touches the alarm bot, Nano goes up, and Jonah can just fall back a little bit.
Exactly what G2 want them to do. Yeah. They're fighting for mid control just to make sure they can't split back.
भाई retake simulator खेलेंगे बे वो लोग.
For an attempted plant denial, or to clear something out on the retake. PRX are doing what they want, but it's whether or not, as always, this team can make it work anyway. It's going to be something looking for those aggressive fights, but I feel like G2 haven't given any of them away. They've been so good at making sure that doesn't happen, and already there's the man advantage.
Almost extended on. That shot just swinging through players, but with Mind Freak down, yeah. Flank is now wide open. PRX don't have any ground to fall back to. They have to fight forward. That's exactly what they're going to try to do. Something in Forsaken, the sprays, just avoid it. Then G2 go on the push. Forsaken good for one, but Device falling. The trades are there. Forsaken keeping it alive on the site, but he can't do much from that corner. And the spray, close as it was to a draw, it won't get it done. 12 rounds on the board for G2. 5 chances to close this one out. Lotus up next, and Bind if they need to go all the way. That's a really good safety net for them.
Yeah, but again, you're going into your map choice, and with the preparation that's clearly there for G2. As I said, this round, it looks like they orchestrated it. It literally looked like they handed them a script and said, this is what you're going to do, and PRX went, yeah, all right.
But he even fired a shock dart for default, immediately popped the ult, and then fired it through so it covers as they run away from the shock. So no matter what, you're taking the damage. You don't have a choice.
And that was all really the goal was. Get an opener, play the retake. They've had such stellar retakes and post-post.
लेकिन ऐसे नहीं कि PRX अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे, close जा रहे हैं सारे rounds.
Other than the one with the classic.
सारे round close जा रहे हैं. G2 कुछ ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लेकिन.
Haven't had too many problems.
सारे angles clear कर रहे हैं. Util usage मस्त है.
Battle for B. I think the expectation was after the A hits, it's going to eventually fall back in this direction. Valen is in a great spot, if not cleared. He's not been cleared. It's a bit of a mistake, and now he gets to just pounce on the remaining players. Even still, PRX are keeping this one close, and the res actually puts it in their favor.
Yeah, I like the Valen's just falling back, giving up that space. He'll use his wall to hopefully slow them down. Time won't be bought for the flank, with Leaf still alive. Device still alive, pardon.
Flank.
You got the turret up. Leaf wants to
Flank
flank.
का tension नहीं,
They'll
turret
be
है ना.
giving away that information soon. Lockdown in play. Gets them the space on the site. Advantage there. Damage done to Valen. This seems to certainly be a favored round for PRX. Perhaps the start of the comeback. Shock Dart's good for some damage. A few of these players now lit up.
Ooh, okay, one
Mar,
for Leaf,
nice,
but
nice.
Again, no chance with
ये
the
क्या
trade.
wall है बे?
Jin gonna heal himself back up and leaves just a couple standing. Valen trying to bait them in, but they've put him
Hey,
into
thank you for
a
the
tunnel.
cover.
And it is
Yeah.
a solid round. Forsaken with
ये है
3.
PRX.
And PRX, well, they need 4 more.
ये sexy round.
4 in a row.
अभी इको है
It's doable.
12-9.
We saw G2 close out the half in just the
12-9.
same fashion. They can hit their stride.
Jinx is not you and
But for
me.
G2, the other thing
them.
is you take a look at those credits. They're starting to run a little dry. This squad does have Reckoning to
एक और
work
का,
with.
चलो.
No other ultimates close to being online. It looks
Like
like a
it.
जितना
light
आपका
fight
mob
based
बंद रहेगा
around the
उतना round
outlaw.
PRX जीतेगा.
Big fan of this kind of setup. Question is where it's going to be used. And for Leaf, seems to be a middle peak.
रोज कलेश,
His
रोज
turret covering
कलेश.
it. And they are moving towards him.
Shorts का
See if
channel
that
1 million
outlaw can
पहुंचने
have
वाला
the
है.
impact. We hear the shots fire, but they don't find their mark.
Nope, not going to be anything. And it's the same again.
Whoa.
Okay, nice shot. Someone's been doing their aim training, that's for sure. And even
Oh,
the
no.
trade's not looking good. Oh, not like this. This would be the worst way to let a map slip away. In fact, it's even...
Yeah.
He's
It's a
just,
misclick.
is he just fat-fingered
He's
it?
misclicked it. He meant to
Fat-fingered it.
drone.
Oh, that's just...
Oh,
it's
they've
gone
not seen
horrifically.
that.
Mind Freak just
Oh,
got down 3
590 घूम के
and
मारा.
it was looking like it was falling apart, but maybe in the most uncharacteristic way, they might take it anyway. Flank coming in. That's the major danger. And now it's left all onto Jing. It's not been a great round. And now he's under real pressure. The spike is going to take some serious damage. And he's, well, I think he's just got lost in the sauce. Leaf is going to be there to close out the round around the
ये
PRX.
कैसे
And definitely going to want to forget.
हारे?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a hard one to forget, though. We'll be talking about that for a while. And MasterCard Thrifty closing out the map 13-8, and G2, they look very strong. That was PRX's map pick, and they had them outclassed, outthought every step of the way. Now we look forward to Lotus, forward
By
to
Mind
Bind.
Freak,
Will they have a
बाप खेला
chance?
लेकिन,
Well,
हाँ?
we're going to find out after the break.
यार फॉर्सिकन का नाम ट्वीट पे डालते ही बंदे ने गलत अल्ट मार दी गलती से. बिग फैन मोमेंट कर दिया, विफ कर दिया. मेरा गोट गोट ना रहा. गोट ना रहा. मेरा 2-0 प्रेडिक्शन तो गलत हो गया. ट्वीट कैसे डिलीट करता है? जो भी मुझे गाली दे रहे हैं अंडी मिट्टी पंखा ऑफ. और करो जेक्स लैंग्वेज.
बॉट जेलों को भगाओ पहले. बनाना चाहता.
वाह वाह वाह.
बना के दिया ना.
आपको जो जो चाहिए स्ट्रीम पे सब ला के दिया है.
मैं ये एक काम कर रही हूँ ना.
उससे बाहर ही है ये भी काम. 2 मिनट चालू हो जाएगा. 2 मिनट में ओवन में कन्वर्ट करते हैं. अवन बोलते हैं उसको. ओवन कौन बोलता है? और करो जिंक्स. अब पता चला PRX ट्रॉफी क्यों न उठा पा रही. भाई तुम लोग को एक राज की बात बताओ. 2025 में एक ऐसा टीम जीतने वाला है ना, अनएक्सपेक्टेडली. हाँ, ऋषि सर ने मेरे ट्वीट के नीचे जीजीस लिखा है ना. हैशटैग बदला. हाँ, मेरे ट्वीट पे जीजीस लिखा है ना. याद दिलाना चैट. हैशटैग बदला. ठीक है, याद दिलाना. देख लिया कल टी का गेम प्ले और झूलो पिकम्स लेके। भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, कोई भी है इस दुनिया में जिसका पिकम्स अब तक 100% है? मेरे चैट से एटलीस्ट लंड कोई नहीं हो सकता। 100% तुम लोग ने रेस को जिताया है और तुम लोग के हिसाब से G2 जीत रही है। हाँ एक ही गलत है, एक गलत तो 100% गया।
VCT stage in the middle. So what is different about PRX this time around?
लव यू भाई। क्या हो गया खान भाई, क्या हो गया, क्या हो गया? काहे सेंटी हो रहे हो खान भाई? ये लो अंडी मंडी। अगर किसने 37 months इनटू वो किया कैंसिल लेके अंडी मंडी। लव यू टू खान भाई। हैशटैग 5 कप एक साथ
पीते रहना पूरा दिन, एक ही तो चीज करनी है मेरे को, चाय पिला।
गरम ही नहीं है
जा,
एक्चुअल में गरम नहीं है।
मैंने किया।
अरे एक्चुअल में नहीं है गरम, मजाक सेट कर।
मैं नहीं जाऊं।
तो अभी स्ट्रीम पे मांग कुछ, तो अभी तू मांग। ये गई।
मैं ऐसे संभाल के
आज का दिन तो इतना चाय डालने को कौन बोला था? 5 कप चाय बनाए तूने, 5 कप। 4 दिन में सो नहीं पाऊंगा। हाँ इतना बड़े बोतल में चाय बना के दिया है इसने। इतना चाय कोई पी सकता है चैट? नूब से कभी कभी लगता है। पिंकी क्यूट है ऑब्वियसली भाई, मेरी बीवी।
Be a tough game, for both teams, right? And I think you heard even Coach Josh RT saying how, he knew that they were prepped, they were ready to go.
Burger और वड़ा पाव baby.
Coordination, Mimi, has just been so freaking good from them.
Yeah, they look incredibly clean with this.
मुंबई वालों, नवी मुंबई वालों को
side,
पूछना मत।
obviously, we know it's really good for executes,
Burger
putting up
और
that
वड़ा
wall,
पाव।
fighting deep off
That
of
is the
it.
biggest
But I really like some of the
mistake
walls
of your
Valorant was
life.
even using in the post line. You see this one here to stop the players from pushing through and fighting past this lockdown. Then they switch on over to the defensive side, and I think it was just as good with some fantastic retake protocols. It is clear what Josh is saying about putting in the work on this map because they looked clean fundamentally.
Yeah, they truly did, and Valen very impressive on that.
किस किस को लगता है कि G2 जीतने वाला है? किस किस को लगता है? Can you just raise your hand so that I can laugh on you? हाँ? क्या मैं तुम्हारा नाम याद करके हंस सकता हूँ यार तुम लोग पे?
I think this is going to be the proving grounds for it, but just prove to be one of those teams that just gets to an international and then just locks in and says, okay, right, now we're in this mindset, now we're in this grind set, and we're just going to go ahead and just run away with this tournament.
For sure, and for all the credit Josh is giving for PRX to make some improvements, I think we did still see some fundamental errors in that game. Players going off. I think Jake had a couple rounds where he was kind of taking some individual swings.
चैट तुम लोगों को पता है इतने सारे लोग मेरे चैट में G2 को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। I cannot go against my chat. मैं भी ये मैप फुल सपोर्ट टू G2, फुल सपोर्ट। शक्कर कितना है इसमें?
मुंह पे डाल दूंगी तेरे।
Please talk very nicely to your husband. Yeah. How much cups of sugars? गरम है, गरम है, गरम है, गरम है, गरम है।
Able to just go ahead and skirt around that turret, be able to dodge that out, and then somebody's like, okay, we think that we're protected, we think that we're safe. He strikes, can't quite find that second kill as instantly. Jonah P starts doing Jonah P things, starts popping off, but Mind Freak. This was, I think, a lot of, there was a lot of displays in this Icebox of Mind Freak being that stone cold killer, being that clutch machine. We saw him just trying to hang on. I mean, even in that last round, was
चुंटी मारती रहती है बस।
This was a very good game overall from the side of Mind Freak, but there was still too many errors being shown here that just ended up unraveling things for PRX.
In that round, though, I think we saw the biggest difference from the G2 that played today and that guard team all the way back in Iceland. The round state kind of exploded there. I mean, something broke the turret. He was running around.
गलत था
disruption, but G2 still had really good ideas
G2
to deal with it. They re-cleared
G2
the
अच्छा
space
काउंटर
in
दिया
mid. They
G2
still
अच्छा
set up for a clean retake, and they did end up losing to the clutch.
2 राउंड
but I think
फ्लैंक
they've
में
gotten
बीटी
so
हो
much
गया।
better as a team
Yeah.
at dealing
लेकिन
with those
PRX भी
unexpected
अच्छा
round
खेला
states and adapting on the
PRX भी
fly,
अच्छा
which
खेला
is, in my opinion, the most important thing when you're playing against PaperX.
Oh, couldn't agree more on that one. All right, well, things are interesting in the PaperX camp right now, so let's go ahead and hear from Coach Alex, hear what he has to say as they get ready for map 2.
I'm here right now with Alex of PaperX. Alex, that was a really frustrating first map. What do you think the team was lacking on Icebox that you hope will be remedied or fixed on map number 2?
Yeah, we didn't. We had a game plan going in, but we didn't really follow it on our attack side, so that's a little bit disappointing. And I hope that on game 2 we will, I think, calm ourselves down a little bit and step it up.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, and we're gonna see if PaperX can take Lotus from G2.
Let's go!
Pressure, of course, is on, and you hear Coach Alex talking about keeping those nerves, keeping the team
12-0 है
calm.
attack set PRX का.
They're going to be facing the series point here between against G2. Lotus coming up next, G2's pick, and I'm curious to see what
Bhai,
we're
maybe
get really
तेरी
from
तरह
both
same
squads
child
out of
ever.
this one,
Love
without a
you.
doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if there's any pivots in the composition for the side of PaperX.
Binks भाई मुझे कास्टर से मिला ना डायनासोर के लिए नो एंट्रीज रहता है.
Granted, yes, last time they played against G2 over in
बाप रे.
Shanghai, this was that first map pickup for the side of G2. That was when that download really started to come through for Valorant. So I'm curious if they're going to have something different to throw
मेरे
at
कान
them,
में ना मक्खी बिन आ रही है कब से.
reintroducing something like, you know, the
What
Killjoy
chat
into the
होगा
mix
तेरा?
here.
फेंकूं
Or
मैं?
if it is just going to be straight up, you know, something back here on that jet, as well as Raze there for Jing.
Yeah, for
Hello,
context,
animal
we've seen this
credit,
PaperX
animal
team play on
credit.
Lotus before.
Hello,
They're applying
क्या है
no
वो?
Sentinel on this map, a double
मारते
duelist
तो
comp
क्या होता है
with
वो?
the Neon and the Jet in
वो
the
वाला.
mix, which is extremely unusual here, especially when you contrast them with G2, who plays the basic Fnatic comp, but I think plays it really well. They're the best defensive team in VCT Americas, and I think that's really where they shine here. Their retake protocols in
Domestic
particular,
abuse,
and how
domestic
they're able
abuse.
to kind of adapt with when they're going for the more aggressive forward plays, and
पुरुष
when they're
helpline,
falling
yeah,
back,
yeah.
playing
महिला
a
helpline में मैं
passive
क्या
into those
करूँ?
retakes.
I appreciate you pointing that out because genuinely,
Human rights.
it's not something that we've seen too much from the side of Jing, but it's been what he's been bringing to the table on Lotus.
साला
as of
animal
late.
abuse
So
निकला
curious to
बे
see if
मुंह
he's
से.
going to be sticking with that or if it's back to Old Faithful.
All right, well, let's find out if this one makes it to map 3, shall we? We're going to send it back over to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy.
Chat,
Our analyst
अगर अभी PRX जीता, सब लोग sorry Binks बाबू बोल के स्ट्रीम को लाइक करेंगे. ठीक है?
Yeah, I'd be
और
very
अगर
surprised if it wasn't. I think
ये
it's a
मैप PRX
28
हारा
whole team.
तो पक्का मैं कोई भी फ्यूचर PRX मैचेस में मैं ट्वीट्स नहीं करूंगा. शपथ है. ठीक है? शपथ है.
तुम लोग की शपथ ले रहा है, मेरी नहीं.
सबकी शपथ. ठीक है?
खुद की भी.
सबकी शपथ. ठीक है? अगर PRX जीता आई एम सॉरी बोल के स्ट्रीम को लाइक करनी है, और अगर PRX हारा मैं कोई भी PRX मैचेस में ट्वीट्स नहीं करूंगा अंटिल प्लेऑफ्स. वो ब्रैकेट इन्वर्टेड कॉमास.
On the desk, they don't have themselves a sentinel in the comp that they normally run, so
ठीक है?
there's going to be a lot of potential gaps to exploit. Last time they did have a sentinel and that happened,
That's
so
it.
it really does worry me, especially on a map like Lotus where there's a lot more avenues that you can sort of take that control, where you can be aggressive, where you can take space, or even just where you can rotate. And if those gaps are left,
तब तक
it
लाइक
could
ना
be
करे,
very
you can
problematic.
hold
The
your
only thing
likes.
I will
मेरे को
say is
चलेगा.
that when you're running a
जो लोग
journey
मेरे
on
से
comp,
बहुत
a lot
प्यार
of the
करते हैं
time
वो लोग कर सकते हैं,
you can be
लेकिन
more precise in the way you're
PRX
doing it.
fans, you
So
can
I guess
hold
the
your
main
likes.
thing with them is, okay, do you leave someone behind just to make sure that
काहे
isn't
झुक के
going to be
बैठे
a
हो?
problem for you, or are you going to be so heavy hitting into those sites that it almost doesn't matter?
Neon
You've done it
Kill
too quick.
Fade Jet Omen.
That's the reality I expect for PaperX. But
Yeah.
then, on the other hand, just looking at the last map, the fact that Jonah P was able to find so much space, the fact that in the second half, Leaf was able to get behind them
ये
so
क्या
many
comp
times
है?
and cause problems, that's something that they almost don't have the option to slow it down unless you are committing that player to stay behind. And thinking about the fact that PaperX, we just
Okay,
heard
I
from
holding,
Alex down the
ठीक है.
stage. He said they weren't following their game plan. That's a worrying
That's
sign.
a really worrying sign.
You don't want to
Binks
see
भाई
that. And
ये
now
मैच
bouncing
तो
off
काफी
of a
गर्म है,
13-8 on their
गर्म
home pick, they've got to move on to Lotus.
गर्म है,
Something
गर्म
that,
है,
they're
गर्म
not
है.
uncomfortable on. We've seen them do well, but the reality is there's a lot then to adjust behind the scenes for them to hit their stride here.
Yeah, no, I'm
Gary
sure,
जैसा
well,
बंदा नहीं
I
है
saw
वे.
walk past them having a little bit of a conversation
मस्त
backstage,
बंदा,
as we
बढ़िया
said.
बंदा है.
No surprise, neither team is really going to be making those mass changes. And another comment you can make about the pacing of it is when you do drop that Viper, a lot of the time you're going to see, firstly, the amount of delay on the defense that Viper can bring, in the retakes having, like, especially on the B side, being able to lock off certain angles, but then also just the takes towards A. It's going to have to be, again, much faster, much less reactive, and you're not going to be able to play with rotations anywhere near as much other than Jing just straight up running it down. But as you can see, they've got the decent win percentage on this one over the last stage. So even though it is a choice of G2 and clearly they've come in with a game plan,
all blue agents, jet कब से blue हो गया?
map choice, it's still a very good map.
तो उसका कपड़ा blue है, बाल सफेद है.
Yeah, one of the criticisms you heard, I think it was Mimi on the desk who was saying that Jing was taking a couple of fights on his own, a couple of individual tools. And sure, a lot of the time, especially in the first half, he had something with him. It was always that duo system. You're not going to see that most likely this time around because this whole composition is made to have them take the space together. And I think that solves some of the issues. For me, the difference in the last map, G2 were playing as a cohesive unit. They were a team, and it showed in every decision, in every moment, in how disciplined they were before the retakes, in clearing space. When you look at PRX, we didn't see that same level. We saw them get caught off guard.
Friend की तरह treat करो तेरे को तो फिर.
Think about the three-man beat.
मेरे friends को मैं कुछ gift नहीं दिया आज तक.
Flank so fast into all of
Hello,
those
Mama.
takes because of the control.
Family है वो.
That's more difficult to avoid when it comes to a map like Lotus when you're not running a Sentinel. So it's definitely going to have to be something in the back of PRX's mind that, okay, they're going to try and challenge us for space. Are they going to be making those like deep A pushes as we see so regularly? Are they going to have a sort of jump spotter on C that can give them that early information?
Let's go.
And if they are, how do we shut that down? How do we make them play a little bit more scared? Because if you allow G2 to have all of that control on that defensive side, you're going to get blasted.
Nice
I'll be honest. So you can't allow that to happen.
No, you really can't. For PRX, the pressure is most certainly on. This map and the next need to go their way, and G2, well, they seem to be the more refined team, at least on the first map. We'll see if that changes as we're about to get into Lotus. G2's map pick, and they'll start this one out on the defense.
Yeah, I'm ready to get into this one. I think, especially for PRX, after having that map sort of slip away from them, starting on the attack is going to be good. Like having the ability to set the pace,
होता है
home
ground, home pitch, home side.
It's more of a spot. Jonah P
Viper gaya in.
but he's taken the head clean off the Vike. Not the man I expected to be going first, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, last map, we saw him go first, and it was a disastrous round with Leaf finding a 4K. The A site taken by PRX, at least they'll trade out the life of a man for the site control. Losing out on that Fade utility hasn't stopped them putting boots on the ground. But the retake from G2, quite quick. Paranoia is absolutely perfect. Something still gets away with one, and the nade is slowing them down. Nice disruption from PRX to start this off.
Jonapy, क्या हो गया?
Get over! 3 headshots already, that Sheriff in his hand. It's looking like it has aim lock, looking for a little bit more, but the trade back's still good. It might be all on Jonah P. Involved in the round. Finally, he's
Jonah P को क्या हो गया?
Pistol round. Now I know what the P stands for.
Precision. 1-0 for G2.
भाई
My
इतना
goodness, yeah,
अच्छा खेला था
we
PRX.
talked about Jonah P, more so in their ability to get behind you and find those free kills when you ain't looking, but seems Jonah P's stepped it up. Look at this. Gorgeous first shot, and then these follow-ups are absolutely clinical. Even grabbing another to make it doable for Leaf in the end.
भाई जिंग कैसे वन टैप में मरा भाई? जिंग कैसे वन टैप में मरा? कैसे?
It's unfortunate because, yeah,
right click वो करो ना nerve.
Saves them because PRX actually did very well, and they're going straight into the B site. They have got guns to play with, looking for those SMGs. And well, already speak about the pistols, but the trade from Trent gives them the advantage, and he backs away.
He's doubled up, still has a Prowler to work with. Icy needs to keep control over Heaven. He's under pressure. Something already up close. They know that he's there, and the swing in from Leaf closes this one out. A double on the Stinger to put 2-0 on the board. Weapons upgraded as well. Same thing as last map. It's a decent follow-up round from PRX, but they force spot. That's the real problem. Like round 2, that kind of damage, usually great, but now you haven't got the credits to capitalize on it.
Yeah, it means
अभी देखो पिंकी गई ना यहाँ से कॉफी बनाने
everything they could ever need, like
3-0 के बाद सारे राउंड जीतेंगे PRX.
Normally see, but it also gives another round for economy to be built up. So
मैं जिंक्स नहीं होगा इस पिंकी मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैं नहीं हूँ.
What they had in the last round for G2. I guess there's also just the thought process of it is PRX. maybe they do it again. Well, one of the only investments.
Hey,
other than pistols.
Jinky.
Is that Marsh?
You are not Pinky, you are a
Still going for the
Jinky.
Sheriffs, though. You know, even though things haven't been going their way, PaperX are not going to lose their mojo. Still coming in, an opening pick towards the A site. Weapon on the
Jinky!
floor. I actually think that was a Phantom, too, because there was a lot more upgrades than you might have thought in the last couple seconds before the barriers went up. Trent does well to manage the numbers of PaperX. The Prowlers cleared out a lot of close space. They'll get back towards the stairs, but they're conscious that someone could already be close.
Yeah, he's kind of good with the Bulldog, you know? He's kind of good with it. Valorant.
All three.
It's not going to overface. Not really any need to. I see already reclaiming a little bit of ground. Something does have the gun, but he's desperately low on health.
You're dead.
Actually, it's Divide to go down behind him. That is
Combos kar rahe be.
troublesome position now. Something needing. Oh, maybe one of the craziest plays with how low he is. Having the rifle's not even that much of a hit because a single bullet will leave him down in the dirt. And while Mindfreak's done well, that's at least a first.
Still hinging on something, and especially with Mindfreak going down. Once he finds the first, that's where things should stop. They haven't cleared him just yet, but, well, now he's been seen. Taken down, and the upgrade's just fine for G2. 3 players surviving. Phantom to be taken through to the next round. Some Bulldogs as well. At Bulldog, at Guardian, perfect stuff. 3-0. Solid start for the defensive side. PaperX, they've certainly shown that they're willing to brawl and able. That may stand to them in the next round, but not just here.
Yeah,
time out, time out, time out, Pinky, time out.
Relatively honest, you're still going to have rifles. You're still going to have enough to probably invest into the next round anyway. And you got a 3-0 start, so it really does just put them on back for almost immediately. I think if PaperX don't find a response here, this could very quickly get out of control.
Oh yeah, it could spiral.
Trent,
I like his Bulldog. Let's see how much I like his own. Sat inside of tree, spam already, gonna light up Jing a little bit and slow down the rest of the squad and clearing out that space. Slowing down PaperX is something not a lot of players can do. It's just getting all
guys,
the walls
3-0
lit
से
up,
switch करेगा मतलब मैं 8-4 for PRX. छाती पे लिखो.
In fact, they're gonna fall back.
8-4 for
PRX.
PRX. छाती पे लिखो, छाती पे.
In fact, just a ruse. No aggression on the other side. They've also baited out that they could have taken some tree control, and they are just going to full sprint their way towards the other side of the map. Now, it has been spotted. The deep turret gives Leaf the information, and they do have Nightfall to play with, so that's the other thing. It's possible that they're just going to look to play this as a retake, but instead, especially after the utility goes down, just going to fall back. I say that, still within the site, who hasn't been spotted again. It's Danger Man Jonah P.
Yeah. Sat in the smoke, waiting for it to fade. It's going to be a duel between himself and Jing, and it's Jonah P to win it, and double up! Devi's gone too! That should have been the trade, and instead, forsaken as an impossible task. 4 players coming his way, and nade used alongside a reveal. They know roughly where he is, and now the rest of the util comes in. The C's saved until they had the information. That's an absolutely gorgeous play. And a solid economy farming round for G2. 4-0 up, 4 players alive. Those credits are going to be sky high.
Yeah, PaperX got more done with the low buy. Again, you said it. The way that they saved a lot of their utility.
PRX भी आ रही, मैं भी सोफे पे सोऊंगा.
The snake bite on the left. So if he does manage to dodge the C's, he's getting vulnerable, and then the player swings. Or he gets hit by the C's, and he has basically, I think it was 30 HP to try and fight versus the entirety of the team.
That so mosquito wala shot was
into the right place, playing really
epic.
Safe, we've seen
Love
so
you both. Love you, yaar, Khan bhai. Both se मैं single हो गया यार.
Slows down those rotations.
Hello, Pinky.
They moved quickly towards A, slowed down with the waited, and then went up and opened the door.
Khan bhai आगे chat पे hello.
But then once the door was closed, they just put a Prowler in on G2. But, no one's there. I think they might be going somewhere else. And at that point, Jonah P gets into position. He's ready for that hit, and he does not leave. The man plants his feet in the ground and says, I'm standing here. Takes down Arlong Park. 4-0 for G2, and a timeout for PaperX. They're already feeling the heat.
Yeah, understandably so. Like, you've lost your own map choice. Again, I think through fantastic retakes and adaptation from the side of G2 to deal with what was hyper-aggressive, fast-paced rounds. And now it looks like G2 is coming to this one, knowing what they're coming up against. I don't think anybody expected PaperX to swap their comp on this one. And they look very
किसको आ
comfortable.
रहा है?
Like, again, like you're seeing whether it's the early rounds where they just seem to be so good at grouping up
4-4
the
का
late
smell आ
round
रहा है
retakes
किसको?
and playing as a squad, or even just in that round where you
मेरे को आ
had a
रहा।
surprise player that actually caught PACIFIC off guard, which was the whole idea when we talk about PACIFIC potentially winning this one is, can you beat them with the pacing? And as Mimi said on the desk, she thinks it's a great matchup for G2. Right now it is looking that way. There needs to be some sort of response. And while
मेरा मोबाइल बाहर है।
with how many rounds they've lost in a row, the loss bonus
Can
is there.
I
Blake's
said
still available for something.
love you both.
Let's hope this is the start of something.
अंदर मेरे चैट में नहीं आ रहे आजकल।
Gameplay क्या वजह से? कान पे क्या गलती?
Spot how many players are outside. And now he hears the steps up close, so a little bit late. But that could have been something.
Automatic निकलता है यार।
Also something to be afraid of on the side of PACIFIC. You can see them taking their time and closing the distance. Heard the reload. They know there's another wave of spams about to go, and they think they've bypassed it, but there's still someone
प्यार
covering
से
them
डरने
to walk
लगता
through.
साहब चुंटिया से
They've
लगता है।
seen that one man of something has already crossed. Nightfall to be used, but
Heavy
something's
nightfall.
around the back. He's gotten closer than expected.
Heavy
Icy
nightfall,
covering
bro.
it from up top, though.
Heavy nightfall.
Now they maintain their control, slow the push from PACIFIC, send them in the other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual on a sliver of HP, and he triples up. Devi, the last man standing. Another unbelievable round from G2. They barely break a sweat unless Devi can turn up the heat, and he doesn't know that there's a player sneaking right around behind him.
They've got the spike as well. It was irrelevant whether or not he managed to win the battle over on the A site with the spike being down on B, but yeah, Jonah P today is just having one hell of a performance. We saw, like, he was pretty good in the last map, but this has been ridiculous. Like, being able to re-isolate each one of those jewels, it's just solid positioning. Dodges the initial utility, re-peeks back into the second player, and then just tries to catch a timing. Like, he knows if he just allows him to swing, he's definitely
Slide into my DMs करके क्यों नहीं मार रहा हूँ लेकिन?
infuriating.
ये क्या चल रहा है? आपके
It's even the fact that he pulls back around the corner for a second. These players hit by Nightfall, running the other direction. They're thinking he's going to jump on the box. He's low HP. No, he just wide swings him again and again. Gorgeous play.
Angle wala.
And 5-0 for a reason. G2 are looking unbelievable.
PACIFIC
PACIFIC struggling to get even a round on the board just yet. A rifle for something and pistols to back them up. This is the kind of round where they have so far done the most damage. See if that carries through and converts to a round win.
I think the Nightfall overdrive.
Sorry पिंकी next stream पक्का आऊँगा कान बाय सिर्फ जानना सुपर चैट इधर ही करना लगी Thank you for the Qatar always railways Russian 69.69 minus 1. Love you, मेरी जान.
They know that in these moments, there you go. They've expected the Nightfall. As said, sometimes it really does look like PACIFIC are just reading from the hymn sheet of the opponents because they've used their ult, it's not really gained anything, and G2 are very happy to play the retake.
Yep. They were ready for this from the get-go. One flank position from Forsaken, though, that could catch them off guard. Look at that.
By the way, guys, Pinky नया movie में आ रही है.
Jonah P, a taste of his own medicine.
Angle तो था Jonah P का.
Rifle to be recovered. PACIFIC.
Valen दो मारेगा. Valen दो मारेगा.
Caught off. The finger gun's not doing the damage. They'll concede the space, let them down the stairs, and fight them on the site. But Leap wins.
Valen दो मारेगा.
Now looking for control over Tree. Now fighting for free. It's Maine. They've got a fight, and the swing is good with Leap getting his third round. It's another successful defensive side already. Guaranteed to be equal at the half, and I don't think G2 are going to slow down.
Maki 3.
It's just how confident they're playing. As said, like to just completely give up the site to PACIFIC, have that much faith in your ability to retake, but you kind of understand why. Like, look, well, 4 of the 6 rounds they have on the board are off the back of retakes. Maybe some less so than others in how the rounds were actually played out, but it wasn't even that close in the end with how much time they actually allowed them to set up.
ये round मेरे हिसाब से G2 का है क्योंकि ulti है ना
They're looking super comfortable. Again, we're going to see an investment using that Nightfall in the last round to very little effect. It was more the lack of information that gave them that sight. Operator in for something is an attempt at a change.
The thing is, though, that it's not like there's been big peaks coming out of G2. They're very happy to sit back and let PACIFIC push into them. Lockdown in play. Jonah P. Again, the positioning was perfect, but he positioned himself right in front of Devi's spray.
भाई वो लोग सब जगह फाइट ले रहे हैं यार G2
PACIFIC have managed to keep
साला जीत गया बे
they've had. Now it's going to split the defense quite a bit more. Showstopper
7-0 ताला for a reason होने वाला है लग
Again,
रहा
if
है
they wanted to, they could lean further into these retakes, but you can see Valorant is just going to be jump spotting. All he's looking for is information.
Out of the syllabus आ गया बे जोन पे
I
हाँ
think that may have to wait and see. Eventually switch the position of.
भाई सब जगह फाइट लिया है यार वो
Lee
लोग ने
swings this and they get the kill. They will run back in the other direction. In fact, they're going to do it anyways. Something. Now moving through to re-clear this space. He hasn't gotten the peak he wanted. The patience of G2 is commendable, to say the least. This swing, yes, it works out. Icy's down, but the trade attempt is there. Down to the shorty, closing the distance. Something playing a crazy game. Upgraded to the rifle, downgraded. Leaf doubles it up, keeps it doable for their side. And Trent, oh, Mind Freak knows he's up close, but now the info goes both ways. The spray comes close. Mind Freak on the adjustment for the double. The first round for PACIFIC at long last.
Mind Freak, bro.
Again, a lot of it comes down to just being able to get into that site and find the opener. Like something does well with the operator and then just playing off of that late round. And again, even just the trade out through the smoke was pretty big because we've seen such high impact rounds.
G2 अभी बढ़ गया
This will get them
एक
onto
और
the
राउंड
board.
जीतेगा G2 7-2
It's just whether or not they
7-1
can now try to extend things. Luckily, they do save that operator. So that's still going to be in play for this next round. And they have themselves the null command, which will have value in reducing Leaf setup. Instead, though, the defense have got aggressive on both sides of the map.
Usually talk about the push and the pull, but this was just the push. PACIFIC found themselves the pick. It's been traded out on the other side. C-site left for a retake. Nano's broken already, one activated. We'll slow them down, section them off, but, well, oh, actually, I love this. I adore this. A little bit of damage done. Jing and Forsaken now decently low, but the plant will come through. PACIFIC have some ground to fight from.
Trent's trying to sell the ruse.
Oh, here we
Nade
go.
one side. Ah, he's been denied. Well, denied the ult. Maybe not denied the kills. Icy's still going strong. Sees to the backside. We'll let them know that there's at least was no one there. And the rest of the team just looking to push together. It's all going to be on to one. And while Divide tries to won't manage to get anything.
Yeah, they might have hit him with the knife, but he stopped the show himself. Gorgeous stuff from Icy. Really impressed by him in this series so far, and by G2 in general. We expect this to be a close one on a surface level. There was always the chance of a mismatch of styles or of PACIFIC. Look, like you pointed out earlier, Tom, on a downward trajectory in terms of international events. Last time they were at a champs,
something को मारना था यार वो वाला shot.
Now they're being challenged in the first round. It's not a good look, but it's a fantastic look for G2 coming from the challengers section of Valorant. The heights they've reached already, unbelievable. They may just be about to 2-0 PACIFIC, certainly if it keeps going this way.
Even a bit back before they made it into the VCT, there was conversations about could this team just beat them anyway.
Yeah.
I think that was answered fairly quick. PACIFIC again down to
Ascension
3 pistols, couple of
strong
guardians.
नहीं है फैन
We haven't quite
Ascension
seen
Champions
those
qualify
same
हो गए
hero
बेशर्मो
plays that we've wanted to at least, and
हाँ
1 or 2 on the
अभी
previous
playoffs में
map.
जा
but
रहे
I guess Mind Freak's double is about the best we've had so far.
strong नहीं है
He did get them their first round. Now an attempt to just walk through. Well, that's going to be revealed. Solid utility. Maybe not the gun for it, or maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I take it back. Somehow Gents made that work. Well, he's finally put down. Too little, too late.
Well, you say that. Maybe don't count the Vi out just yet. 45 seconds. He's got himself a rifle now. His HP quite low. The chance for a big play. PACIFIC needs something. I think they'll take any chance they can get, but look at G2. We talk about the discipline. Good attempt by Divide. Baits out the first fight, knows there'll be a swing back sight because they've played enough rounds against G2. This isn't a squad that's going to send individual after individual to fight you. They group up, they play it together, and their reward is an 8-1 lead. But this man...
It's the moment of realization. I think he sees the little bit of like smoke from the dash and goes, wait, what? Oh! Still managed to get the kill. Had a little bit of support from his friends. 8-1.
कुछ भी लिखते हैं.
Whether you were a G2 or PaperX fan, I don't think you expected it to be this dominant. They have looked incredibly strong. As said, on the first map,
Odin का बदला Odin से.
And then the adaptations came in. At this point, it seems like G2 have been ready from the get-go.
हल्का सा 8 for PRX बोला था.
Push up on B. They hear that A main control and they realize it's just going to be the same old playbook. They're taking control, taking tree, and fighting sight. And that early flank is catching them off. No one's ready for it. Look at Mindfreak, he's staring forward. Jinx just about spotted them. And he will manage to at least do damage, making it doable for Mindfreak, who's grabbed the double. But again, the trades keep swinging in the other direction. Thanks to players like Jonah P. I don't understand how he does it again and again. Divine now has it all to do. He's got the right gun for the job. Gonna try to brrr them out of this one, but it's nice lineup. Good spam, but they're going right back. They're playing the same game. Diffuse already past half, and it's too far gone. The spray might be good for one.
Just across and killed him.
One's all they get. 9-1 on the board, Tom. This is a devastating start to map 2. And well, G2's map pick for a reason, I suppose.
Yeah, even still, like it's been a solid map for PaperX. They're just getting shut down. As I said, last time they played Jing, I think it was 28-14. He's 2-10. Like, he's not been in the game at all. I don't remember saying his name once. Like, it really, and that never happens. That never happens. He's one of the best individually skilled players we have in Valorant, but right now it seems like individual skill doesn't matter. Whoever they face off against, they're getting destroyed. Like, this is a pure team performance. The reads are impeccable. Like, every time that Nightfall is online for Trent, he is out of the site, and then he's going back in. Yep. And they are so happy to do that. We mentioned the flanks. I think this is the first time the flank has really been a big issue because they haven't needed to. They've had the read so often to get players in the right place, so they haven't needed to go around the flank. They throw it in here, and it does catch players. They also have fights from the broken door. Like, there's so much cohesion from this G2 roster, and that is the difference. Is it individual skill winning them all of these rounds?
I'm sorry, yaar,
It is the cohesion between the players that they'll be supportive utility. Okay, Jonah P has won them a couple of rounds.
I'm sorry.
Straight BS.
Yep.
Like, just 100%. Like unbelievable
100%. From
positioning and skill, but like, other than
मैं नहीं
that,
करूँगा tweet.
they're just outclassing.
Oh, 100%.
Excuse
like,
me?
At this point, Tom, yeah, people been
बड़ा friendship day हो रहा है इधर, हाँ? पिंकी देख रहे हैं friendship day हो रहा है इधर.
Damn clean game. I'm getting worried. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. I don't think it's just the temperature here. G2.
Well, I'll also say, I feel like there's even an argument if they are the number 2 because of how close.
Their final, right?
Yeah.
It was OT.
13-15, 14-16, then they won 13-9 and lost it. Like,
missing you, yaar.
This team is
number 2 on the technicality.
Yeah, and after their performance at the last international, even less so. They have looked incredibly good.
But this is just every single round, man. It's just clean.
By
the ideas, the executions.
I think 4 seconds and
squad.
something
Everyone's
deadly
just playing it for the numbers to win the game, and that's all you can ask for.
कि जिनका Sage Wage वो मस्त है.
Starts it off. Will be a trade, but he's taken a lot of damage. A more direct approach this time from PaperX, but I'm going to sound like a broken record. These retakes of mid-stellar. Something's trying to get ahead of it. I really don't mind him pushing up, trying to fight more aggressively. They haven't been able to hold, but again, an impactful double from Jonah P. He's left to fight this alone. Oh, it's a bit of a wide swing, but they'll peek it together. Forsaken puts the second round onto the board with 3 kills. At least something. Maybe they can start looking at curses.
भाई ये लोग रुकते नहीं हैं, लेकिन post plant में जरा सा भी.
We're gonna definitely hope that the 9-3 exists still. That curse. Well, it used to be a big thing. And PaperX gonna have to perform a ritual to bring it back. I'll need to find this round at least, and Tom.
Maybe
So
4 second goat.
I've heard he's pretty good at rituals. I've seen him with the DRX.
है positivity है, positivity है.
He's not in the
Fitness
building,
है, positivity है.
So he'll have to. I don't know. It means he can go out in the street and do it. In fact, that's what I want to see.
You want to see Paper Thin in the street doing a ritual?
Yes, that's what it is.
All right, we'll see if we can arrange that.
That's the content I desire.
All right, well, I think you might be the only one.
No
way he's going straight through it. There's no way. Jonah P's positioning has been unbelievable. Trent, I love you, man.
Okay, he got caught.
Gorgeous play. Yes, he did. But look at the position of Leaf at this point.
No, he's going to get revealed.
Okay, he's revealed. He's revealed he has to break it. Now they know. Now the flash goes through.
Good
Gorgeous.
flash.
Okay, there's the reaction from PaperX and the follow-up
God
from
second.
Forsaken and Divine.
God
Now
second.
they're hitting
Nice.
their stride.
God second,
It
baby.
might be a little late in the
God
half, but they've
second.
got the foundations laid.
Hashtag
Pistol to
curse
bridge the
Israel.
gap, but
Nice
they're gonna need
three,
it.
let's go.
Yeah,
Curse
we
bolte,
finally saw
chat
some
kolte.
life in the squad, like reading what was going to be done by Jonah P. I think that's the first time that he's actually been caught. And then also
यार,
Forsaken,
Halef is going
last couple of
places,
rounds,
लेकिन कुछ भी
really
बोलो.
stepping up to the plate. It's a
I'm
mountain
proud
to
of you,
climb,
यार,
but
Zizou.
luckily there's a second half after the break.
Proud of you यार जीजू. Love you. Trend setter है अपना जीजू. Trend setter.
Red Bull gives you wings.
दोबारा. Trend setter. Hey बे. हेलेफ कैसे लग रहा है? इतने तेरे ट्रू फैंस है.
चैट में ही है.
कैसे लग रहा है? बाय द वे, दोबारा मेरे चैट में आने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हेलेफ भाई. वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू यार मेरी जान. वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू. ये होता है रियल इन्फ्लुएंसर. मेरे को तो लग रहा था मैं हूँ. यू प्रूव मी रॉन्ग. मेन स्टेज पे आपने इन्फ्लुएंस किया. मेन स्टेज. क्रेजी. जिंक को भी नहीं छोड़ा यार हेलेफ. बाय द वे हेलेफ भाई, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन था. हाँ, मैंने मूवी देखी थी एक, जिसमें #2 करके एक क्यूटी को लाया. उसके बाद 3 क्यूटी चटक गए. एनी कमेंट्स? हाँ, एनी कमेंट्स?
टारगेट कर रहा है ये. टारगेट कर रहा है.
PaperX started to wake up towards the end of that last half. See if they can carry through that momentum here.
But they have to. Again, this is a group where there's a lot of threats. Like
एंटीडोट
EDG
तो
and
टीआर
Lotus
का
again is
एंटीडोट
gonna be
निकला.
played later on, and
माफ
if
करे
this
यार.
is the level that we're
एंटीडोट दा
getting,
लव
okay,
यू.
maybe it has been impressive level on the other side, but I do question whether or not we're going to sit there and go, can they beat either of the teams we'll see play later on?
Well, that's
Friendship Day पे
it. They
एक
have a flat
-1
performance like
friend
this
हो
to
गया.
start it out, but 2 rounds to close out the last half.
छोटा
It's
बेंच
a
जिम्स
little
कर ले.
injection of
लैंग्वेज.
hope. The pistol round carries most of it on its back. If PaperX don't
एक
win
और
this
फ्रेंड
one,
गया.
again, the
फ्रेंडशिप
home
डे
stretch
के
for
दिन
G2,
बनता
we
था.
saw it. It was just too far out of reach on Icebox for PaperX to come back into. G2 didn't slow
अपने
down.
मैप है. ये देखा तूने क्या?
Barriers about to go up. The challenge,
Hey,
not
तेरा
to
sticker.
lose 4 players to Jonah P's headshots.
You know what? He doesn't have a sheriff this time, so I'm not a believer.
-1 friend and
Already,
wipe
though.
कर दे.
Well, yeah, see, it's not a sheriff. Not quite as controlled, aggressive.
लड़ो लड़ो लड़ो.
They've met them outside.
लड़ो बे. फिर से घुसो. रुकना नहीं.
Things even, but
Only
neither
mid
team
fight
is shying
करो.
away from this. They want to fight. And well, maybe I was wrong. Jonah P with a double. It's not going to be 4, you know, not possible. But it's still pretty good. Last man standing something.
लड़ना नहीं था फिर से. मेरा कॉल क्यों सुनते हैं ये लोग
Wow.
पता नहीं.
I believed in the post plants of G2 throughout the entirety of these series. And
आज जो
I don't think
रूम
I'm
में
gonna
बूम
stop
बाम मिलने वाला है
not
इनको.
believe now.
No, I don't
Huh?
really care what the number is
Aaj-
for Jonah P. He needs a raise.
Heavy boom
He's
bam है.
putting in the goddamn work at this point. Trent with a bulldog.
Aaj heavy
Trent
class.
with an Odin, didn't matter. I'm becoming a fan of this team very quickly.
Are you just trying to get the whole team a raise? Is
Just
that the goal?
At this point, Tom, you disagree? It's been unbelievable, and although something grabs
Bunks bag
one, that
100%
is
side
all
rate
that
चल
is.
रहा है.
Two managers going, shut up! Shut
Language.
up.
10-3.
रुक जा,
Double
रुक जा.
digits found.
भाई पहली बात फोर्स करो. अब भी मेन राउंड है फोर्स करने का. 11-3 से कम बैक एनएच के. सबसे पहली बात फोर्स करे. ठीक है. सेकंड बात, जो बी पुश किया है वो फिर से करे. यू कैन नॉट एक्सपेक्ट अगेन. दोनों ने सुना. चलो हार जाओ.
You got a plan. It wasn't even close. So you're basically just going to go in with
IGL का कॉल नहीं सुन रहा.
or stingers with no shields or light shields. It's
हार
just
गए
not
फिर.
worth it. So
पिकेम्स के लौड़े लग
it's
गए.
just going to have to be the hard eco.
इसने मेरे को वो बोला था पिकेम्स
Solo
करने का. मेरे को
sheriff.
उसका नाम चाहिए बस. शांति से
although,
मैं अपनी
yeah,
जिंदगी
they
जी
do
रहा
lose
था.
this
बिंक्स
round,
पे
it'll be a
पिकेम्स
massive
करे
jinx. The way that
पिकेम्स
G2 is
करे.
playing, I would be
एक
gobsmacked
नहीं
if
जीते.
they lose
क्रिस्टल
this
बॉल
one.
लेके घूमू मैं.
Absolutely. They have been so disciplined. The teams that lose these rounds tend to be much more loosey-goosey, taking risks. Now you can see that on the side of PRX, they're willing to group up and do a little exec play. All the util thrown outside of A at Rubble. All the dashes used, the space taken, and there's no one here. Now they've got to go to the other side of the map, which is wide open. Typically, you'll have your Sentinel on this side when you go for those big gamble plays, at least getting you the information early. PRX will struggle with that, as they don't have.
कौन बोला था? मेरे को अंदर से feeling आया था यार.
They're just set up, watching for the door.
चार बंदे यहाँ से क्या कर रहे हैं भैया जी?
Wow. Something. He's going to be met by Leaf. It's only a pistol player, so not the end of the world, but we'll garner him an extra orb at least.
मारता तो है good.
For the rest, yeah, they've dropped a couple of players. This really isn't bad. Where did that come from? Again, Forsaken.
Squeeze me, baby.
Melissa, like, there's time for this.
Baby, squeeze me.
Low है.
Low है तो क्या हुआ? ये भी तो एक हेड का है.
A safe pair of hands, but not this
Oh my God!
Unbelievable. 42
भाई
HP
इसलिए फोर्स
between
नहीं
them as
करना
well.
था. नहीं करना था. बराबर.
Absolutely nowhere. Typically when you see those, there's at least a small bit of investment, but this really came out of the blue. Double digits for G2, sure, but that lead not extended on, and now the economy
दो बाप
in a
टीम
tough
सेंटर
spot.
PRX
Hey,
लोअर
of all the
ब्रैकेट.
ways to start this half out, this may well end up being one of the best.
लेकिन
for
अलग-अलग
PRX.
ग्रुप से वो लोग आपस में नहीं
I
लड़ेंगे.
wouldn't recommend it as something you should attempt.
That's not a foolproof strategy, that's for sure.
It's funny as well because the time they invested into round number 2 as a 4-spy, it failed miserably. And the time they didn't, they win with 2 players standing. It's the most PRX thing on the planet. And here goes Jing, continuing that train of thought. He's looking to battle and brawl, maybe get some confidence back. He's definitely had a bit of a rough map so far, but I don't think anybody's doubting
What is this Pinky? देखो ना यार.
he can turn it around.
Yeah, that was his third
Husband
kill
help line
so
है
far.
कोई?
Push up from something, good space taken.
Something.
Turret not watching
Calf
this
attack
angle, and
देख.
it's left
Calf
open for a
attack
moment.
चाहिए.
He has the timing.
Triple kill, baby. I can smell it.
Perfectly.
One.
And he's not greedy.
Triple
Just
kill.
taking the one.
Something.
Backing off,
PRX
holding
something
position
है तो गुस.
And Icy, the last
तीनों
two
kill तेरे
standing.
हैं.
And it looks
Believe
like
in
the
yourself.
Reds have really found themselves a way
मेरा
back into
बात
this
सुन
series.
something.
Back
4
into this
second
map,
मार
more
तू.
importantly.
4 second नहीं मारेगा. Something ही मारेगा.
Fifth soon to come on
ना.
board with
वो
this.
लोग 4
second
second
मार.
करके वापस भागेंगे something के
Squad
पास.
waiting for them. And it's nice and easy. Just leaving Trent, just a sheriff. And if he wins this one, PRX may just walk off the stage. 10-5.
तीनों पे उसके.
Halfway there.
मैच से पहले बंक्स का हाथ मुंह बंद
It's
के
still
बांध
a long road to
बंद
go.
कर
And
दो
I think we
दूसरे
know that getting back into
कमरे
the
में.
buy rounds is where the expectation
Love you.
changes. But I do
दोनों
think that
कमरों में
just boosts the
पीसी है.
confidence. Like winning a round like that gets everybody hyped up, gets the blood
हाँ,
pumping.
बंद
Also just
करूँ.
proves, you know, we
किचन
can
में
take these
दरवाजा
rounds away
नहीं
from
है.
them. We
ये
can
कितने
still
दिन
get
से
away
इधर है
with the
पता?
stuff that
तेरा ही
we've
है
been
वो. मैं
attempting
वेट
and
कर
that's
रही हूँ
failed.
उसमें मशरूम्स ग्रो फंगस
I think
ग्रो सब
Forsaken
अंदर.
a lot of the time puts the world on his back
पानी
when
डालो ना
things
तो
are
फिर grow हो रहा
going
तो.
bad. We saw that in Madrid as well. One of the craziest shotgun plays. Like, no, the craziest shotgun play I've ever seen. Question now is how far does
भाई मैं
that go?
सोचा नहीं था PRX हारेगा लेकिन सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ.
Forsaken certainly not afraid. And you mentioned about the confidence. It's a
बाथरूम
big
में बंद
factor.
करो.
Something certainly has it. Already going up aggressive on A. He's
You
got
bite.
backup. Prowler coming around, spotting a player close left, and he decides to back off. Yeah, this is a wise choice, knowing there could be a swing coming out from both directions. Can't see someone like Jing slow it down
Bathroom
even
में.
after a couple of bad
Bathroom.
rounds. Well, more than a couple. This Neon, he needs to be
अरे!
taking space, and he's done just
Bathroom
that.
में
Now
भी
they
नहीं
can
कर
start to
सकती.
rotate to the other side of the map. They'll be a little bit
मेरे
late.
को आंसर नहीं सुनने
9-3
का.
seems to be just conceding. the
नहीं
control.
सच्ची नहीं दरवाजा का वो कड़ी नहीं अपने में.
His knife not yet back online.
हाँ अंदर से लॉक
Got
कर
the
सकते
fragment in, but
अंदर से कैसे तू
it's
तो
only
खोल
going to
देगा.
deny them the close corner.
Obviously.
I think they're
Guys,
going to have to give
bathroom
this
में
one
भी नहीं
up.
कर
Again,
सकते.
looking to play the retake. Plant. Going to be denied
Yeah.
just yet. As they
Post
wait
plan
patiently
G2 का
for
बहुत
everybody
बाप
to
वो वाला
arrive.
बाथरूम नॉब है. दरवाजा वाला.
Post plan बहुत
G2's
बाप है
book.
G2 का.
PRX on the way in, and up he goes, but Jing not landing the shot. The trade is good nonetheless. He causes the
Nice.
chaos. Trent, though, manages the recovery, and Jonah
second
P's there to help
No,
out.
no, no, no,
Forsaken,
no,
now the
Jonah
last
P
man
God.
standing, misses the jump up top, or maybe he intended to stay below. He almost caught Trent off guard, but the
But
reactions of this
actual
guy,
में हार गई PRX.
unbelievable. Another triple for Trent, and 11 rounds now on the board. The home stretch well and truly in full swing for G2.
God, it's not like the other side where
भाई वहाँ पे कुछ
G2
blind
can
mood
wait for
कुछ
their
नहीं था
retakes
क्या?
and just everything falls
भाई
into
इससे
place.
अच्छा तो
I
raise
don't
है
mind the
बे.
idea of the sort of the jump up.
इससे अच्छा raise jet है
even
क्या
if it's
बोलते
just
Jack?
the surprise factor of it, but again, whether it's Jonah P, whether it's Trent, like just having these positions to just almost maneuver around. That seems to be what's just so impressive about every player on this squad is their
भाई G2
positioning.
strong big है बे PRX.
Again though, financially, PRX after the round, they won off pistols.
Oh नहीं.
Shots भी नहीं लग
That
रहे.
looked close, but
Shifting to CS2.
no cigar.
Just a hair away, but it's enough.
क्या है system?
PRX don't claim the early advantage. G2 stacked up and ready to blitz out of this choke point. If they go for it, they could be in trouble. You've got
नया
Jing
नहीं
and
डाल रहे
Mind
क्या?
Freak
15 साल
ready
में
to
एक.
exact vengeance on them. Instead, the spike is shifting towards the B side. A bit of a split with some going C where they know that there's an op. You have to imagine there'll be deep utility used here to push them off the angle. Indeed, it's going to be the Prowler sent through, and it's caught him up close, got the op shot out. Now they've claimed the angle on the side of G2, but is the spike going towards B? I mean, Leaf's already taken the space. The door's open. Nightfall goes through. It's a confusing one for PRX to read, and if they had an IGL, he'd be panicking about now. Forsaken, under pressure, manages the one, but they need a little bit more.
लॉल यहाँ से कूदा वो मारा.
Leaves Valen alone. First goes his way. Now he can back out of there. Has the spike in his hand. They know exactly where he is, and something a little bit too quick to allow him to get away.
Back to NHK.
A 6th round onto the board for PRX. A big one to win as well. It's going to put
all plan
the
of
economy
right to not give 100% title
once again. And that is again the thing, just how disruptive this team can be. The rotations of Forsaken, selling the idea that, okay, he's gone down, Jing can now swing off the same position. And then this man at the back of the site, give him anything.
यहाँ से मारा वहाँ से उछला लॉल.
Still, a long way back. But these sort of back and forth rounds, well, at least winning one and then losing it straight back, it's probably the best thing that could have happened for PRX, because it means that financially, again, G2 are in trouble.
Come back this time, playing on the A side to allow PRX to push up on C and take that space. Problem is they can't commit to so many players on Mount because they have to go back to clear B. That leaves Jing isolated when the fight comes down. G2 able to take that pick for free. And now the world's their oyster. They can take it where they want. Turret's still covering their back, but it's about to be out of range. Looks like commitment to the C site, and it certainly is. Straight through his ice. He has Showstopper to use, but not anymore. Mind Freak keeping control over the back. He's lit down by the spams and has to be a bit more passive now. The rest of his team on the rotation. 2 stack up on B and 1 further, but they don't know that the snake in the grass yet again, the Viper down below, is on his way. And he's just wrapping for free. It could be an easy kill. He's gone into the smoke, though. A moment of solace for Mind Freak, but he doesn't expect there to be a player there. Forsaken's blindsided, and Mind Freak low on the site will struggle to stop this plant.
He's trying his best.
30 seconds
At least one comes up for Divine. Now the time is ticking. This brings things back to even. It's whether or not they want to try and use the Viper's pit, but it might make it tougher to put on another one for Mind Freak. Leaf tags desperately low. It has to be Trent. It needs to be him to try and get something done. And what, 15 seconds left.
No time, no time,
Plenty
no
of
time.
players to fight it. In fact, it's a man that started it all. Mind Freak with 3.
Reason to have this man's jersey at home, Tom. Phenomenal player. And a big round from him. Dodging the spams at first. His timing on the shrouded step was unbelievable. Forsaken was unfortunate to get caught blindsided as he walked back through. But the spams here, absolutely gorgeous. Not just taking down Valen, not just taking down Jonah P. I believe it was there. You see it in the kill feed. Leaf as well. 3 players going down through the wall.
The play cam there is quite funny. It looks like he's celebrating before he got the kill.
come back.
He's going to peek me. Watch this.
11-7.
NHK.
Are on that road to recovery. Now the ultimates weren't used by G2, so they still have them going into this round. Viper's Pit, Showstopper, but they built up on the other side as well. A matchup that, if PRX can win, they really are getting to the point where they're back in the game. An immediate teleport. I was about to say, if he sticks that, that's a bold attempt. Instead though, it was just used to give them the information. Nightfall used fairly early, but Jonah P's lurk caught by something.
Yeah, who could have guessed Jonah P would be lurking in this game? Seems something certainly hit the nail on the head. Now the steps are heard leaving the B
भाई
side.
इसके पास अल्ट है
Okay, the
लेकिन
knife gets
आईसी के
thrown
पास
through, so Forsaken knows there's someone outside B. He'll
बूमबॉट
stick in
ने अल्ट
position.
करके एक पूरा
C-side,
सिटी या
3 players
वाटरफॉल
just
खाली कर
outside
सकता
it. They had success, 3 kills in the last round off just spamming the wall and denying the plant. Looks like they're not going for that this time. Instead, it's Jing running around the nade for Forsaken, and Jing steps right into it. He's farming them up. And on 9 HP, Brave to use this ult through a smoke. And Leaf now has a real chance. 1v1 against the op. This round was looking done. It looked like it was already in the bag, and instead, there is going to be a challenge. The op not going to be the best for spamming through that wall. Something has to hope that he'll find an angle. Leaf knows once this ult goes off, he has time to get the plant in. He's going for it. Something's wild, spams, perhaps no. He's instead going to close the distance, keep the element of surprise up his sleeve, and try to isolate this man. Caught scoping in. It's a big danger. Nice! He picked the right angle.
Let's
It's
go!
not over yet for PRX. They pushed up to 8.
Let's go!
It's just a back and forth.
It
feels like they pulled G2 into the mania that is PRX.
1v1 था लेफ्ट पे अलम्बोट है राइट पे एम लगा के बैठने के बस
but again, a safe pair of hands is something with that operator. Jing though, like, just the fact he's playing again. We've seen this earlier in the tournament, just playing through the fragments.
क्या मारा बेलू.
Couldn't quite get it done on the last G2 after losing 5 of the last 6 rounds.
Comeback हो रहा है नहीं रे.
I think a necessary one as well, because we've said in the last map they were able to weather the storm. They were able to play up against PRX's style with them taking aggressive mid control, them running it down. They were playing it perfectly in those retakes, and in the post plants they were sublime.
That
PRX have started to deny them getting those plants,
उसने.
and that's where it becomes a little bit more problematic.
Well, you're seeing the first timeout for G2. I haven't had to use any so far. Remember, this was, what, 9-3 at the halftime? An impressive, and the pistol went to G2. So really
this could have been
recovery.
over like
कोई ना कोई round PRX push करने वाला और ये लोग wait करने वाले.
With most games, it would have been
क्योंकि उसका
over.
ऑप वैसे ही है aggressive. देखा ना किधर जाके मार के आया था.
A little bit, and with 3 rounds in between them, it is definitely the time for G2 to touch
तो
base
यार
with the
कौन सा
coaching
पड़ा?
staff. This round not likely to be the one
ओ
that
ये
they
वाला
win. They've
सेन
got
को
pistols,
बग्स देना
very
अब
light
पूरा
investing,
टूर्नामेंट प्लीज
no heavy
चैंपियन
shields
जीता सेन को
whatsoever.
10
A few
डिफरेंट
ultimates
पक्का.
online, but
जीता तो
again, unless you see Jonah P headshot
such a
3
naive
people,
guy you are.
or 2 maybe,
Champion
you're
इस
not
बार
likely to
सैन
see
ही
that
जीतेगा.
showstopper pulled into effect,
मेरे हिसाब
unless there's a big mistake from PRX.
Yeah, same for his Vipers pair as well. It's like you've got a stinger
supporting
in case
PRX bro.
that eventuality
69
comes
भाई.
about.
क्या नाम है ये?
A lot more is needed. It's so aggressive. Already immediately taking control towards that C site. It's left something alone. This could actually be the bigger problem for them. He's going to manage to dodge, but they're trying to pressure with a low buy, looking to get as close as they can. He's repositioned, but the shots are missed. He's now somewhat stuck in the mud, and they're waiting for that rotation to come back in. Shots connecting. Icy found another one, and he goes for even more. And not even needing that showstopper when he's got the pistol in hand.
Trent's behind as well. He was biding his time on B, and there's no way they expect him to be here at this stage. He's recovered a rifle, and it's the freest kill of his life with Jing down and out. What a way to push up to 12 from G2, a round that seemed like they wouldn't have a chance in. They had nothing but pistols for the most part, and here they are. Just survived 1 against 4. A Viper's pit to fight through. Icy, who's popping off everyone on rifles, bar Jonah P, who doesn't give a damn inside his pit, and a showstopper just for good measure. This is a disastrous outcome. And sure, he takes down 1, but that matters little to G2 right now. A 3K for Icy, a MasterCard Thrifty, and with that, 4 chances to take the series for the G2-0.
नहीं जीत रहा, जो राउंड नहीं जीतना चाहिए वो राउंड G2 जीत रहा है. मतलब क्या दिमाग का माबेन हो रहा है भाई.
And one that it's unfortunate, like you put your operator on one side, and I thought that was going to be
Valor से retire हो रहा, GG.
It's mainly just the fact that Icy's able to wrap back in, and then I think he spots, that's it, it's just the shrouded step. He sees just a tiny bit of information and is completely ready for anything Mind Freak is going to do. 12-8. Operator now gone as well. Can't be back on the ball for PRX in this round. It's been a huge part of what they have. Jing, he's gone as well.
And the showstopper's active, but Mind Freak's up top. No one was close enough to trade him out. Big swing from Devi as well. They'll double up on it. PRX now with the advantage. They punish the early rubble control. The response seems to be to take it the other direction. The steps are heard as Valorant moves up towards B main. They know that he's on his way here and something is more than ready to execute him. But Valen starts to run back. Timing for something isn't great because the turret's still there. It's going to catch him and give the information. They know that push has come through, but it does get the rotation to the C site.
Good night, Bunks Bhai ji. Good night, Shin Bhai.
It will have actually been a perfect stack up for them on the C site. Now G2 can call into question, okay, if he's pushed up, they know it's not B. They know the fake that we sold isn't going to be there. Forsaken under pressure, but he can't afford to give the game away here. Come on. But now already they've lost one. This is an awkward fight to take. He's just about going to make it around the corner.
Trent is so smart. He throws the reveal and then just swings it, knowing that they're probably going to go for the peak. Nightfall goes through in the back of that. Forsaken catches Valen, though. A huge kill. But with the Nightfall hitting, Trent takes his moment to go for the flank, moving around through heaven, sees that it's clear. Now you know that the defender spawn is not where they're coming from. It refocuses Leaf. He's now looking towards the water, where he's already heard Mind Freak, TP across, waiting for the steps, and he's turned at the wrong moment, a free kill. Trent now has to do it all. He's pulled out multi-kills so many times in the past, and the first is his, but he's going to swing in and deny that defuse. Not this time. 12-9. 3 more chances for G2.
Yeah, well, again, it's going to be a break back immediately after we see that pistol round back. Got yourself what was a nice attempt to turn back around. After the early battles, it was looking rough, especially with the information that something was able to get with such a deep position. But even still, once Leaf went down, the position for the retake or the clutch for Trent just wasn't a good one. From the depths of hell again, PRX look to rise. Economically, though, again, they're still almost fighting off the back of that pistol, and it's given them enough to purchase once more. No surprise, we're seeing a push up on A.
Yeah, they've had success taking it. Mind Freak alongside Jing. Forsaken early knife for info on C. And the aggression from something successful, at least in the last round for the information. First fight doesn't go their way. Mound control given over to the side of G2. Orb to be taken. 2 away now from a lockdown and the push-up on A. The slide in from Jing is gorgeous. Jonah P didn't stand a chance.
It's got to be infuriating. The amount of times he's been picked off by an operator pushing him. And now Jing sliding into position.
Score guess karo 13-11.
The B site looks to be the point of contention. Smokes out, paranoia, utility, but there seems to be a point where they might look to just push through this. I didn't expect that. Now Icy has managed to put down 2. It's not the play you expect to see with the Odin. And now Mind Freak's gone as well. The perfect combo. It's left onto the man who started this comeback. Forsaken, 1v4.
Devastating round. Let's see if he can do it. And no, immediately shut down. G2, 13-8 and 13-9. They were the better team here today. And the man on your screens, ice cold with it. This guy is unbelievable. His rays popped off, but you got to commend G2. They look like such a clean machine on the server. This is someone that and anyone in this tournament should be scared to face.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think coming into this group,
6K likes, I'll make sure मैं Twitter delete कर दूंगी Binks के phone से.
हमारा बदला लेगा कांग कांग. हमारा बदला कांग कांग ही लेगा ब्रो. तुम लोग को मैं मूवी समझाता हूँ क्या होगा. G2 जीता अभी बराबर. नेक्स्ट जीतेगा EDG बराबर. G2 वर्सेस EDG होएगा. ठीक है. G2 वर्सेस EDG होएगा. जो जीता वो क्वालिफाई. कौन बदला लेगा? EDG. G2 आएगा नीचे. PRX वर्सेस फुट होएगा. PRX चल फुट बोलेगा. ठीक है. फिर होएगा G2 वर्सेस PRX घर भेजने वाला रीमैच. ठीक है. ये पूरा स्टोरी लाइन है. ये मेरे को पता था. ठीक है. सिंपल बात है. फर्स्ट जो टीम आएगा वो है कांग कांग और सेकंड जो आएगा वो है PRX. G2 बार. पीछे का दरवाजा याद रखना. छाती पे लिख लो अपने अपने. ये है मेरा ट्रू प्रेडिक्शन, ये मैं बताने नहीं चाहता था, अभी इतने सारे लोग सुन रहे करके मैं बता रहा हूँ, वरना ये मेरे अंदर ही था बात, यही होने वाला है।
चुप रहो।
Teams look like they shine. I think on both maps, but this map in particular, it was just ridiculous. Whether it was saving utility for the late round, just having it to combo a player out of position, or even just general cohesion and fundamentals from these players. Like, they are so in sync with each other. Their positioning and where they take fights, like basically optimizing whether they are there or not. It was at times.
क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, we are close to 6K likes. अभी होएगा दी कांग गेम प्ले बेबी, 30 बॉम्ब मारने वाला है कांग, मार्क माय वर्ड, 30 बॉम्ब.
If we've seen our fair share of teams struggle with that in the past, for PRX, a team that was previously up on top now finds themselves with a loss to open up champs. We're going to go down to the stage though and hear from Valorant with our good friend.
PRX just unlucky today. हाँ बे क्लोज गए बे दोनों यार, ऐसा फील आया कि जीत सकता है दोनों.
Welcome to the post-match interviews with your host Bella. I'm joined by G2's Valen. Congratulations, Valen, on your win.
Thank you.
Bye, cute to Valen.
오늘 첫 번째 경기 G2의 발린 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 유일하게 G2가 어센션 팀에서 챔피언스를 진출하게 됐는데 이전에 또 아시안 페이퍼렉스를 오늘 이긴 승리 소감 한번 먼저 들어보겠습니다. The only Ascension team in champs, and yet once again you took down PRX. How is that? How does that win taste?
It feels very good to come out for our first match. And
Super chat miss as about EDG.
We know it's going to be a long journey, but to start off strong means a lot to us.
Next prediction, thank you for supporting PRX again. King 69 is fired dore. Haramzada hater.
The boys showed a great game today, so thank you to my team.
이번 챔피언스를 통해서 이제 첫 경기를 정말 좋게 출발하게 돼서 너무 기쁘고요. 이제 팀원들도 그렇고 이제 앞으로 이길 경기들이 많이 남아 있지만 첫 출발이 좋아서 너무 기쁘다고 하네요. 그리고 G2의 이제 아이스박스가 점점 강해지는 우리가 오늘 경기에서도 볼 수 있었는데 좀 IGL로서의 발리는 오늘 아이스박스 팀의 아이스박스를 어떻게 평가하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Your Icebox has been getting more solid by each game, and how would you rate, or what are your thoughts? How confident are you about your team's Icebox?
Yeah, so we've had some devastating losses on that map. Obviously, some almost 13-0s, like really bad results, but it's always been a top map for us in scrim, so we don't shy away from it. We know it's a good map for us, and we just have to look back at the VODs when we lose and iron out some little details, because it always comes down to the tiny things for us. And from there, you know, we just took it match by match, and now it feels really confident, so I kind of dare teams to pick it.
이제 원래 아이스박스가 스크림에서는 항상 탑픽이었기 때문에 뭔가 자신감은 항상 있었지만 이제 안 좋았던 경기들이 몇 번 있어서 오늘 이번 이제 경기를 통해서도 이제 G2의 아이스박스는 준비가 됐고 다른 팀들도 저 도전장을 내밀었으면 좋겠다고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 가기 전에 마지막으로 승부 예측 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. One last thing before you go, EDG or Foot Esports?
I want EDG.
EDG?
Yeah.
All right.
EDG,
All right, good luck to you for the rest of the tournament. Thank you for the interview.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And that was G2's Valen, and we'll have to see if he's right, because we have EDG versus Foot Esports coming up after the break. Bye-bye.
Audience be cute. बाय बाय क्यूटिया, आएगी वापस आएगी. ये देखो नकली कांगकांग इन द चार्ट. हाँ ना वरुण, क्या 80% मिल सकता है? मेरा अब तक ये वाला एक रॉन्ग हुआ है और वो ट्रेस ई-स्पोर्ट्स वाला रॉन्ग हुआ है. करना पड़ेगा. The PRX fan experience is suffering. I'm supporting Genji. Genji for the win. Pacific में trophy आनी चाहिए. Genji is my hope. मैं भी ट्वीट करूं, मेरा आएगा. Same. Cutest fan base PRX has. Binks का ट्विटर, अरे 6000 लाइक्स नहीं हुआ ना, नहीं तो तभी का तभी कर लेते थी. मैंने बोला भाई के गया तुम लोग. G2 2-0. G2 2-0. वैसा हो रहा है. आइए कांग, लेट्स गो. और कौन है? मैं नाम भूल गई सबका. वो आएगा ना वाला. नहीं, वो तो लाउड में.
Welcome back to day 4 Champions Tour. Second match on this beautiful Sunday. It's going to be
नाला देखा वहाँ का.
taking on Foot Esports. Of course, Golden Boy here once again, joined by Achilles as well as Mimi to break everything down. And I mean, before we jump into it though, I do want to do some quick reflection. G2, excellent job from them. Seth, I hope you're okay, buddy. You're reeling a little bit for a bit, but you got over it.
It's nothing I haven't been through before, and they always they tell you
G2.
that nonsense.
G2.
Never experience that same degree of pain again.
Yeah.
Smoggy G2, yes.
Yeah, that's right. You embrace the pain. You become one with the pain. Hey, but you know what though? An excellent matchup from G2. We'll of course see both of those teams later on in the competition. But for now though, let's focus our attention on the task at hand. Now these two teams are no strangers to the global stage and have had some incredible moments, but they've never really been able to get over that hump. 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th, but you know that the talent is there, Mimi.
Top 6 is the limit for both these teams. EDG has been to 6 global events, Foot to 4, and I think they're really paralleled in their story. Both a team that fully represents one country, EDG for China, and on the other side, Foot for Turkey, that have been the best from their respective regions at making deeper runs. But for EDG, after having their breakout year last year, I think this year it's been a bit more disappointment, going home early in that first round at Masters Shanghai in front of their home crowd.
पहला मैप कौन जीता? कांग.
No, it really wasn't. I mean, it was a year of elation last year, as you're saying. This year has been a bit of a rockier road. And I'm curious to see how they look, because there's additional pressures that are kind of getting stacked on EDG, because they have seen success from the likes of FPX on the
international
stage.
भाई VCT का क्या
They
पता?
themselves still remain at the top here regionally, but now we saw with that matchup from Trace, the bar continues to get set higher and higher.
पहला मैप जीता? कांग chat.
Yeah, no, of course. It goes without saying that you have a team in this situation.
बेशर्मो 8000 वोट्स और 5000 लाइक्स, 3000 लोग गोटियां को जा रहे थे, सिर्फ एक बटन मार के चले गए. हाँ, हिटर्स बड़े बड़े हैं चैट पे. EDG फुट जीतेगा भाई, फुट तो नहीं जीतेगा भाई. I love Sined भाई, I love him, but Kang is Kang. Mark my words. Kang is Kang, baby.
And I think from watching their games, really reinvigorated EDG. They're back to dominate.
Guys, pick'ems के किस लगे पड़े हैं?
They're showing a lot of new comps and ideas.
सब लोगों ने PAPRX.
And Simon has been a big part of that.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that time and time again for a multitude of different rosters, and how long that stretch, how long that reinvigoration can last is a different question. But I mean, it's very much the likes of, you know, something joining onto the side of PAPRX and then being able to take over Pacific last.
आज वैलो स्ट्रीम होगी क्या? Obviously होगी, मेरी जान के टूटे.
Their spot at the top over in China. How does this look though on that global stage is the big question.
I think he looks solid regionally. He's playing. He has a
No, I
really
don't
wide initiator pool, and he does fill in pretty much one for one for Haodong's role.
ये टाइम पे कौन प्राइस करता है? प्राइस करने का एक्चुअल टाइम क्या है पता है?
For ages,
Actual time.
basically the dawn of EDG, is now
4
picking
o'clock
up that
cast.
mantle, which I feel like he's a little surprising because he was so often known as a player who was making some of the more crazy, wild plays, running around on Sky for this team. But he's really locked in, and I think evolved as a player to now take on that.
ना शाम के टाइम पे
of the in-game
प्राइस
leadership.
खाने का.
What you need to do when you want to compete at this level. The
ये
best
हो सकता है कि मैं इन्फ्लुएंस होके मंगाया रहेगा.
need to take it to that next step. But let's go ahead and hear what Simon says as we have
वैम्पायर आ गया तेरा. वैम्पायर दांत.
Hi Simon, hello. Can we pull you for a quick question now? This is
देखो,
not only
discipline
your
देखो.
first, hi Kaka. This is not only your first champions, but this is your first global.
अपने इधर रहता था ना ऐसा
What's going through your head
सर्कल.
right now? How did you
घेर
prepare
के.
for this
सर्कल
game?
रहता, कद्दू कोई नहीं जाता. सिंपल बात है, जब तक छाती में साइन नहीं किया तब तक जाने नहीं मिलेगा. सिंपल बात है.
那你现在脑海当中在想这些什么呢？以及是怎么准备今天的比赛的呢？
在想什么？就是有点紧张，然后就想着努力
एक दो और क्वेश्चन बनता है.
A little bit nervous, and we'll try our best to win today's matchup.
Well, I'm sure you guys are gonna do great. Thank you very much for your time.
पहले PRX अभी के अब तो छोड़ दे हरामी मानस गौरव भाई.
Okay, not what I was expecting. A little bit nervous, but you know what? I mean, maybe a little nerves might not be the worst thing in the world to have, right? You know, trying to spin that.
I think it's really expected, and I think that frankly, it's better to just be honest about it rather than maybe try to lie to yourself and say like, no, everything's going well, I'm gonna do fine, you know, the team's gonna do great, whatever. Sometimes just accepting that you have that nervousness is going to, you know, just help you be able to overcome it. The team knows what you're dealing with. They've been there in that position before, so he's got a good support group around him.
साइमन का डिबेट है. साइमन का जरूरत नहीं है.
And I also don't think he's alone in those.
कंग मारेगा.
Nobody
साइमन का जरूरत नहीं है.
in an interview was talking about the fact that he having to pick up the IGL mantle was feeling anxious himself.
Just
about
saying,
it.
India in
feeling
semis in hockey.
Yay! But I still think that the team has looked good. They looked comfortable when they were playing in their own region. They played a similar style.
वो देखा मैंने.
Solid, and I think that Simon, well, he wasn't.
भाई दो चीजें ना देख के बुरा लगा. एक फुटबॉल वाला वो और अभी एक बॉक्सिंग वाला. सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ यार. इतना मेहनत करने के बाद ऐसा चुपता तो रहेगा. क्या बोलते हो चैट? हाँ, फैंस को इतना चुप रहा है, लेकिन जो प्लेयर्स है भाई क्या गुजरता रहेगा भाई इतना मेहनत करने के बाद. हाँ, क्या बोलते हो चैट? फुटबॉल वाला कौन सा? बॉल बाहर था, बाहर से अंदर लेके गोल मारा था. हाँ, टेन वर्सेस 12 जीत गए. या इट्स ट्रू, इट्स नॉट फेयर. ये मेरे को नहीं समझा. लेकिन मेरे को क्या क्या हो रहा है वो नहीं मालूम. मैं सिर्फ ट्वीट देख के रिएक्ट कर रहा हूँ. हो सकता है हाफ स्टोरी रहेगा, लेकिन अगर एक्चुअल में ऐसा सब हुआ है तो फिर चुपता तो रहेगा. हाँ, मतलब एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे कैसे समझाओ. मतलब तुम लोग को लेमैन्स लैंग्वेज समझाओ. समझो कि तुम लोग ने फुल साल मेहनत किया, फुल साल, और फिर तुमको फ्रेंचाइज स्लॉट मिला, और उधर जाके
अनम्यूट कर
Global
दो.
stage who maybe hoists a trophy over his head. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hey guys, we have a very special guest joining me today for a quick interview. We have Kang Kang
Kang
of EDG,
Kang
and we have
bolte!
Luna to help with some translation. So nice to
Translation
see you
zaruri hai.
guys. Now, Kang Kang, you've
Dono ke
been at
beech mein.
every global event since Champions 2022. How different is it being here at Champions 2024 from the first time that you stepped onto that global stage?
会有一些感觉吧，就以前可能会觉得一切都是很未知的，然后现在可能就是准备好自己该做的那些东西，然后去尽力的去面对下一场比赛就行了。
I think there's there's
minus 15 and minus 100 is decided.
Just feel that everything is unknown, but now you just have to prepare your own thing just to try your best.
Yeah, well, we know, of course, that we're going to expect the very best from EDG. But now the team looks a little bit different. You have Simon now on the roster. You have Muggle now as the head coach. And Haodong is now assistant coach. So with your top seed finish in VCT China, how would you say they impacted like preparations going into this event and on that global stage?
我觉得就更专项一点，然后
Global bully wo?
更做东西更基础，然后只是构建一下团队的道具跟协同吧，然后其他就可能风格有一些转变，然后跟之前训练的东西跟针对的东西不太一样了。
I think we have the things we have changed particularly. It's more about our basic, more about our synergy, our Kate, and our thing. The difference is like the style because we have changed a little bit. So I feel like the things we're changing is in different style right now.
Well, we know that you and EDG, you have a massive fan base. We saw that in Master Shanghai. Why do you think the fans connect to you so much, Kang Kang?
我觉得可能更多的是活力吧。我觉得我们一直以来就备受关注的一点就是我们充满活力，对，所以说怎么说呢？其实。然后再加上可能是舞台上或者赛场上我们的发挥，然后跟表现吧。
I think the first thing is about our energetic. I think this is one of the most important reason, and also plus on our performance on the stage or in the server. I think that's why.
I think it's also like your epic poses, right? You who can forget that. We're eager to see more of it on that stage. So thank you so much for this interview and best of luck.
EDG burst onto the scene and really made a name for themselves right out of the gate. Kang Kang obviously being at the tip of the spear when it comes to that. But, I think, that energy, that excitement, that's what makes this EDG team so excited. And
the classic pose was at Champs, wasn't it?
Love it, yeah.
I think it might have been Tokyo.
Was it?
No, I think it was LA.
I thought it was LA too.
I'm sure it was Champs LA. I mean, he had so many different moments.
He's an icon.
It's really easy to kind of get confused and conflate them all together. Either way, yeah.
But
For me, after last year, like Kang Kang was that guy. He was the one I feel like everybody should have been looking at.
Yeah, for sure. But then on the other side, his counterpart there is going to be
Foot का highlights क्यों दिखा रहे मालूम है? क्यों ये लोग हारने वाले?
and another team similar to EDG who have not been able to break past that glass ceiling, and they're right there to be able to do so.
But the last event was their breakout. They finally beat one of their demons in Fnatic and made it into the top 6 at Master Shanghai. It was their best appearance ever at a global event. And these guys have come back in honestly looking solid. They did end up losing to Fnatic again and went down in the EMEA playoffs, but I think they stuck to their guns. They're still a team with a lot of somewhat unique but really well executed ideas. When I think of them, I don't think of like crazy plays and combinations, but I just think of really solid teamwork, players swinging together, everyone in the right place, and just some fantastic Turkish aim from players like Sinet and Yetije.
Yeah, you love to see it. Oh, well, look at that. Lost that pen. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from a world champ, shall we? We got Sinet standing by with Mika Fabs.
मेरे साथ फोटो खींचा सिनेट
Hi, Sinet. Good to have you back. The team is back for another Champions, and I feel like you guys are the team that everybody is sort of healthily wary of. So what do you think this roster, Foot, can bring to the table that you think will surprise everybody on that stage this year?
I mean, we are come to here to, I think, as underdogs, so we can surprise everyone, I hope, and become champion.
Well, eager to see it. Good luck out there.
Bye, cute. Sinan bhai, love you.
Both these teams, I think, are coming
आज
in with
हारोगे,
a bit of an
लेकिन
underdog mentality, right? They've both had their
दिल जीते हो.
breakouts before on the international stage, but both these squads, I think, approaching their opponent with respect, but with real potential to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, Kong, he's always been that guy getting out of his chair, getting in your face. We've been seeing that more and more from CNETs, and now with these two clashing for the very first time, I'm curious to see who's going to be left standing at the end of this all and who's going to be sitting in their chairs.
Yeah, for sure. But another player, though, that I'm really excited to check out is Yetuje, who also another one who came into the global stage and really shocked us all with his performance. And I think it's safe to say, like, this is a guy that you gotta be afraid of when you face off against him in that server.
He's such an important player for this team. He's almost always going to be locking in this cypher. And I think they have so many of their defensive ideas built around him about disguising the strong side of setting him up in a lot of positions where he's left alone on the site and has to do a ton, but his mechanics and his individual form is so good that he's almost always thriving in those situations. And on top of that, you just see the energy he exudes when he is playing well on stage.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन है, अगर U2J का मैकेनिक स्ट्रांग है तो उसके पास कौन सी गाड़ी है? I think it's a good question.
Faced off against one another before, and I'm expecting a damn good match. So let's go ahead and send it over to the stage and bring out Foot and EDG.
आगे guys!
Foot Esports.
जो पहले आया वही पहले जाएगा. क्या लेके आया वो पीछे? 500 ऑक्टोपस इतना बड़ा. कांग बोल बड़ा हो गया यार. कांग यार ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कांग 1 साल से बड़ा हो गया.
My favorite thing about Valorant at the global level is you get to see matches that you never thought you'd be able to see. You're getting a all-Turkish team going up against an all-Chinese team, a truly international battle, and it is going to be fantastic.
Both these teams are the icons of their region.
एक सेकेंड, ये ऑल टर्किश टीम और ये ऑल चाइनीज टीम बोल के आप किसे टारगेट कर रहे हो कास्टर भाई? हाँ हाँ हाँ
Team favoring that map quite a lot.
They quite like themselves some Lotus
I
out
think
there.
what is interesting though is that they don't play the standard Fnatic comp. They've been locking in instead a look with the Jet and the Breach. Well, they have shifted away from like only playing KO. CNET still only plays Jet and Raze for this team. They haven't picked up any of the new stuff with Neon, any of the Yoru ideas. They're very much a team that is committed to their read.
Yeah, whereas on the other side, we have actually seen, kind of for some of the first times, Kong flexing over to some different roles, picking up some different things such as that Gecko and whatnot. So curious to see if there's going to be any big changes in the overarching compositions from EDG, where they want to just really force Kong back.
Second आएगा, वो खुद बोला भी second आएगा. First तो EDG हो गया.
Potential, or if it is still going to be a bit more flexibility coming out of this superstar.
And even on those carry rolls, he's playing new ones.
This
we're likely to see him lock in the Neon, something that we did not really see until stage 2 of VCT CN. They also play a unique comp. They have a Clove in the mix and an Omen as well, playing a double controller with no Viper. Maybe taking somewhat of a leaf out of their CN brethren. FTX's book, who favors a lot of those kind of like Clove double smoker ideas.
Mr. Fallen out there bopping his head quite a bit. I got to know what the deal with the the octopus is, but there you go. The lock-in comes through here. You're getting Clove. You're getting Kong on that Neon. I'm excited to see him break some ankles out here potentially. But what we should be expecting with this compositions.
I mean, the big thing that I'm looking at is going to be Kong and that new player of Simon. That breach is there to help set up the Neon on these pushes alongside the
Simon अभी कौन है, कहाँ से आया है, कैसे वो लोग ने ढूंढा है, बताओ.
On EDG's attack, watch how they'll slowly kind of clear through
Smoggy
space.
मारता है, Nobody मारता है, Chichu मारता है,
and then kind of set it up
Solar
into a
से squad है,
two-stage fights with the amount of smokes they have. Normally when you're only playing Omen, you don't have that potential. This
Breach भी है, Neon भी है, Fade भी है,
and you're
बराबर है.
combining that with the Neon too. There's a lot of
Neon
cool
के
ideas
साथ
to show
Breach
here.
होना.
And Foot is never played against a comp like this.
Oh, I'm excited. All right, let's go ahead and jump into map 1, shall we? And send it over to your casters, who, by the way, are taking a break from getting rinsed on the Pacific servers. It's Brendan's
I've
time.
never played on the Pacific servers.
I've never been rinsed in my life on the Pacific servers.
Yeah, you
I'm
definitely
taking
have.
over. No,
You
that's a lie, actually. Singapore servers after 6 p.m, demon time. don't play on those servers. I'm telling you now. We got FUT versus EDG here for our opening matchup, really, between these two teams. The first signs of life that we're going to see at them in champs so far. And there's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss at the desk. It's already been bringing out, but we are jumping straight into the pistol round. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to break down all sorts of narratives circulating around these teams. But the big one is that EDG. They need to have a good, strong
They absolutely do. Those Chinese fans can be brutal, and EDG have seen so many other squads from China have success recently. They want a taste of that themselves again. FUT was stacking up over towards C at the start of this pistol round, and it looks like they're playing A towards a bit of a retake setup. Both teams playing a breach, seeing Cracks hold the fault line.
Just in cases here, Simon's going to go for that plant. Full stick, nothing to push that away as well. Plant against the backside of the wall, holding the flash as well for backside fight with Kang already in that spot and position.
EDG love to get aggressive on these Lotus post plants.
Let's see if they got anything clear in the one-way fault line. And the paranoia, right clicks, a bit of panic settling in. Chi-Chu trying to cover just over the shoulder as well. Kang still alive. It's off to the side here, making sure that he can hold this one back, but already getting overwhelmed and swarmed by the FUT players. With that front side control. They've taken out almost everybody. Smoggy, last one to be alive here, and Crack sticking at the fuse.
Oh, baby!
By Smoggy. What an opener that this EDG team needed.
Great play there towards the end. He got enough chip damage on the first try of going at things. Both of those players super weak. It made the frenzy very useful in that spot.
पहली बार frenzy को काम आते हुए
देखा है. Pulls out early on. Like you said, very needed. Other than that, their post-plant aggression didn't really work. It looked like FUT's coordination on the retake was working as well. EDG needed someone to come up huge.
By Kang down to earth, eco नहीं मारता.
Smoggy was the man for the job.
I'll tell you in general.
FUT
contacting around places. It's
slide
not
into
a
my
high
DMs car.
utility composition that they're running here. You don't have the raise, you don't have the fade. You just got a breach.
Yeah.
And they normally save that utility for like big retakes or big executes, depending on what side they're on. So there's going to be a lot of raw gunfights happening. And when you have that kind of clash between teams like this, form is crazy important. Whether the EDG and FUT players are feeling it today and can access their full potential. And in terms of the peaks that we've seen, players in this server have just put on
EDG, baby.
absolute god mode.
Kang MVP रहेगा, main वो है, main. जीते कोई भी, Kang MVP है.
Firing off. EDG
क्या लगता है semi-final जाएगा और कसम से jinx करना बंद कर जाएगा.
Getting into this eco round, of course, they don't want to give away any lives unnecessarily. Cnade gets at least 2 chances there to potentially rip off some heads, but he's back at the site here and with only the sheriff in hand. Be too much danger. Yeah, he's cleaned up, so EDG going for that plan at this point here. As well. I mean, we've already kind of briefly mentioned how unorthodox these compositions are. These teams, FUT and EDG, they have been playing it in their regions. It's not like we've seen this for the first time.
No, but we haven't seen them clash against each other.
Yeah.
EDG's comp, in my opinion, is really attack-sided, crazy attack-sided. And then when EDG go onto defense, they try to save up, get an operator into Kang's hand.
Do you think Sen is already
would you mind winning us a few rounds with the op? Because the actual compositional setups are not that great on the defense. So I'm expecting EDG here to run up the scoreline at least to a comfortable level for them. And if they don't, they might be in a bit of trouble.
EDG just going to be going down to the spike here, so another one followed up by EDG, putting that second round on the board.
I also think it's really remarkable that, I mean, maybe it's not remarkable because they've got G2 and PRX in their group, but the community had both of these teams as like 25%ers, 3rd and 4th in the group. Only 25% of people thought that they were going to exit the group, basically,
right,
for both of these teams. I think this group could be rife for upsets. PRX is waiting. Whoever loses this, I don't think PRX has an enormous edge over either of these two teams, but neither of them are going to want to be in that position.
Yeah, looking to grab a win nice and early in their group here. Bonus round for EDG.
Definitely a lot of danger towards it. Big stack and group up by the Foot players. A fault line and a paranoia gives them access to that A-Robble control. Might be looking to cement it, but already you're seeing a fast pivot and EDG just trying to play off of that. A lot of util being used. EDG barely alive, but a stun still applying, and he's able to trade out these kills. Kill trip played off of this guy is electric right now. EDG anchoring player, stalwart defender. And EDG now going to be licking their wounds, I think, looking for options and ways back into this round.
Already I can tell that Foot have been watching the VODs. That aftershock comes out from Simon every time, and EDG made sure his trips did not get broken by it. That was massive.
And now Foot just hold, waiting for it. Signs of life contact, the head's just peeking up and over. Ripped clean off.
Such a clean round, and so important for Foot to showcase early on in this defense half that they can hold on to a site when there's only one player and, you know, a flood coming through. It was just EDG there. Ada Captain comes to try to reinforce. To be honest, Kangkang should probably be favored in that kind of situation, but if EDG is hitting, I guess the stun is cosmetic. But yeah, pay attention to where these trips are, because Simon's aftershock is supposed to break those trips. And EDG is putting them down in spots that'll avoid that.
And now Robinson into the skirmish, both of these teams, but nobody considering that Chichu could have already got past that line with the TP, with CNED removed. Robble control going to be made that much more easier here for EDG.
I think it's going to be a mistake for Foot to opt into these rubble fights. EDG's composition is much better in those spots.
Yeah. Like we were already talking about, I mean, the utility that Foot
वो टिप्पी सुनेंगे नहीं था ना
pretty
लेकिन
low. In terms of if you're trying to go, you know, pound for pound against this composition that EDG have, you know, the double initiator, the duelist. Neon stuns are just brutal for trying to find that one early. And a contact reclear is called here by Foot. Had a captain just hold under one line. EDG.
He's got a good idea.
Very good idea. Just sees the jiggle as well, but already gives it up, doesn't he? Spoiler. And already stands up, gliding forwards.
Stun मत करो रे इसको.
And ducking, weaving, dodging EDG.
Stun मत करो रे इसको.
The trade comes through. Still, two left to stand here for Foot, and that does give them chances and opportunities, but they want to make their way back over towards A now. EDG. Chichu didn't give up that position earlier.
इससे वो दो मार सकता है बताओ चैट.
Control for most of the round gives them that option.
Double stun हुआ है वो. Double.
Coming back over to Chichu, who was inserted there. Mr. Falling might have an opportunity. Shut down.
Yeah, crosshair placement just wasn't quite there, already adjusting.
And that should secure the round up. We'll have to be keeping an eye on these kind of mid-round calls that are going on for EDG. I feel like a lot of the time things are extremely hectic in the EDG camp. Especially since they've decided to bench Haodong, put him into the sixth man assisted coach kind of vibe, and bring nobody in to make a lot of the calls for them.
PRX is trying to make a go at this. I don't really understand the logic behind it.
Probably needs his weapon.
Yeah, he really does. He's got no money to buy another one. The rest of his team does, so he's going to get out of there. Not going to get punished for the hubris of trying to make that attempt. But you're right, you know, EDG, there's been even comments from themselves. You know, I was talking about Yinsi.
Simon किसकी जगह पे है? डोरेमोन की जगह पे है.
Extra information heading into it about EDG, but you know, even Kangkang was talking about how they get chaotic in the mid round sometimes. They lose track of what decisions they should be making.
Frankly,
gets a little bit messy.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever when you put a player
Simon,
who's known for his unorthodox plays and strange read on the game and feast or famine play style, and you put him into an IGL position. But it feels like Edward Gaming are just trying to figure out what their mentality is, what their style of play. CNED's going to pick up an operator. Go to look for an early pick out here towards C. Got to imagine there's util to push him back.
Yeah, I mean, they have boatloads of it, but okay. Unscoped as well. That is so damn dangerous near-sighted just by the Prowler. Was not broken up by EDG. It gives it full sight over towards the C-mound angle. Door's going to be even opened here, not even contested, at least with that Nightfall. Scatters its way across. There's no follow-up, though, with the wall in their face and the haunt. And the paranoia, plenty more where that came from. EDG garner and gain that access into the C site, but the question is, are they going to come out unscathed? Need to get this plant down. Plenty of shots and opportunities handed to CNED, but he's not quite grasping any of them. Damage done to Smoggy. Not quite the kill he was looking for, though. Still has the Blade Storm, so the retake potential is there.
That was a hit.
Making a decent go of it. Teams grouped up now.
ठीक
5 versus 5 onto the retake, backside control.
नहीं चलेगा
To be held, Kang. It's an off angle, just down onto the ramp as well, but he needs to land it. Shot down with the rest of his team. It's led just firing through and followed through with the kills. Beautiful work by EDG.
जोड़ बोलते.
Very nicely done there. EDG, when I was watching them in China on this map, they loved fighting
Kang
aggressively in the
MVP
post
होएगा.
plant.
रुको ना रे बाबा, रुको ना रे.
They planted,
रुको
but they
ना,
all stayed
2
on
मिनट का
site.
शांति
They
नहीं है.
didn't push for an extra piece of map control, but they also didn't back off over to Mound, which means it's massively important that you stand your ground, hold crossfires with each other, and hit these important shots. It's a really crucial one to take down. This is putting EDG well ahead now.
बड़का. भाई easy 2-0 लग रहा है. क्या बोलते हो चैट?
See the rolling thunder. Simon holding on to it. And Captain Zioni wants to hold back this.
Minute के लिए बुरा लगा.
A approach.
नहीं बे EDG है बे. भाई best Chinese team है
The
bro.
attack side operator is now coming
मजाक
out as
थोड़ी है.
well. Kang picking that up. They tend to play a lot
क्या ना
slower.
लेकिन एक साल में China region.
Foot just trying to abuse the fact that there's no sentinel on the side of EDG, but Smoggy will happily fulfill that role. Even just with the raw aim and gunfire. I mean, listen, there's always danger. The sheriffs are in the hands of these Foot players. They're demons with it, but it's all cleaned up. Safe pair of hands, Smoggy.
It's pretty nice for the next round. You don't have Breach Ult, Clovault online. Smoggy can go really deep off the back of it.
The last 2 players as well. Caught off into the corner.
What?
Whoa, cracks! He's given it the lifeline and a chance, an opportunity that it's just opened Pride. Wide open, 5 health though to his name. It's a 1v1, isolated down in the blink of an eye. Expecting already the cross-up from Smoggy, the pre-fire, no. But my God, did it get dangerous?
There's just a taster of what this match might end up devolving into.
Listen, man, I said it could get dangerous and they got the sheriffs in their hands.
It's absolutely bonkers what these players are able to do with light weaponry. I mean, the first shot is laboured, but onto nobody and onto Simon. And Kang, it's so clean. If Ada Captain hadn't let face first into the aftershock there, they actually could have had a 2v1. Maybe secured the round.
All smiles on the face of Kang.
Holy!
Taking it in his stride.
बेचारे का हाथ अब भी गर्म हो गया था. अब भी टाइम आउट लेना था.
This side is going
हार
to be
गए.
very
करो नार तो
difficult.
चलता
I really
तो
do
ना.
believe that EDG's composition is massively attack-sided. And when they have ults online like
दिख रहा है.
Cloval, Breach Ult, it's just going to be so difficult to hold them back. I think Foot should be aiming to put a little bit of pressure early and then fight a kind of rolling retreat as they back up and then play retake onto the sites with their own Breach Ult. It's really important though that you contest EDG early on because you want to drain them out of utility, you want to make them use the Breach Ult, you don't want to give away that you're just playing full retake setups, otherwise they're just going to walk in and then they have all the ults for post-plan. So I would like to see, we can see that CNED is picking up the operator. I'd like to see CNED try and take an aggressive angle, you know, maybe over towards C, maybe even fighting from the kind of A site kind of area, but something that forces out that breach.
एक दिन है ना मैं Zomato वालों पे ना एक पूरा ऐसे वाला किताब लिखूंगा
creates pressure and then gets out alive.
And that's a difficulty I think for Foot as well. Their composition is.
कॉल करके मेरे को बोला मैं ऊपर आ रहा हूँ करके.
Not over investing.
Oh no!
Fight seen it again. Operator already being just accosted off onto the corner. Stun already connecting. CNED just trying to get the hell out of there. VNJ, he does cover it. Like you were mentioning, Josh, as well, that rolling retreat, they're just backing away now. The rolling thunder of itself cracks. He lets it loose, lets it rip now. Everybody pushed up back into the corner, but cosmetic stuns is the nature of this game sometimes. Smoggy not dead yet. Back into the fight, but falling from the side, instantly traded once more.
Holy fuck! कैसे जीत रहा है Foot?
The pause, scattering, running away. EDG, they want to try and make their mark. Moves over towards the A side. CNED, he's fast onto it, but players up into his face as well. Up and down the ropes, they're making this one dangerous and awkward. CNED's lucky to be alive.
This is in there, baby.
Spike planted.
Bit of calm for once in the middle of the round.
रुको जरा नहीं ये तो Foot का round है.
Making sure to play this one together. Holding just in case. Flank possibilities, but a contact peek, doubled up, not quite ready for it. CNED again missing the shot. This is many opportunities now that he has missed. 2v3, EDG, smoke in their face. Chichu could cross this one up as well. And for Foot, the pressure's on them to try and push past this one without a captain low. Haunt not seeing too much. Jumping peak. Swing is there. EDG finally, but Chichu contains. 1v1 and a tap. Issue has forced Chichu though. Ice cold. Backs away. Knowing EDG is not playing towards this one, and there's a 1 round out. Beautiful work once more. 4-piece to finish and wrap it up.
Immaculately played clutch there by Jishu. Really had all of the info, knew exactly that EDG was just going to be tapping on that first one. There were so many missed opportunities there, though, from both teams. I'm talking about the form of the players and seeing which team's sharp. There were so many spots in that where there was missed opportunities. CNED probably should have died way earlier on if we're going to look at who had more chances to kill each other. But EDG continue this spiral up and onwards. Can't be stopped.
No. It's relentless. Nothing to break the Haunt either, so again, peace of mind granted to EDG. They're giving up that front section of A.
Once more, it looks like a bait and switch setup where CNED's designed to take contact, dash back
Let's
out, and
go,
then play in
Kang.
EDG. Very similar to what he did on B. But this time,
Let's go,
Kang's not even in the right area of the map to take that carrot on a stick.
10 बार ऑप्शन मिस किया होता है यार रिमोट थोड़ी लगा के बैठेंगे वो लोग
just holding down the flank
कर्सर हटा बीकेल इधर दिख रहा तुम लोग
cracks not too much in terms of weaponry that they're holding on to. Trick broken. Prowler out 2, just trying to bait out the potential of that trap play. Gliding and sliding Kang. Listen, he's not going to take no for an answer. He wants this sight and he wants it now.
Brilliant way of using the neon movement there against the eco round. It's so difficult to hit sheriff shots when the neon's running at your face.
Oh yeah.
And then wiggling around on the floor.
Smoggy just catching that contact on the players as well. It's a little bit disjointed here from the Foot attempt. It's not going to be able to get this one over the line here for now. EDG are in full control, 7-1, and that was a great time to just bring up, you know, talking about the pressure that they had. I think coming off the back of that Shanghai performance, obviously the expectation is going to be much heavier, I think, when it's in their home region.
Sliding into my DM.
2 weeks back.
But they bombed.
They did bomb out.
I mean, yeah, they didn't even have one of their, oh, they look good, but then they don't make it.
Yeah, it was completely flat.
It was extremely flat, and the Chinese fans wanted more, demanded
Put
more, and made their voices very heard. And so you got to expect.
Any
that
comments?
was one of the reasons why EDG
एक मेरा पिकअप राइट आ गया बैंड तो एक पिकअप राइट है मेरा
CNED tries to get value again,
and this time will succeed. Pluck Smoggy out of the picture, nice and easy.
लगा 3 मर गए बे
bang through onto Simon there as well. Look at the health, 15.
Unfortunate not to get a collat.
मेरे को लगा एक शॉट में 3 मर गए बे
Those kills have not really been going their way. Prowler again in the face with the op shot fired off. They now know exactly where CNED is. Kang scored up, chewed up. At least by the trap, fall in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though with that connection after shot. He's going to be dodged. He needs some help from the rest of his team, and the overdrive is just swatted away. Kang does not stand a chance. On the next approach, we'll trade it, slowing it down. Patience has to be played now because it's still a 2 versus 4 for EDG. Risks might need to be taken. Any chance of them winning this. Pre-fires onto the corner, 2 players into the pit, just holding it. Chichu trying to take that. What is that? Adjustment flicked to the side. EDG barely puts him to rest. Simon, 15 health left, tagged up by the cam.
God!
Finally going to be able to get another one on the board up to that second round.
एक साल में देखो ना कहाँ से
Massively important one for Foot. They're very, very good on Lotus, so don't get too worried about them just yet. But if they end up going down 8-1 and their economy's broken, doesn't matter how attack-sided EDG's comp is, at that point, you've set yourself up for a very, very rough ending to Lotus. So that's important, stabilizes the economy, gets them into a decent spot. And they know that CNED can find those opportunities with the op. It's just about putting him in the right place, trying to figure out where EDG might go.
मैं एक fast B देखने का मेरे को.
And EDG are
Fast
headed
B,
towards
मजा आएगा.
A on that classic rubble kind of fight again.
At this point pretty much being handed over for free. CNED again. He's going to make another go of things, isn't he? This is where he found success last time, just peeking through B main.
May catch nobody.
Jump spot. Does he hear this? Pre-aims? Nobody though. Already crossed up onto the spot, barely a shoulder, but this time CNED is starting to hit.
भाई ये भड़का रहा है Kang
on fire with it.
करने के लिए.
That's so sharp. At some point, you got to imagine Kang is gonna Feel like he wants to go for the ego battle. It might be too late in this half, but certainly on defense.
Last one.
Back towards the rubble with the TP here. There's a lot of players though. Does he get that confirmation, Mr. Farland? Not liking what he saw. Smoggy on the meanwhile. He's making sure to take this one slow and steady. Has got them a lot of control up towards C. Door opens up. EDG making the call here for the mid-round pivot. 40 seconds left. Stunned up. Mr. Farland has to let loose with it. But with Smoggy spotted, he might have just given the game away with only 36 seconds left. Had a captain. He's going to reinforce this site up. Still has a snake line in his back pocket. Smokes are up as well. Orb up to respond. Fault line though. There's no molly at the feet, so EDG are going to be able to get into this one essentially for free. It's all about whether or not you can get this plant down still. Simon, not just to tap a full stick, doesn't want to try and bait out any of that util, and there's nothing used as a response. No spam on the side of Foot.
No spam, I think, because they're worried about EDG pushing Waterfall. Like I said, they do that all the time in China.
Smokes placed, propped up. Kang. This one going to be dissipating though, does need to be worried about it. Retaking with the op, never quite ideal. Kang. First casualty, Chicho's there, right through the wall. Is frying, farming, Cloudburst to try and get them into the site, and the last player left is Simon, overwhelmed. Too many targets to really overcome.
And suddenly, fully in control, and now Foot making a decent little comeback. Those 2 rounds, they might not look like much, but with how EDG's composition is so reliant on getting their economy flourishing and getting an op into Kang's hand on the defense side, any kind of damage done here is going to add up. These last 2 rounds, crucially important, make all the difference between a 7-5 half or a 9-3. And that's either a close half or a blowout. EDG's been feasting. He's got 12 kills currently. Anytime they've hit the C site, he's been good for it. Hitting shots while stunned on Kang to open up the map twice, and still then continuing to find success elsewhere.
He's doing it all right now.
When the chance
to do so, but it's really the trading I think that's been most impressive. He's always following up off of Cena taking that first point of contact, maybe dashing away with the op, which you saw in that prior round. Very consistent.
Uninterested how Foot are going to disrupt the ults that are about to come online here. Quick peek for those of you at home. Nobody and Simon 1 away from Nightfall and Rolling Thunder, respectively. So they're probably EDG going to be looking to try to play for one of these ult ops, right? So how do you deny them? Foot can't really win a rubble. So that's probably where EDG are going. And you can see here that Foot making the read to stack over towards A, because they expect, I would believe, EDG to be looking for this ult orb over here.
It'll be a hard task trying to win it.
Enormous hard read.
Yeah, skirmish. Will be occurring. The question is who will be the winner now. Last time he back rubble and did put the punish onto Cena. See if that happens again. Something to counteract it. Paranoid looks like it's pre-aim just for the middle uncenter piece of the choke point. Line slows him down. TP through the back again, up and around with the updraft. Seen it barely alive here, still blinded up. Inside the Cloudburst, wants to play inside of it. Chicha running and gunning. Reign Supreme wins out the day. Cracks, you are hard committed into this spot, son, and there is really no escape. But the captain will help him out. Shot from the side and then follow up again. Foot just absolutely smashed them into dust.
Can we have a look at the stage? Did Cena just jump into Krax's chair for a moment there? Possess his body, take him over. What are those 2 op shots? Coming out from a player that I've only ever seen with a rifle in hand. That's nasty. Krax was completely stuck. The door had not been pre-fired, so he was trying to use a classic to get through it. He's like, please let me escape, get me through the B. And he decided to turn, stand, and fight. But now EDG have those ults online. Now in the final round of the half, they've got massive tools to work with.
We're seeing again the same fight taking Farland. Oh my goodness, revealed up by the Horde as well. He needs to get the hell out of their door. In his face, TP through into the smoke, and the bullets just won't connect into the end. EDG not to be denied that space, and they have a lot of ults to make usage of. Nightfall, prime to the ready, finally drops the smoke. CNED anti-synergy almost, but the Blade Storm, now the stuns connecting up. This is chaos and anarchy occurring. Updraft will not save you. Kang. Finally put A stop to all of it. Rolling Thunder does not delay the
Let's
plan.
go.
Might be able to get
Omni
at least
bola.
back into it. Nobody tucked to the corner, tight and close, and they still can't remove him. But the upgrade occurred finally. A trade online. Yet a Jado, no off for reveal.
8-4.
His position into the 3v2, and with the fight isolated now to 2v2. In through tree, Smoggy out wide, and what an adjustment it is. Couldn't quite catch that final kill. Looks like he just whipped that rifle all the way around for the 8-4 finish.
Didn't even need his ultimate to close that one out. It would have been a checkmate situation towards the end, I think. So it's a good half from EDG, a very good half. 8-4 on Foot's map pick, but their comp is attack sided. Who knows where this is going?
जरा कांका बोल रहे थे मोगी आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स आ गया बे
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed.
क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो यार क्लोज टू 6K लाइक्स 400 लोग अगर कोई नए आए हैं स्ट्रीम पे फट से स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो
Red Bull gives you wings.
Remove templates, language. बंग भाई क्या हाल है बढ़िया हाल है यार EDG की तरह भाई 2 को ज्यादा पैसा करके एक कोच है और एक असिस्टेंट कोच है
Well, Edward is definitely gaming at this point. I mean, 8-4. Like we said, you got to come out the gates swinging at this event just because of all the expectations that were laid onto the shoulders of all of these young players. But they are turning up to the challenge here against Foot. Still, there's all these, question marks, I think, when you see two compositions clash on a map where, normally the meta is set in stone. And these are two different, very, I guess, identities that these teams are trying to go for on this map.
Absolutely, and EDG's composition, it does struggle on the defense because they can't occupy 3 sites at once. They don't have the Sentinel, they don't have the Viper. Now, in China, they left the C site very, very weak. I think now you're seeing them leave the A site weak on the pistol to avoid that anti-stratting that Foot would have done. Do Foot care? Are Foot going for the C site? No, not at all.
That's all 5 players grouped
By
up.
But I think EDG are going to end up on attack here.
Flipping the map.
Critics in chat.
This guy is about to be receiving either a world of hurt, or might just win the round for them single-handedly. He's the one who's got to try and lock this one down already. Early fight taken, and almost lost out. Kang drops him down to at least 11. And a slight tuck into the corner. No way.
He dodges
the bullets. This guy is a fox in the pen, but he is going to be spotted and finally rooted out. So there's that first kill advantage. EDG, maybe something to work with. Door again, opened wide. Molly's a little bit delayed and laid out here. EDG are winning this one with a massive player advantage. Mr. Fallen has seen it. Do the most here, leaving it just down to Fallen. And now, overwhelmed at the back. Knives are out and swinging. We are getting scrappy.
That's a major pistol round for EDG to be able to get. They played it really nicely, but there were so many spots there where a Foot player could have had impact. Yedajay tucked into the corner, couldn't do anything. Great shutdown from Kang. And then also Adacaptain, another spot where Kang probably should have died. He's vulnerable, swinging through, but Adacaptain can't get his weapon out in time. Foot letting that one slip a little, a fumble that they can't afford with only 4 rounds in the bag. EDG, this is perfect for them. Again, their defense strategy revolves around getting an op into Kang's hands. Winning the pistol, you're loving that.
Yeah,
you're going to be able to get your economy flourishing.
एक साल में कैसे यार चट को एक्सप्लेन करेगा कैसे
But we'll make a go of things here. Slow spread default.
पहला मैच कौन जीता EDG
They may hopefully farm up some ore, so that's the trouble with their own composition as well. You can't even rely too much on the ultimates they've got available. Chichu, Paranoia, Flies forwards. Couple of shots fired out as well. He's going to be blind himself. He needs some help and backup. Has arrived in the form of Kang, but he's swiftly dealt with. That was the rifle. Dropped down. Chichu, though, still a problem. And Smoggy having to deliver the death blow from the side. EDG classic in hand. It's enough to dismiss them, even just repping loud in the process, I guess, because they couldn't make it themselves.
Not only in VALORANT, they're in every game. वो है, लेकिन एक साल में
Weapons down over towards Rubble. If he had the spike, this would be a great situation to threaten that he was heading off elsewhere and go and try to pick one of those up. But like you said, where is he going? But where can he go? He has to be predictable here and go over towards A. He's just trying to orb max.
Of course, that really important neuro theft.
Hey, listen, on the attack side, it actually can win you some really important rounds, especially when you're playing against a no sentinel comp. He gets that down, he's going to figure out where the gaps are.
Alert timings here, but nobody's going to keep watching. Yeah, just for the smoke peek.
I think the question more so than what is the neural theft going to do is,
क्योंकि चाइना को फ्री चांस मिल रहा है टियर 1 टीम्स के साथ खेलने का.
6 behind now. Not only do they need this.
मेरे डियर बधीर के छठी गैंड गेम ही नहीं था वो लोग के पास. कहां से T1 के साथ प्रैक्टिस करेंगे? लुल्ली से फ्री में चांस मिलता है प्रैक्टिस का. अबे गेम ही नहीं था भाई. अभी तो गेम आया है उधर.
So this one's still going to be scrappy, still going to be difficult for Foot, even if they get on a roll.
Early push back there on the EDG. Standard attack side here for Foot, but you're right. Rifles in the hands. This is where you really need to get going if you are Foot. You are being pressured like hell. EDG needs some support, needs some help. The squeeze is occurring, but heads to the side. Nobody really watching for him. Smoggy at least will get that trade.
Felt like EDG was calling for help. Ada Captain came back and got counter-called, and Foot went into C instead. EDG strung out to dry, but takes one down. EDG like these kind of setups. It doesn't matter if they're playing full retake every time, if they have the entirety of the map control.
Time for mount control, Ada Captain. Needs to spot this one out. They realize they flipped them out.
Mound?
Yeah.
Can't run for Mound when they're coming Mound.
They already have control of it, but we're kind of being caught. It's a little bit easier now, only one real direction to pay attention to. Smoke in their faces. Util's going to be exchanged. Aftershock in through the choke as well, and rifles reloaded. EDG just primed and ready. Without a kill. Finding it lacking that initiating power, I think, to even get themselves in. Already time ticking away from them with the spike and with the position it's placed in as well. There is no more chances to win this one out. They're looking to do that economical damage, if possible.
Chichu did force into this round. So the fact that he keeps that rifle is going to be important for EDG. They can keep rifles up around 16. At the moment, what we're seeing is EDG leave one site completely open and pushing heavily the other two. They're trying to condition this idea that they are always going to be pushing, even on the defense side. But Foot are finding the right reactions here, which is to go into the free area and play a post-plant setup where you have space somewhere else.
As long as EDG just make it incredibly obvious of what they're trying to push and fight over.
13-7 lag raha.
Foot's decision making is going to get that much more easier here. Kang though, push his way up, fault line, does catch. Off onto Mound, he needs a little bit of help here. He's quite hard committed. They heard a TP, they think it's in the one way, but Farland's already crossed up.
Foot at this point can tell it's not the same as the previous rounds. Prowler's coming out A.
Nice. Damage on the row.
Side by side with Simon. Aftershock's there. Takes a good timing with it right as the wall was going down. So Foot actually don't get any of that space. But on the opposite side of the map, that Smoggy gone taken out.
That's through a smoke, surely.
बहुत crazy kill मारा है.
Sure, but the decision's now made here. Down to that 50-second mark, Chichu cuts it up onto the corner, Neurotheft. If they wait this one out, they will spot him. Paranoia is going to be forced as a result. Chichu knowing he can't play there, repositions, backs away. EDG is split up though, they can't hard anchor onto this side, and with that util save into the back pocket, rainy day, it's called for. Foot starting to barrel their way through and over onto the C side, but they made it quite obvious at this point. 30 seconds now, EDG getting some bodies into the fray, into the fight, but it's still that 3v5, and Cracks is not pushed back from that plant. Sounds into a flash to at least get Chichu and playing inside. Cam up into his face, can land and adjust the shot in time.
Comeback ka smell kyun aa raha?
Seen there dropping him. Full control towards the back of the site. Need a miracle from EDG, you need mistakes from Foot. Stun into the back. There's no swing attempt off of the back of this here. Almost lining up for some sort of potential from nobody there. But Foot once more going to walk away with another round and starting to string them together at this point. That's 6 on the board.
And you're seeing the weaknesses of EDG's composition on the defense side. There were 2 players there ready to anchor the site. They can't really do too much. Jishu's already used his paranoia to try to get out of the really uncomfortable spot he's in. And that neural theft that you were poo-pooing earlier on came through fairly handy, didn't it?
It did help, yeah.
It also gave them an amazing paranoia that knew where both players were and blinded both of them too. Foot are back into this game.
Day 10 of eating veg. Pehli baar kar raha hu chat.
Interesting. That is real interesting.
Disguising where you put the cam so that it survives for a little longer.
Yeah, what? A real interesting way to take that C mount control.
Itna dur one tap.
Early fight there. Taken. Kang, I believe, had the marshal in hand.
Kaisa hai burger?
Potentially get that first
Mexican
kill
aloo
advantage
tikki.
on their own half. By EDG have stacked this one with quite a lot of players. CNED is aware of the possibility and even just pre-firing into tree. Won't catch this guy sleeping. Not right now. Yeah, he is popping off after a relatively slow beginning.
मतलब इसको भी ऑफ नहीं करना था.
Smoggy going for the peek.
Don't
use
using
the
that
ult.
ult.
Yeah, do not use that one. Save that one for another round here. This is a close and shut case here for Foot.
If we want to talk about the ults just for a second, while Smoggy has his as well, it's going to be very difficult for Smoggy to find good opportunities to use that. If he gets picked in a spot like this, even if it's rifles online 5v5, he can't sprint at Foot out through mount. So he's kind of got to save it for retake scenarios.
Yeah.
And what we saw from him on the attack side is often, if
Bhai,
things
Aaron,
go
well
enough that you would want to use the ult, then you didn't need to use the ult.
Aaron जीते तो comeback है bro.
Kang finally gets up in hand. The economy damage that Foot did early on and the fact that they've been winning these rifle rounds has stopped Kang from getting that weapon that he's known for. He is a sniper at his heart. He's picking it up and playing over towards A.
आ गया.
The amount of targets that are going to be
शेर के पास अपना पंजा आ गया.
Far between. It's only EDG, and he's not really going to be choosing to opt into that fight as well. The horns and the stun will push him away. Smoggy willing to disrespect control over towards C Mound. TP across again. Cloudburst and a flash over the top. This is a beautiful takeaway. You need to kill Smoggy in this spot. He's getting away with murder right now. Only 4 bullets left, but will he opt into using the ult to get back into the fight? Doesn't look likely.
Sinet's got 2 health. What a whiff from him after he's been playing so well this map.
Yeah, real scrappy.
Oh, they know he's there.
Messi! Noise cue given away by the cage, and Simon gives up his life. This is all over the place at this point here, but Foot are still in that driving seat despite the damage done to Seanad and Ada captain.
EDG need a huge play from somebody now.
Kang. 1 kill off of that. Question is it even enough? Farland
Breeze quality use to
stuck and committed. Extension now into the round, into the post plant. Paranoia is set up, Prowler as well. That gets the confirmation and acknowledgement, but a shot missed. Overdrive round to the side in the corner. No one to play off of it. In for the back end of sight, lining them all up. Kang with 3. Nightfall is beautiful. Cracks. Last one left. And he is gone.
Holy fuck, Ritex.
They needed
Sexy
a miracle.
Blind.
And Kang delivered. Of course
dash.
it was him.
Kang
the upshot
OP.
on the entry.
Kang
the pop of the
OP,
overdrive.
Baby.
Following up off the back of his
Kaise
initiating
jite
utility.
5v3 with breach ult Bancho.
EDG got completely stuck there. Not a great post plant setup either from Foot, trying to play very heavy on site against that Nightfall. Difficult to make that work. But there you go, as soon as you get the op into Kang's hand, suddenly the defense looks like it works.
Op is the key. मैंने क्या बोला था 13-7 बोला था ना chat?
Stem the bleeding for just a little bit here, and they still, of course, hold the advantage in terms of rounds. This time, adjusting and moving up that positioning. Kang hopping over towards C, wants to play in front of the Viper Orb.
And the cage did not defend the cam this time. It was broken. Foot are also jump peeking this at the start every time. They do that jump peek from on top of the boxes where you can just get your head over the top and see if there's an Opper playing C.
In the
decided
meantime,
to go A.
Yeah, full control over towards A, but the question is, can they clear Chichu? Cloudburst, it's an intelligent way to try and get your way and slip past into the side as well. Chichu stills it up, still lands 2! My goodness, he was under a tremendous amount of pressure.
Ben
For EDG now, that lifeline is delivered, and this could be that 12th round that they were looking for. TP, evacuation, backing away, Pit into the post, and Smoggy's fast, rapid into it, ult, not dead yet, he's back into the fray, back into the fight, pressing forwards, that is absurd. Sees though, connects onto the feet, and now the captain rooted to the side, needs that bailout fun, spraying and praying. Kang left alone now. In a 1v2, just the operator in his hands, he might have to call this one quits.
If he goes for it, he won't be able to buy an op again. EDG are at 11. They're already in the lead. You don't need to take risks like this and potentially lose a weapon that's so important for making your defense function. So as heartbreaking as it is, he's got to just let this one slip away.
4v3 with
he's creeping.
Glow
He's
ulti.
hunting it out.
He's hearing.
Yeah.
जब वो ulti मार रहा है उसको backup देने का छोड़ के
be
बंदा
lightning
सीज फेंक
fast,
रहा है.
getting all the way away from them here in the sound cues.
क्या सीन है भाई?
Got to keep the op.
That is absolutely
only you
maniacal from Smoggy and nobody. The lack of coordination on that play is baffling for a team that has otherwise been playing fairly well today.
Yeah, I mean, this here.
This push forwards, nobody's supposed to trade this, right? And
Yeah,
instead,
exactly.
nobody backs up and throws a seize. I mean, get on the same page, please, if you're going to be making a play like that. They're chuckling about it now, but this gap is lowered to 3, and they're on an eco.
+1. Stream sniper be.
A little bit
Stream
of
sniper.
eyeballs around, at least the Guardian, the rifle.
Stream
the op,
sniper baby.
As you said, Josh, the gap is narrowing. Odin spam away from Fallen just to cover the retreat. CNED. Dash expended nice and early.
I think the reason that this composition works for EDG, though, is that they have good enough players. Someone gets them around. And in a situation like this, the economy doesn't look good, but FUT are going to be cautious, they're going to be slow, and EDG are going to be taking risks. You will often see Thrifties converted in high-pressure moments like this.
EDG already trying to
अरे हारा तो भी पैसा तो है उनके पास.
Looks like they wanted to commit to a push deep out here, up onto the site. This is full committal occurring. Nobody right into the back of the site. Classic in hand, and Chichu. This position right here could do some damage and potentially cause some harm, but
Chichu मारता तो कुछ हो
here
सकता
from the
था.
FUT players. They do survive and get that plant down for them.
Planted.
EDG with a difficult task ahead. And a question of what they really want to commit into this one. With Simon's ult in the back pocket, do you save this one still? With the gap closing, swap around with the weaponry. Rifle now into the hands of Kang. Smoggy holds the approach. Perched up, gliding forwards. An attempt to play off of that util, but now the counter spam.
How do you get the op out?
And the counter play. How do you get the op out? It's hard committed. Deep into the pit. Simon. Where's this flash landing, man? Flicks it up to the side as well. Time is ticking away from it. Will collect at least the 1 kill, but the peak of the util is perfection. And right from behind with the wrap around. The op will not survive another day. Up to 9 now for FUT. The gap now just 2 rounds away from equalizing.
That's the risk of taking a weapon like that. Heavily committed into an eco situation. You're unlikely to win. One player's coming in there without a weapon in hand. You don't want to use your big ultimate on Simon because you want to save that for the future. The same logic should apply to the op. So all right, they don't have that to work with. Can they make the ult work for them? The gap closes to 2. See, completely open. I mean, look at this. The defensive side has holes in it every single round.
Insanely as well, this hard read. I don't know if it is a hard read, but FUT just already making a move over towards the C side. EDG wants nothing to do with the A contestation. He can feel the pincer. They tried that move on him before. He's not going to fall prey for it this time. He survives and tries to play for his life.
The last time they also planted towards Mound, didn't take any spawn or waterfall control.
Doing it again. This time trying to play for Mounty here. So many footsteps, EDG, you absolute madman. Paranoid up though, blinded, he needs some help, and bailout will be afforded, and wrist played. Now as the squeeze is coming in, Rolling Thunder at least to relieve that pressure. Smoggy is ridiculous. Can't quite squeeze himself right through the doors. It just closes shut between him and the site. It's going to be flipped around once more. FUT though, only 2 of their players surviving. Always blooming and blossoming. FUT are scrambling now. Players rummaging and rumbling towards the site. This is just absolutely absurd. Dodging and weaving, Phantom in hand. CNED the last one left, but not for much longer.
My बाप अच्छा ट्राई था बे FUT का.
I don't understand
how
FUT can have seen that exact idea come out from EDG before, recognize it in the first 10 seconds of the round, and decide to fight mound control.
It's perplexing.
That's bonkers to me.
Yeah.
The door's going to get opened, you're going to get pushed from the back. Why not reactively yourself push forwards and plant for spawn. Go and take spawn control. Go and take waterfall. Plant for those positions that you can fight over. And instead, FUT are getting caught both times, planting for mound and trying to control that area, playing exactly into EDG's hand. That was the round they needed to put them onto map point.
Cypher को sound आ गया था, 3 बंदे उसको help बुला लेना चाहिए था चुपके.
And I mean, guys might just be saying the same stuff that I am, which is, guys, what on earth are you doing? Flip the map. You know, go and take some of their territory. You know it's undefended because you know they're all behind you. A back-to-back tactical timeout.
Back-to-back timeout?
EDG also taking a tac timeout off the back of this?
Not too sure. Could be some confusion from us in terms of actually who initially called it, but
possible.
So we'll get it cleared up.
But
they're gonna push it into that.
Looking long.
Yeah, it is looking long, isn't it? Yeah. Says EDG timeout.
Yeah, there you go.
तो इनको पता नहीं ना बाकी के players किधर हैं.
EDG up to, yeah, I mean, they probably need another strategy here, right? FUT are gonna learn from their mistakes. You can't just run the same push out B, push out A strat to get to 13. Probably. So what do you do to be able to get over the line here? They've been winning about 1 in 3, 1 in 4 defense rounds. I mean, 1 in 4 puts them at overtime.
The pressure is
बड़ा बोलने ट्रेड लिया उसका लेट हो गया वो.
Just need the one.
वो बुलाने से पहले पिक करके फाइट करके अपना पोजीशन दिया ना.
Come from any one of these players. They're talented and skilled enough to be able to do so. Seen it. Rips it away. Stun connecting though, and a bit of counter spam. Just the rifles in hand. That's nice work. Spike's going to be dropped down hard, committed and past that point of really no return. FUT though have to make some compromises. EDG opening this door with a paranoia swing. Right play, EDG. This guy is a menace. And he is going to save the day, isn't he? Simon quick on the trail right from behind. Will FUT make the same mistake again as the doors open wide? Got to flip the side, and this time they do plan towards it.
Yeah, now they're planting towards spawn. But Mr. Fallen doesn't feel confident about getting over there. He has a teleport. They've actually planted for spawn and playing waterfall, and no one's playing spawn.
Deep C's close, Haunt as well, smokes in their face, EDG, chances, nobody's primed and ready, and now the ult's let loose. This guy might have found that chance, follow the trail, and you might be rewarded just with the map win, but as it fades away, classic in hand. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me! Nobody!
Yeah!
My God! That's how the map finishes!
Yeah!
Ridiculous fashion. EDG take FUT's pick of Lotus. It could come from anyone, it could come from anywhere. I think the C's that he threw pulled EDG off the high ground.
There's no way.
I think so.
There's no way.
EDG ended up being dragged down to the floor.
Listen, that's a 0.25 in YouTube jobber if I've ever heard one, but that's map 1 wrapped up. What a series. Electric all the way through. And guess what? Plenty more maps left to come potentially. We'll see.
भाई ये लोग का राइट क्लिक कुछ तो वो है बे. ये लोग का राइट क्लिक कुछ तो है सी. भाई तुम लोग को पता है एक जमाना था जब भी लोग 5 जन खेलते थे लेकिन फ्रेंजी कम से कम 9 उठता था पिस्तौल राउंड में. हाँ और अभी देख रहे हो कोई साला गोस्ट नहीं सिर्फ क्लासिक ही चलाते रहते हैं बे. जब देखो क्लासिक, जब देखो क्लासिक. जब से क्लासिक के बंडल्स आए ना मेरे को लग रहा है ये लोग ने सुमड़ी में बफ किया है और प्लेयर्स को बताया है. लग रहा है ऐसा. Ice in the veins. पिघल के पानी आएगा. गौरव भाई खेलने का मन हो रहा है कि नहीं ये बताओ. मेरे को तो हो रहा है. क्या बोलते हो? चाहिए एक इंडिया का प्रीमी. क्या बोलते हो गाइस? #1 7 सीजन तक फिर रिटायर. सेकंड मैप अजय. सेकंड मैप इसका एडीजी का है. तो कचरा साफ करके वॉशरूम जाके आया. भाई मेरा लोग सेटअप का रूम देखेगा ना भसड़ वाला कचरा है. भसड़. रेवेनेंट का मैचेस डेट्स पता है क्या चैट?
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Muggle of EDG and Luna to help with some translation. Now Muggle, I think everybody was like really hyped, they're really surprised with that, especially since Lotus isn't exactly one of your strongest maps over in VCT China. So can you tell us how were you guys able to adjust and look that strong on this map?
大家都非常的惊喜，因为大家可能很多人都会觉得说，在新人赛区的时候，莲花古城并不是我们的强途之一。但是你们今天打得更好了，做得很棒。你们是做了哪些调整，能够做到这样的成就呢？
没有什么特别的调整，因为这个图就是我们的强图。
We didn't do adjustment especially because this is our strong map.
Ooh, I like that. It seems as though EDG is well equipped and well prepared for VALORANT Champions. So let's see if they can close out this second one.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If you like slinging some mud, you can enjoy that matchup with a lot of glee because that was, at moments, a beautiful mud show. Lots of great moments there. Obviously, EDG pulling through at the end there. And can we please talk about my boy Smoggy for a hot minute here? This guy absolutely lit the server on fire in that one, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was just ridiculous on this map. They're playing this weird comp with the Omen and the Clove, and I think Smoggy, well, some of the utility was impactful with like the one-ways and things like that to scale space. He defined this game by these individual moments. His mechanics were absolutely on point, and he clutched some really critical rounds to keep EDG in control of what was quite a close game.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely frying. Remember when this guy was a sub?
Yeah.
When he wasn't on the starting
roster? What was that,
roster?
Champions 2020? That was their debut match?
Yeah, that was when they were playing over in Istanbul. And yeah, Smoggy, he has just very much been at home in the starting roster ever since then. This guy performing, and I think he's kind of summarized it and set it up really well, Mimi, was with saying that FUT had never really played against anything like this. And I think we started seeing them figuring out the machinations of this comp as time had gone on. But that start of the map, that streak that EDG was able to accrue, I think they just did way too much damage early on. That FUT, even though they were starting to figure out how to pilot against it, it was just unrecoverable from there.
I think the biggest thing with the attack was that EDG was constantly getting space in a lobby or C-mount, whichever one they wanted to fight for. I think the smokes are really
भाई मैंने क्या गाना सुना है अभी पता है?
Was really nice consistently. So FUT had to play a lot of these rounds where they were either
भाई
like hard
चक्कर आ गया
angling
मेरे
or
को.
playing into the flood retakes. And this comp for EDG actually had like a lot of tools to
यार तुम लोग ने वो गाना सुना? Why did you ghost me? हाँ? क्या किसने सुना? Big dogs नहीं यार.
Shots. I just wanted to see him break some ankles. And that's what I got. So he did a few. So to me,
Why did you ghost me?
The thing is, though, there were some great moments.
Was
there
everything
for Foot,
fake
actually.
or what?
This is our
Yeah.
moment of the day, round 11. Reason why I like this round in particular was because the way that it started prior to this incredible couple of shots from Cracks.
बहुत दिन हो गए सुन के.
Really, just some awesome aggression that we were seeing from Foot. Really, just not allowing EDG to get any kind of
Content की कमी तो नहीं है इंडिया में, क्या बोलते हो?
their utility perfectly well, and then you had obviously those individual moments shine, and just Cracks just was cracked here. I mean,
Ascension September 13 से है, schedule not out yet. हाँ क्या?
just changed seats and he just taken over his PC.
Resident का matches देखते हैं.
Because it was just an
that was all Cracks,
round of
baby.
shots.
That was all Cracks. You know, and I want to keep seeing that, honestly. But that does make me very excited for what we could potentially be getting into map 2 here. Maybe.
Yeah, we're heading into Bind after that, which I think is an interesting one, right? We saw
It's a banger.
play kind of an off-meta comp on map number 1, and I think that's going to continue into the second map. It's another one of the ones where we've seen EDG experimenting. They've really broken out of their shell in Stage 2 China, so excited to see what both these teams are going to lock in, and that's what it takes to bounce back here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we end up getting out of this one here, but for now, let's hear what the Foot coach had to say, guys, as we get ready for map number 2.
I'm here right now with guys of Foot Esports, and we have caster and translator
भाई मस्त है यार,
to help me
लेकिन
out
ये
as
बंदा
well.
अच्छा है.
And now, guys, so that was a really intense first map. I'm curious, what part of the game plan didn't exactly work out, and how do you feel going into Bind, which is EDG's map pick up next?
Defense. They fucked up the defense.
Çok sert ve başa baş bir ilk maçtı. Sizce ilk haritada oyun planınızda neler yanlış gitti ve Bind'e giderken kendinizi nasıl hissediyorsunuz?
What duels are defense?
Yani alışık olmadığımız komptu. Biraz oyunun başına zorlandık. Ondan sonra biraz daha oyunun ortalarına gelince, pistolde verince biraz daha ara açıldı. Tekrardan kapattık, tekrardan açıldı. Derken bir half echo ya da echo'ya map'i kapattırdık. Kötüydü. Bind tarafında da bir soru vardı galiba. Bind tarafında da son zamanlarda en çok üzerine koymaya çalıştığımız harita. Ne kadar onların piki olsa da umarım bizim için güzel olur.
In the first map, they played a comp that we were not that much used to. So they put a lot of points between us. Then we managed to catch up, but then we lost the pistol and the gap got a little wide again. We caught up again, but then they managed to take it home. And in terms of Bind, I can tell that it is the map that we study most on. We try to definitely improve ourselves on Bind, so we will see how it goes on the next map, despite them picking it.
Well, it sounds like you're well prepared. Thank you very much, and we're going to see if Foot can manage to take this map.
All right, great words there from Coach Gaius, but let's go ahead and send it over to the casters. Get ready for this second map. Will we get a map 3?
Why did you ghost me? Why did you ghost me?
Yeah, Bind is what we're looking at already, seeing adjustments just on the composition side here. Foot moving away from like the Omen is a bit more unconventional.
Rega को भेजता. Hey Rega, why did you ghost me? Why did you ghost me?
He's clashing against each other, trying to figure each other out live. This is going to be who can come up with the better game plans with the Bind comp at the moment that almost all of the top teams are playing. And they're playing it for a reason. It's got really good reclearability, plant denial, all of this kind of stuff. It also, roughly speaking, fits what these teams want to be putting their players on.
बस मेरे को copyright ना आ जाए मेरे singing की वजह से.
These teams have had plenty of time to discuss and talk as well. I mean, there's nothing really to carry away.
कभी तो खुद का content बना ले.
Map, as you know, we were hearing from the coach interviews.
Dear Taril Patel, आपने यहाँ पे कमेंट किया कि आपके पास भी YouTube साइन इन है बराबर. आपके पास इतना ज्ञान चोदने का टाइम है, कंटेंट ही चोद लो थोड़ा सा. क्या बोलते हो? कुछ कर ले.
Great beginning, to be honest. They'd love to win this one in a 2-0 fashion after the kind of horrific beginning that they had in Shanghai.
That's absolutely true. And Foot did have a really strong Shanghai performance. They beat Leviathan, they beat Fnatic. These are big scalps for Foot to have taken. But they were 1-1 against the Chinese squads. Don't forget, Foot lost to FPX. Trace beaten Vitality and FPX close to Team Heretics at this event.
Binks ने टोचन दिया.
गरम है. For EDG to take another big win of their own.
Let's get to it then. EDG with a setup here, nice early haunt up and over the top. That's not going to be pre-aimed. I mean, I think it's supposed to be landing on top of the grate as well, but it ended up missing and still getting the value here. Spam, shots fired right through the smoke.
वो spam कैसे?
Kang over the nade. Push them backing away on either side here.
भाई वो लोग को पता है 2B पे.
Wrap around by Mr. Fall.
Oh, भाई इसका round है. Fall in का round है.
Footsteps. Pitter patter of it. Simon. Always bait.
There's another one coming though.
But yeah,
Fall in का round
a
है.
lot of areas to look for. Just can't quite manage to just get a handle on
भाई
it.
Simon hack कर रहा है.
At this point here,
वो क्यों देखेगा पीछे जब वहाँ से रेज आ रहा है?
Distant dream for this Foot team. They got C.
Huh?
EDG still holding on standby. And with that fight lost, really no chance.
भाई
in
लोग
hell.
का reads
would
कुछ
have to
ज़्यादा ही
toggle.
गलत है बे.
But the players' positions, EDG not giving anything away, just a slight jiggle, and Simon, he squares up to him. Enough to deliver that final blow, bullet to the brain, and a pistol round again gained here for EDG.
Nice one from EDG, they kept it fairly simple. That horn lineup actually, that is where that's supposed to land. Simon throws
भाई
that
आप
one
जो
all
भी
the time.
बोलते हैं
It's
उसका
weird 'cause you
उल्टा
can
होता है.
throw
कृपया
one on
मुंह
top,
बंद
right?
करें. मेरे को नहीं
PRX
लगता आदमी इमॉर्टल जा
But the
सकता
fact
है
that
यार
Foot
chat.
weren't ready for it, to me, is a bit of a worrying sign for the Turkish team. Because,
red flag raised.
Yeah, because that's the one that Simon throws every single time on this map. And so if you're not ready to pre-aim that, you're probably not ready for a lot of the other stuff they're going to bring to bind. It's probably not a map that you've done a lot of anti on.
IGL कौन है EDG का?
Because the middle of the map pools for both of these teams are very similar. It could have been Bind, Sunset, Icebox, any of those maps that EDG ended up picking.
Nobody just needs to survive with this rifle into his hands as well. He's got plenty of players that are trying to bring him down with a horn, pointing him out. So offsets and hands that rifle. Here's the adjustment and reaction out of EDG.
Chichu could go down here as well.
Okay. It's already into their faces. Chichu could have gone down, but now he's going to be trying to sync this one up. CNED running them down with a shorty. Kang, quick to respond.
भाई निकाला बे कांग ने राउंड. ये निकल सकता था उनसे पता है?
Bulldog here had a captain's grasp, but 2v3, you're smoked off. Horn's going to be available in at least 4 seconds, but predictable with the pathing. So
ये fact है कोई नहीं बदल सका. Excuse me. वो तो सच है.
Sideline set on it.
Adacaptain should want this Bulldog to remain out of EDG's hands. If they go for this and they die and it's recoverable, that's a problem.
Kang.
Eager to hunt down these kills as well. Built up 3 already.
Please जाके मत मार. हाँ बस.
Spikes ticking.
वरना
Yeah,
चला जाता
that one now at this point, but already steadily building up towards that ult. 4 away, you got to think you farm up some quick orbs. If Foot were giving up extremity control that easily from what we saw in the pistol round.
And EDG, with a bit of damage done there to their economy, are going to be able to take 1 less gun into this next round. Somebody's going to have to...
आज वेल होगा क्या obviously रात को?
But they'll still be fine. They'll still put a pretty dangerous bonus. Kang at the moment is finding a lot of value out of the Sheriff. He's just running around body-shotting everybody. He's finding value from it.
Yeah.
3 for me. भाई कांग MVP मेरा हो गया.
Bonus round.
आज मैं अच्छे से सो सकता हूँ.
EDG looking to try and convert this one as well. Get off to a blitzer and start. CNED's postured away. CNED held here, but really what's the contact? EDG already going to be offloading that one. It's a mosh pit through the TP, not much else behind it. EDG having to wait most of this out. Dizzy up and over the top. They rebounds. Smokey's all the way in there.
Smokey भाई सचल मार के कब से जानने लग गए?
Rifles though, that is ridiculous.
भाई इसका aim crazy है. भाई इसका aim crazy है bro. Bro. मेरा नया favorite मिल गया.
Very nicely done there from Foot. EDG are going to mostly be running on the exec A, 4-1 execs. They have Chishu, late backstab showers, and the other 4 come down short. Slightly different how other teams do it. A lot of other teams will be running their fade, kind of coming through showers, like Simon did this time. It's not standard for EDG. Foot dealt with it all the same.
क्या बोला? अरे सुनाओ ना.
But that was a weaker buy. And arguably, the side that Foot are looking to lock down the heaviest. They've got 3 players on A defending. Whereas Mr. Fallen and Adacaptain quite alone over here on the B side of the map.
Very much alone. There's no punish as well on the AWR pickup. Prowler and a Boombot. It's going to be used to try and take that B-long control mosh pit on top of it. Nobody just making sure that they can hold on and take that space there. Chichu is also trying to feign like there could be the potential of the lurk, but it does lock 2 of the players at least onto that angle on Foot side.
क्या एक wall smoke की वजह से देखो ना 2 बंदे खड़े रहने पड़ते हैं.
Sell a fake here. What's the play?
I think the fake might be on B here actually, and then they go through the teleport. Just judging by where Chishu is.
They don't have that prior showers control, and someone's going to have to break that.
That's not bad though. I mean, knowing that there's 2 players over there.
नहीं लेकिन उनको read आ
He's
गया
still going to rotate though. He smells a rat.
Yeah, he feels it, doesn't he?
उनको read आ गया.
Showers control. Here's the TP now.
लौड़े लग गए.
Foot going to be asked the question: can they hold this one back? Nade's already rebounded nice and early with the C's. Good connection. Good answer. So Satchel's able to get out of dodge as the Haunt wasn't pre-fired. Revealed up most of them. They've lost a little bit of control of this one. Yedajay will have to respond, and he will do so. Wrapping it all the way through. Beautiful control with a rifle.
Yeah.
Trying to go straight back at him. Blow for blow into the 1v1. Time getting against him. Kang going to get this spike planted down.
He gets
it online. Showstopper here and ready. Satchel's away still with a rifle. Now lets it loose. Another captain you've got to be fearing for your life. Not a sound, mate. Not a peep. Doesn't want to give anything away. Just has to wait this one out along with the fuse with the pre-fire into the corner. Misjudged by Kang.
उसको पता है ना shot पे?
It was a gamble in the end, but he does reposition with it. Now Ada captain. Hello, stick in this. Have revealed!
Oh
but a bullet to the
God!
Enough to deliver that 3rd round
भाई
now for
ये
EDG.
छोड़ो Smoggy MVP.
It's Kang there who wins the clutch. A little fortunate that he had that showstopper, because otherwise Ada Captain was breathing down his neck, but it's not Kang really that secures the round for them.
Happy birthday, wish you
it just comes out of nowhere. Smoggy over here, being able to get the kill on the CNET is fair enough, but then beautiful 1v2
beautiful.
And that makes the round winnable for EDG. Otherwise, Foot had the read. Their macro play was better.
Viper's Pit online now for Foot as well. Should make it a little bit less complicated for the defensive calling. That has been a problem, as you've already highlighted.
It's the rifling, really?
Yeah. Winning the fights out.
Yeah, rifling and also some of the micro stuff.
Now the captain is hyper committed.
भाई लोग execute करने वाले.
Over towards that B-long angle.
ये लोग execute करने वाले हैं.
It's a nade used relatively early.
Nade खत्म. Wall down.
To no avail, to be honest. I mean, EDG are happy to just sidestep it out. A bit of spam, though, and bullets. You can't really disrespect that. And here's an attempt that he executes a mosh over the top. It actually cancels the ult. Mr. Fallen loses control of it. The Thrash will get a second round of things as long as he waits it out. EDG going a bit slow, and now attempting to speed it up. The tempo increased. That passing from Kang. Rifles in the hands of Foot. They want to put a stop to this one. The battle lines are drawn into the side of the TPs here, and now a Thrash as well to try and at least collect a few more. No, broken just before he can step past it.
2 spotted though, I think.
Yeah, and Chichu and Smoggy.
Oh,
positions are noted now. Just down to Smoggy. 41. Hell.
Jord.
Onto the ankle. Yedajay.
मेरे को लगा नेट और वॉल डाउन किया ना तब भी लोग घुस जाएंगे स्मोक करके फिर वॉल अप आ नहीं सकता स्मोक मॉली से रोटेशन खत्म और ये लोग सीधा साइड जाएंगे इन कांगा का पहला किल नहीं मिला ना उसको थोड़ा क्रूशियल हो गया
It's the first time, well, not the first time, but this is, you know, a different composition to what they've played most recently. Almost all the time they've been playing this KO Gecko comp, where you're using the flashes actually to initiate off the back. Here, Foot have to hold their ground a bit more and work that space denial utility. The mollies, the walls. Slow pace to open this round out.
Yeah, EDG just going to be focusing on farming up the ults.
And I think the outsides of the map should be favored to EDG.
यार दोनों और नहीं देना चाहिए क्या बोलते हैं?
It's kind of like 2-1-2 approach.
Chichu even just going for a couple of peeks down A short. Now, there's not too many chances into this round. EDG, the more map control is given up for them, the more I might start to become a believer, even if they're working with the pistol. Smokes are now down and out. That's going to commit towards the mollies. Dizzy did not get broken in time.
So please post plant mat
jane
do.
The side here, but he's still EDG forced to respect most of the mollies coming their way. Plan from Simon is committed. The C's does connect, but there's nothing else again to follow up with this one. So we see that extension into the post. The only difference is they don't have the rifles, but again, that might not stop EDG. support. Sees, I should say, Dizzy, Satchel, SUPERNOVA now with a showstopper pre-fired. He was just following the trails there, and the rifle spray down. Kang trying to relieve that pressure. Fallen, sticking, have onto the defuse. Needs to be something to offload and push this one back, but sticking it all the way to safety. Despite the kills that are falling in from EDG, damage definitely done to the economy, but a round when FUT will be happy to walk away with it.
Absolutely the case, but FUT should not have allowed it to get that close. They also would have liked to win that round without having to use the showstopper, because now they have an enormous ult disadvantage heading into the rifle round. So I think, all in all, even though the score disagree, that's a bit of a win for gaming.
Yeah.
EDG's ults in particular are the thing to be paying attention to here, but also a massive clash over towards sand.
Yeah, this one is about to be a brawl in the skirmish. Prowler disrespected EDG. He's way ahead of it. He's traded. Thrash just biting at the heels there. The captain's going to be detained. Caught. Orbital strike collected. Slowed to a crawl. And no more. Brought down. Not expecting this though. Mr. Fallen just anchoring, holding it down, locked down the position, but finally struck from behind. But it's a little bit too late here for Smoggy. Brings it to that 1v2 with the spike hard committed into the site. Again, pre-firing away into the corners. Doubled up is all it takes from FUT.
It's tough to criticize, but I think EDG, I mean, they're going to take a tag time out here, but I think they needed to call a cancel, a slowdown in the round once they got that ult combo.
Yeah.
They had an enormous player advantage, but they just made it super obvious which side they were hitting, and the rotates were already on the way from A. They also had a very late player coming up B long, and in the end, that anchoring player of Mr. Fallen did so much.
भाई लेकिन मेरा ADG से वो execute वाला जो है ना वो देख
huge ult investments. They had plenty of time when they were coming through hookah
heavy वाला.
They could have slowed things down and just been happy with the fact that they had them on the back foot, had a Thrash orbital strike combo. A bit of panic.
PRX को क्या हो गया बंक्स भाई? नहीं comments lag हो रहा था भाई. Packet loss.
But they're going to make the difference when you get the champs. I think nobody had a blinder of a game on Lotus too. Just the utility and the way that he was setting up his teammates, and also minimizing his feeding plays, which are, like, that's a genuine thing when it comes to nobody getting value.
Sometimes
but right now he's 0-7 on bind, and it's not because he's throwing his life away. It's just he's not being able to find those kills that his team kind of relies on him to get. Those like trade kills, being able to get a random pick in one of these situations.
Yeah, right place, right time.
Hey chat, मेरे को एक बात बताओ.
Gonna need to see that newcomer to the IGL role step up for EDG.
EDG opted into the attack side operator here for Kang. This is they do pull this out from time to time. The footage I've watched. The trouble is they sometimes don't really know what to do with themselves when they're not offered these easy pickoffs.
They do tend to play quite a bit slower with Kang's op. But
okay,
immediately it
short
finds
to
value.
Yeah, gets it straight down. Almost to get at him out. A short. And with EDG gone as well, at this point, could make a few plays, but risks have to be played here by FUT as well. Seeking to offset the disadvantage. Chichu was almost there, man. Almost good enough, just dancing around the bullets for a moment, but just couldn't reset the aim in time.
I like the call here to drive it quickly into B. Mr. Fallen's got to realize quickly that that's what's going on. Ada Captain might be screwed here.
मैं क्या पूछ रहा था?
There's too much to deal with the Dizzy overloading him. Potentially through the bodies as well. He's played Mr. Fallen in, but again, tip-tap at the rifles. Tip-tap at the shoes as well. Great movement from the EDG players, enough to survive into this one here.
Retake and HK. Chat, 7 PM GMT plus 7.
Elbow control has been
तो यहाँ का टाइम के हिसाब से क्या हुआ?
Need a playmaker now. Brought down to his knees. So just the one and it's cracks.
Save it, save it.
Exactly where he might be playing from. Chooses to back away. Knows it's an impossibility.
Bit of a misread from Mr. Fallen. He thought that the EDG team was going to react by going down short. The player where they just managed to take down EDG. He was running over to the A side to try to reinforce that spot. Didn't realize everyone on EDG barreling towards B. Nice call. Right when we were just talking about the macro, nobody needing to find his moments. Mid-round in there ended up working quite nicely.
530
A
Binks.
reaction to those two
यार
players
क्या
pushing
time
out
दे
showers.
रहे हो?
Let's take a look at this one.
Shot
Do you need the
बे.
headshot?
Yeah.
भाई है reaction तो है.
All off the back of that one. So when EDG do get those opening
12:30
kickoffs, the operator played a slow round.
AM?
It does work out for them. But now with a buy a little bit all over the place. You know, you see CNED, he's got this outlaw. You'd have to be precise with it so you get real good value. Horn's not broken. EDG know that Showers has given up, but the timing's off in terms of Foot just trying to make sure that they
5:30
crunch
PM.
that
ए
one.
तुम लोग अलग-अलग time बोलते रहो रे बीच.
Alongside the C's nade, it's all committed nice and early. That's a lot of big tools that Foot would like to use to try and stunt and stop a fast
12:30
exit.
lunch time. तो दोपहर को.
Coming soon with EDG playing his attack.
तो AM कैसे हुआ? PM हुआ
No,
वो.
they're going to be slow. They're going to be
AM मतलब रात को होता है नुबड़ो.
And Foot at some point may peek for info. Similar to how EDG was going for that jump peek, he'll have thought he was safe there, trying to take the safer option in the previous round. But of course, there's only so many ways that you can grab info without facing your body into
Google करो. Chat से NHK.
EDG is working his way forwards again. What a risk.
12:30.
Super risky.
रात का पक्का.
Where this operator's going to be, and not just that, you don't know where the players are going to be. Chichu, there with a punish. Make him think twice about it.
Retake.
going to be
COEX.
paying of his life.
COEX
Yet
एक नहीं
again,
मार
cracks.
सकता है यहाँ से निकल जा.
So you're going to play spoiler.
एक
inside
नहीं
the
मार
smoke.
सकते यहाँ से निकल जा. COEX मेरी बात
Dodge
सुन.
most of the
COEX
hits,
मेरी
coming his
बात
way, including the
सुन.
bullets. Nobody with the plan as well. Here's that reload, but
बोला तो
sprays
निकल जा.
away and does reveal his position. Seen it up and over the top. He's praying that a head will be revealed to him, but nobody graceful enough to oblige. So this Lamps controls the aim of the game here for EDG. Haunt wraps his way through into the back. Nobody's going to be spotted. Orbital straight from our captain. Good to clear this one through and away. Dizzy, but over the top at the wall. Gives him that cover. Kang full running. Get the hell out of here.
Bro,
It's a ridiculous
what
adjustment.
the
Instead, still locking that
fuck?
control. Foot have no more chances available to them. And CNED has to concede the space, has to concede the round.
Yeah.
Foot are giving away too many early kills. I mean, EDG in this round taking an egregious risk, I think. Getting caught by Shishu. But then also, what a whiff from Ada Captain coming around the back as well. There are opportunities for Foot to be able to get back into these rounds or to, you know, just stabilize and not give away the advantages at the beginning. But EDG are playing patiently, playing slowly with the op, and it's getting so much value because Foot are getting antsy, and it's forcing mistakes out of them. Maybe not even forcing the mistakes out of them necessarily. It's just the sheer lack of information.
Whoa.
And Foot make the unforced error.
Crucialest kill of the century मारा उसने.
We haven't seen a CNED Kang sniper battle yet today.
Yeah, not quite blessed with it. Might be coming up soon though. Both players in position. Much harder shot to land though. Ward into the face of CNED. You do not want to be peeking through that one. Kang looks his way up. Chichi was already there, way ahead of him. Making sure to cover.
भाई drone जिसे clear करते बे ये लोग.
Firepower's there. First picks. Slow and steady as you go for EDG. So far, it's worked out in their favor.
Damage
done. The cracks drops him down to 5 HP.
And a captain incentivized
Chat,
to go
अपन भी
aggressive.
बने क्या
In a round
drone?
like this, you got to take risks. It's not similar to the previous, where you wanted to minimize. EDG putting a slow squeeze on Foot right now. It's working.
Both Prowler's going to be committed. They know that there's at least some presence out towards the hook angle. Util is going to be used to push them back here. And the captain is very much alone in this spot. Without too much to work with. Another round wait. EDG to get this plant down. Ults are really starting to become a problem soon as well.
Yeah, massive issue. I was wondering if Kang would even get the plant here actually to get his showstopper online, but I'm pretty sure he feels comfortable being able to pick up an ult orb. Captain going for a dance, seeing if he can get any closer to a range where the Stinger's favored.
He'll advise though to really just tango with this guy, Kang. Again, just so keen to lock down those angles. Earns up
over.
Showstopper. One away from a multitude of ults now too. Nobody close to the Thrash. One away from the orbital strike as well for Smoggy. EDG at this point are primed and ready to run away with a half.
Yeah, I think this should be them dominantly winning the half here. the last 2 rounds.
They
do have to drag some ults out of Foot. I mean, last time Foot pitted towards short. EDG might want to have some counterplay around that, go in the opposite direction. We can see that EDG is going to try to mix it up.
Very aggressive. Is he going to be using a showstopper? Smokey shuts it down mid-air, but it's exchanged evenly. 4 versus 4 now, and with that play being made, you could call for the fast pivot if you are EDG. Simon, this time though, choosing the creep and crawl his way in through showers, taking back that control, swapping it around with the weaponry. No noise made. Control gained, and as EDG just seeks to get that mid-round information, he will be punished out of captain. Molly has to rebound, and they know exactly where it is. It's blood in the water, and EDG are keen for it.
Another situation where EDG gets punished going for that. And EDG's ults looking insurmountable at this point. Foot backing up. Their economy is in shambles. They're about to enter the final round of the half. It's not looking likely though.
No.
Ever since EDG slowed things down, Foot have had no answer. Their ability to gain information on the defense side here has not been through coordinated util retakes and reclears of areas. It's just been peeking in, and I think that's because EDG have been doing so much contacting. They're contacting around the map with Kangkang's operator as the tip of the spear.
You already know that's a bad idea. Money is blooming and blossoming. I mean, Kangkang does not care about giving his own life away. He just wants to take the guns away from Foot themselves, with nobody dropped as well. Believe he has his ult online. Yeah,
if CNED had the money at any point in this half, a defense side option should be a good idea, but he's never had the economy to get one online. It's a great kill from Smoggy. If that had gone down untraded, you know, maybe the round's a little different, but to be honest, it's just all looked like EDG in control.
Yeah, it has. As you mentioned, as soon as they slow it down with the operator in hand, I mean, sometimes that's the thing.
Attack में ऑफ कर रहा है भाई वो लोग को ऑप्टिंग है भाई कांगकांग को क्या बोलेंगे प्रूव करके बताओ
I've been handing it to them.
Yes. And this tack timeout, it's the final round of the half. So
भाई मेरी गोटे है ना एकदम आइस बॉक्स हो गई है.
To talk to them during the half time and talk to them about when they move on to the attack. So this tack timeout is being burnt just to try to get
8-4 हो गए तो लग गए
singular round.
8-4 हो गया तो लग गए.
Does that mean they're going to come in with some kind of set play, or is it just to try to readjust the overall strategy?
Heavy लग गए.
I think not putting your life on the line with these info peaks is super important. They haven't forced EDG to exec with the op yet, because EDG have always got into an advantage player
drawing
before they required
drawing it. मैं जा रहा हूँ esports.
But even if you force EDG to go for an execute,
I got the right motivation, guys.
Back onto somebody else.
मेरा भी painting, drawing सब बनेगा.
An auto strike and then ping the post. It's going to be so tough. You've put yourself in an awful spot now.
Money's at the point now where EDG, look at him. I mean, he's flexing his wealth. He's swapping around the weaponry like nobody's business. Rifle at your feet.
You get an op. You get an op.
Excuse me, Akash bhai. Language.
And they are grouped up fully over towards A here, so EDG potentially thinking about cooking up a play to punish a defensive pit if it was laid down by EDG, but he's nowhere near this A site. That gives free ground for EDG. Smokes it down. Thrash now going to be used. Orbital strike to clear just out that potential player. Snakebite up and around to the side here. There is no showers control for EDG. That is it in the danger zone. Plant down now. Nobody going to be aiming to get that one, but it's pre-fired down and away. And the pit preemptive here from EDG.
Very much so.
Yeah.
It's going to stop them from controlling really important sightlines. It's going to make it much easier for Foot to deny plant.
The A side is just entirely split up.
थोड़ा सा alt left right हो गया.
They go through the teleporter. EDG is waiting.
This is really where it gets awkward. Start to see the untested nature of these compositions as well, because I mean hesitancy to me right now is looking like a bit of just uncertainty of what to do into this spot here. They know that showers is a problem. They can't quite clear it again. Nobody going to go for a second round of things. Wingman back online. Nightfall called. Foot want to fight. This time held down as the rifles in hand. Running and gunning at a captain. Brings down nobody. Right from behind those Smokey. Strikes back. And one left alone. It's EDG. Way too much. They don't even want the A side. Taking it. Okay, I mean TP.
So tragic from EDG's point of view. He was in hookah the entire round. If only he'd waited there, maybe he could have caught Kangkang, but of course he rotated.
इधर चला मैं उधर
He is going to be
चला
unexpected.
नहीं
Having said that,
देख रहा
Smoggy's
हूँ
watching.
Yeah, he is. Might have even spotted him there.
इतना देर
And
पुश
also
प्लान
signs
देगा
up.
तो फिर
EDG's got a lot to clear. Lot to clear, not enough. Not just with the Bulldog in his hand. So an 8-4 finish. Felt almost preordained, I think, in the way that EDG were playing that one. Another strong showcase here for Bind.
Lovely performance from EDG. It really is. They're looking strong to try to close this one out.
seconds left.
Have you played X Defend? उससे अच्छा मैं TDM के लिए
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives wings. PRX lost, but in Kang I trust. Soul change है, Soul का बंदा है मेरे हिसाब से. EDG versus Genji, just imagine. By GT versus PRX वापस होने वाला है. Any comments? LK rematch. लिख के रखो, लिख के.
Questions now laid at the feet of these FUT players is how do you manage to overcome this? Again, a 4-round deficit.
GT versus
This
PRX
round
क्यों
doesn't
होगा?
go
GT versus PRX इसलिए होगा क्योंकि कांग जाएगा, G2 को हराएगा, G2 आएगी नीचे, PRX उसके पीछे. Gaff attack.
But when you move over to the new comp, a lot of extra elements that go amiss for them. So far, it hasn't looked convincing.
And EDG on defense on this map are very convincing. Their B setup in particular, I think they play around nobody's dizzy excellently. EDG have been putting in the work.
Or FPX?
It didn't look super convincing in China. It looked like the other teams were catching up. But maybe that's a sign of the entire region.
6K likes हो चुके हैं on the way for 7K likes. जो लोग अभी भी आए हैं, गेम खत्म होने आ रहा है, like कर दो.
Trace to it with vitality.
Oh, yeah.
This is another EMEA team looking to fall here.
Would be like, मैं
the
किसके
number
लिए
one
यार?
seed from China.
And EDG looking to shut down the naysayers, the doubters, but bullet straight to the dome into Kang.
Attack में आते सीनियर भाई का खून खोल जाता है कुछ तो.
Certainly looked from our perspective like that was through a smoke.
CNED wants to square up to this one here. He's trying to be cool, calm and collected at the aim, but not really enough to survive. He did get the one before the trade come through. Instant reaction.
लगा मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि लगा नहीं करके लगा.
I guess different ideas about it. Mr. Fallen's moving in a different direction. They know that A is completely opened up here with the TPs heard and called. EDG now have lost all semblance of map control.
खेल रहा है वे उनके साथ.
And Foot planning for backside here.
क्या attack का कुछ तो है लग रहा है इनका scene है.
They really struggled to on Lotus, but here on Bind, understanding how important that is. Krax is in a great position to backstab, as the rest of EDG should be focused on going down short.
You can hear the footsteps. Fallen catches it, sees the two of them. Mosh still available, ready and waiting for this. And striking from behind, Krax. Happy to deliver the death blow, at least to Chichu. Flashes in util, a little bit too much to overcome. Tapping away with a ghost in hand. Smoggy is crouching for dear life and even just returns the fire himself. 2v3 now. They need a lot more where that came from. Time starting to get away from them. And a captain again will ward them back.
Not the cleanest of the rounds, but
ransom that lifeline.
They needed that. If there was any chance of coming back into Bind, pushing things to sunset, which would also be a brutal map for Foot. I think it's probably EDG's best, the decider here. A nice opener from CNED. That one starts to get the job done. CNED himself is going to pick up a Vandal heading into the next round too. And EDG full stacking the
Around
B
wins,
side.
around
I
wins.
said earlier that their B defense is good. This is not the
Why
standard.
nobody bike?
But I think
Where
their
are
B
you,
defense is
dude?
going to be pretty potent here.
That's a Gecko diff right there.
Triple up holding. Even trying to take that fight straight up.
He won it.
Yeah, he did win it, but the rifle's going to be retrieved. But you have to worry about this. Cutting up these angles out of Captain. Molly at the feet of many of them. Smoggy, hello. That was just not coordinated in the slightest. Out of Captain. He's having a field day. He's farming up multiple kills. Just needs to keep this rifle going.
He really does need the rifle. He's got reinforcements coming back along, so they might be able to recover this.
Okay.
Or throw it away, perhaps.
Foot tried to supply the reinforcements and already did supplying the bodies. EDG now. An opportunity. They don't want to let this one slip. It's Foot that are already the ones who made it nice and open. Possibility for them back in the way this time, though. Foot want to play this one with more discipline. Crossfire set up nade. Just rebounding. A lot of angles to clear. Simon's going to be trying to take that first point of contact. Diffuse, trying to stick this half. Dizzy dealt with again, but he just went in the rifle aim. Not quite there for an EDG player.
Foot will be very happy that the Vandal got delivered back to him as well.
Heavy damage. Heavy damage.
So Foot can save it into the next round. It is going to mean, though, that two players have got to sit there with pistols. Whereas if the bonus had gone a bit better, they would have had full 5 rifles online. EDG doing damage to the economy.
Hey, can I get like a shout out,
The
yo?
only downside was, Ada Captain got so many kills, he's kind of getting close to that orbital strike. He's only 2 away. Could get into a good position with it, and then make a very unwinnable post. What a shot from CNED.
Okay, if he's firing like this, it's not just a chance. They might even be able to take this map. Shutting down a star player of China. Prowler gliding past. Could bait somebody right in here in the footsteps, maybe. Simon's back onto the angle.
He knows this is fake pressure in showers now. This is great information for Simon.
And he's moved right past it. EDG might be getting a closer look and a tango. Simon does not expect it. Gave it those timings. They both thought they had the read. EDG, the one who comes out on top. Even if he did just have that pistol in hand. Never to push this one back now. No plant denial. So Mr. Falling gets that extension. EDG is scattered of only 3 of them left. They've already made the call to just not even play into it.
What a disciplined decision there to just save in a 3v5. I mean, obviously, you've lost 2 players. It's going to be very difficult. And I think the other factor that might be playing into it is that if you go for this, you take the opportunity and you lose. Well, between that failed retake attempt and the eco that would come afterwards, Mr. Fallen, CNED, and Ada Captain are all going to get up to their ults.
Exactly.
So not only would you lose the round, likely, but you would also send yourself spiraling away.
Why did you ghost me?
Why did you ghost me? Sentence. You can't let this composition get going, generating the ults, because at that point you're generating execs. Possibilities. Plays to be cooked up. Foot convert that bonus round. The economy booming.
Nice
and off the back of that guy there, CNED.
Yeah.
And this opener was fantastic. We've seen a couple of odd moments from CNED today where he's missed some spots where you expect him to get it. But most of what we've seen from the Turkish superstar is excellent. He's been going around, taking shots, opening sights up for them on the entry. It's the rest of the team that needs to step up around him, I think, if they want to make this comeback a reality.
Rolling back the years a little bit, CNED. These kind of performances. One of 4 players at this event that could potentially lift the 2nd Champs Trophy.
If Foot are the team that lifts the 2nd Champs Trophy. CNED wasn't favoured to lift the 1st one. That one came out of nowhere with Ascend in 2021.
Very, very true.
But it is Champs. I mean, that just shows you the fact that CNED has that trophy, shows you a lot of it is about turning up at the tournament. Having that form, having that excellence when it matters. That's what all the Chinese fans are hoping EDG can do as well. But Kankan's going to get shut down. That light armor not helping.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication, I think, as well, that sightline was open. Right for the taking here, Foot. They're pouncing on the chance.
Bro, lag gaya
Have a
ji.
plant down, 2 players left to stand.
Chalo, chalo, map 3.
Hunting, poking around, maybe see if he can take some...
Smoggy save, Simon, bike se pato ya gun lo.
Do you want to be generating these ults for them? Because one away, CNED, Mr. Fallen.
Map 3 guys,
Holding on
sunset.
to these angles, Fallen's got it.
Sunset, 100 taka.
CNED could play for an ult orb, really.
100
I mean,
taka
both are
sunset.
accessible
छाती पे
to
लिखो.
the attackers. So I don't think it's necessary
Sunset
that they go for
और
Hunter's
मेरे
down,
हिसाब
but
से
he's going to
Foot
go for it
जीतेगा.
anyway. A death is fine here, by the way.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's got 5k in the bank, so...
Popping कर रहा है.
Hope for the next round. Happy with it.
Popping कर रहा था.
And EDG probably going to be able
Busy
to
shouted
get
मांग
a
के
fight
Binks
together,
क्या
even if
है
Smoggy
यार.
does go down, so it's not do or
कुछ
die
भी
for Foot
बोला
to chase
तो
this Vandal in
ये
spawn.
But the trouble is, EDG at this point are losing track and grip of the series, or at least...
भाई
the map, I
MVP
should
कौन है?
say.
कांकांग है कि
for
नहीं? वो
sure.
बताओ. That was my
Series is still
only
looking good
prediction.
with them taking away Foot's map pick on Lotus. Like I said, Sunset, EDG, they'll be feeling really confident
Open
about that.
swing हो गया.
At the same time, you
इसलिए
have
वो
to close
पानी में
things
क्या?
out in two. If you are
Let me get
EDG,
some
you're
water.
currently taking an attack timeout to make sure that this doesn't snowball even further out of control.
I mean, so it was already an 8-4 half at the beginning.
And you win pistol, you win bonus, and suddenly you're right back in it as Foot.
Exactly.
And this is where the ults are massively important, because as much as EDG can come up with a game plan here, it's got to be one that takes into account that CNED's got a showstopper to burst down, you know, if he wants to go hookah or if he wants to go through short. And he's going to have a thrash clearing the way for him as well. And if you decide to play retake setups, first of all, those are difficult on bind, and secondly, Foot are probably going to sniff that out and just save one of the ults for post plan. It is really tough to deal with rounds like this, where it's an eco swing round. If EDG lose it, they're back.
Chat predictions.
Normally teams
8-8
to try to take aggressive
neck
fights.
to neck चल रहा है.
Can challenge Foot before they get
Predictions
into
बताओ.
use their showstopper or their thrash.
ये
then
map.
maybe you've got a chance if you can get that pick.
EDG या FUT.
You got to take risks in rounds where you've got a disadvantage like that.
Question's going to be asked, I think, of the playbook of EDG.
इतनी बार छाती पे लिख चुका हूँ, गजनी लगने लग गया हूँ.
Praises of it.
अभी भी EDG लग रहा है. मेरे को अभी Foot लग रहा है.
Yeah.
And anchoring
मैप 3 लग रहा है मेरे को. भाई सीनेट के पास अल्ट है, फॉलन के पास अल्ट है. वो लोग के लग गए, वो लोग इको जाएंगे वापस, 10-8 आ जाएगा. फिर आटा कैप्टन के पास अल्ट आ जाएगा, यूटीजी के पास अल्ट आ जाएगा. भाई खत्म हो
tries to make the move towards it. Mosh, unconventional location for it. Jump spot and Horn. Right, abound and through. Thrash is going to try and lead the way, pave a chance potentially for them to get themselves into their site. Kang forced and pushed back and away. Chi-Chu playing spoiler. Rifle sprayed down. Barely escaping off to the side as well. This fight's happening all over the bloody place with a spike in his laps. Chi-Chu might have done enough. Just needs to back away and survive here. Barely getting around the corner. Rifle reload on point. Spam through the corner. This guy is low. But the damage done, as I said prior, he's going to get caught. Might be enough.
Can he take another
one? Yeah, I mean, there's fire from every single avenue. Reclear cord, EDG trying to go with this one, a bit more pace as well. That's a Dizzy and TP, reclear around. CNED, he's offloaded the ult as well. Now everybody scatters right to the win. This is just sloppy gaming.
He's one shot as well, one Vandal body shot, and he goes down in that situation. He's popped the ultimate there just to try to stabilize the round. So it's a 3v3 at the end of the day, and I think EDG will be super happy about how this one has turned out. As bonkers as it seemed, they've actually reset into a situation where they can win. They've even got the read correct. 2 players defending A.
With 20 seconds remaining.
Time
Time becoming an issue. Rotating away though. Simon Haunt didn't see anything. He thinks it's towards B. And there is that Marsh, nobody. Waits it out, Yedijay's planting, there's nothing to clear this one away. He's just trying to walk up onto the angle. He does spot him, weak enough. Bullet to the chest, as you already mentioned.
By 4v2, by इसकी माँ का
gog
फेंकेगा.
Dizzy alongside it.
तीनों बंदे गोलियां मारेंगे.
All combined.
Low band.
Get that first tap, force them out wide, Simon. That is a Ferrari peak on the swing.
Wingman,
Come straight to the defense, jumping, hopping up on the box. EDG. They stem the bleeding.
Frustration for CNED. They had massive advantages in that round.
3v2 plus
EDG took it away.
4v2.
Did they play something proactive? I mean, not necessarily at the start of the round. They had 4 players stacked over towards A, recognizing that Thrash, Showstopper, most likely going to be used either hookah or short. Pick one, short. All right, we'll stack A. But then, the escapades through the teleporter.
Yeah, cue to Benny Hill theme, I think. That's just...
But it worked out.
It did.
मत बोल वो लोग देख रहे हैं ऐसा बोला ना उसने कोच ने
Chinese chaos.
अभी मत बोल वो लोग देख रहे हैं कैमरा
the region is known for.
now very different ults to come online. Foot close to ones that are good in the post, not ones that are good to open up a site. Whereas EDG are just starting to get to their first of everything. Double stack up towards Hookah here. Going for a push, EDG. It's all about timing.
No way. Trying to take this one again. Contact play once broken. Good adjustment with the rifle lane, but it's traded. So 4 versus 4. That's where we stand in round 18. Smokes up in their face. Foot. They have the position, could try and explode out into this one, and they're going to do just that now. Nobody's going to push this one back and away. Prowler in his face nade as well. Got to respect that. Tiptoeing around most of this util, falling with the plan as well. That's Wingman sprayed down and away. Chance here. They have a second wave of util. EDG might just try and put a stop to it now. Out of Captain gets that extension and an ult earned over the strike to carry forwards into the next. It's good into this post plan. Foot.
Molly hai, ult hai.
They still have Molly as well.
Control over lamps, held down, pre-fires around, C's dropped, and players alongside it. This is EDG winning this one out, forwards and away, rifles, crouch and spraying at a Captain. He has no time or rest to take this one. Simon with the tap, it does force out over the strike, but
Oh fuck, Molly nahi hai.
Man, running down.
Agar Molly fake deta.
Very tight spacing there from EDG. Good coordination, good discipline, and hitting their shots when it matters too. If Foot had maybe been able to respond in lamps, the round could have been very different. But they weren't. 2 players, one caught by the C's, the other flicked onto Cena, could not trade. In terms of the rifle skill today, EDG have turned up to a higher degree, I think, than Foot. Not every player, EDG and Cena, it's still holding their own, finding good timings.
5.5 सेकंड बचा था डिफ्यूज करने को और वो लाइनअप वाला मॉली एक था
fight scenarios more often. Tag timeout, suddenly the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, okay. All right, mate. Be looking for a new co-caster at this rate.
Foot वाला जोक मारा उसने ये गया.
That's even worse, isn't it?
It's even worse.
But EDG have got massive ultimates, right? And these are good for defense. And Kang has got enough money to put up the operator, which, spoiler alert, he has.
as 5-man team. ऐसा बोला.
Cena guys, they're all going to be there trying to figure out how do they get past all of the tools that EDG have to now close out the map and close out the series.
EDG would love to do that.
Emotional na karo.
Reiterating.
Yammel
angry hometown crowds after the back of that Shanghai performance where they just bombed out entirely. But maybe this event could be the event for China. We're already seeing upsets occurring, as we already mentioned. You know, Trace the other day over Vitality, EDG. Well, this wouldn't necessarily be an upset. I think most people were panning this one to be quite a close match, but a strong start for them out of the gates is kind of necessary for champs here.
EDG 1-4 across Madrid and Shanghai. So that shows you how desperate they are for a win.
It's been dire this year. EDG drop down and lay down that pit. Foot do not have the goals to try and clear their way through this one.
ultimate showers.
And they're just kind of looking at the pit,
best
wondering
Binks
whether they should be going inside it, pressuring it. They have no showers control.
सब जगह pressure करो थोड़ा-थोड़ा.
A pit like this, you need showers.
एक साथ shower group up, एक बंदा shot, बाकी showers अंदर. चलो.
Into this comp might be showcasing wide open just from the inability, I think, just to pass through some of these defensive setups. Kang with the op, posted back up. Chances now at a Captain, top of the fountain. Needs to stay alert. Barely a leg spotted out and through.
Even if you pressure him though, he's got the showstopper in his back pocket.
Yeah.
Showstopper
so we can afford to play this one a little bit more close. He doesn't even catch onto the corner. I mean, seeing it's failed to even clear this one here, it's used as a response. At least EDG going to be pulled back out of them. B-long control is conceded. Wingman spots it. Nobody. You're really going to try and take this fight. Live and true here. It's a showstopper. It's already used preemptively. 25 seconds left. The door's open, wide open. Foot. Doesn't matter, man. Slow play all you like here. Stumbling EDG. Struggling to even put a stop to it. TP pivots though. Round and round we go. Smoggy. He's ADS'd. He's locked it up. Pit dropped down to try and get them in the spot as well. But the volley stopping them from even getting this plant down. Barely enough time on the clock to do so.
But now that they have secured the plant, the round almost unwinnable. Smoggy was the last chance, the last hope for EDG. Their B defense collapsing a little, and Foot with a nice pivot through the teleport.
I'm just scratching my head at that.
कैसे?
At which part of it?
तीन बंदे हैं.
B, I think, is that
ऊपर
they have
है.
every single tool necessary to stunt and just stop any sort of exec. They used it all preemptively.
Blind है.
Like I say, normally they're really good at being able to hold multiple cycles
सब
with that
है.
util. I think the big problem in this round for them
कैसे?
was that nobody tried to hop back inside.
बस भाई कल फिजिक्स का एग्जाम है, कोई टिप्स?
Yeah, our first ninja defuse at
इसे
a global event. I don't think that's like
बाइसेप्स के बारे में थोड़ा ज्यादा बात करना. आजकल बाइसेप्स थोड़ा ट्रेंडिंग में मेरा.
I think was our first. Listen, the first that I've seen, first nobody feed of the day. I know he's 4-15 at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's he hasn't been throwing his life away too much. But this one, walking back into the horns, back into hookah, instead of backing off with the rest of your team, I think he was worried
I have
about.
a question. How much refresh rate monitor they get over there
Maybe
in
the brim
VCT?
altered his back.
240, 360.
It's a strange one. Bit of a head scratcher. EDG.
Physical नहीं Havle.
Deep smoke. Prowler. Dizzy. Through. Gets that
Physical.
connection. Hit footsteps. Ring all the way around.
आज अगर
ring around the
एग्जाम
rosy.
रहेगा तो फिजिक्स हुआ ना.
Stefano
कल
right,
अगर
trying to
रहेगा
pre-aim
तो
onto the
फिजिकल.
corner, but he's going to get postured and
लेकिन
pushed
कल
back.
भी रहेगा तो कल वो जब
Out to
एग्जाम
the
देने
way.
जाएगा वो
EDG
आज
have
होएगा तो
control, deep
फिजिक्स
flanks
होएगा ना.
occurring all through the middle of the map here. Might be looking to try and take that fight, and the call is made by Foot to refight. They don't want to flip the map at all. Just trying to take it with the weaponry, but it does open them up to risky plays. Kang's from behind. Prowler in their faces. Other captains watching. No way, the timing's just about missed, and he hears it. Sound cues around. Chaos incarnate occurring before our bloody eyes. Stingers away. Molly dropped down. Noise and time. Boom! But the shots fired and missed. The Sherman hand. Kangan just cannot make it work. This is, as I said, all over the place.
कंकन का राउंड था यार.
Know where he is. They know they lost control of this one, but it is controlled in the end by Foot to bring it to that 10-10.
Both teams winning vitally important rounds, and then being able to secure follow-ups, so that the ults, I say, secure follow-ups.
Hey up, Chichu. There's no way, right? There's absolutely no way. 1v2. Taking a peek at a captain's way ahead of it again. He pokes his head out. 1v1.
Fuck.
You can't be letting him get away with this. Not in the slightest. Pre-aim into the wall again. Another reload online. But this is so damn precarious. Retreat by COEX. Backs away.
At some point, Shishu's got to go for the spike.
When does that timing come? Peeking through again. Uncertainty at the back of the mind. COEX as well. Spots it. But just a fade away shot, man. It is so damn messy.
Don't count him out of any round. My mistake there, assuming that Foot had got that one sealed up. Wasn't familiar with EDG's eco game. 10-10.
That neck
Both
to
teams
neck
have let
competition
slip
10-10.
opportunities.
क्या
It
लगता
looked
है?
like Foot had a huge one to be able to get
अब
back
कौन
into the
जीतेगा?
game. And it looked like EDG had it. You know, they were 10-8 up, ready to run away with things.
सांस निकली या कुछ और?
Both teams fighting tooth and nail to stay in here on
चलो
Bind.
मेरा पैर दुख रहा.
And this is looking like it's going to be an A
Hey
execute.
Deadpool, do you want to watch like one round, yo?
Well, the Mosh as well. Lineup thrown.
Now a nightfall as well. Going to be used to supplement. In through the back of the side, Kang. It's an off-angle hold in through lamps as well. Has to be cautious, and he's worried, but still takes the peek and the timing. Trying to make a go of things here. The call is made to try and fight this one. Showstopper in the hands of seen it. There's a danger. Kang though, he's weaved his way past most of this, and it just glides straight past him. Whistles through, a tap away. EDG able to offset it, at least with the movement. Survives another day here. Chichudo rapidly approaching out for the side. There is chaos. Again occurring before our very eyes. Chichu, he's isolated, caught into the corner, out for a shot. Trying to make this one a bit winnable. Nobody to defuse is going to be pushed back and away. No players are Foot surviving. EDG with that one round lead now up to 11.
Another one of those scrappy situations where EDG come out on top.
मेरे को लगा नहीं वो वाइपर ऐसा फाइट लेगा बे.
Situations like that just come down to individuals and how much you can get value from your position. Could you have imagined Kang getting more value from his spot? No. Swings out from lamps, manages to delete Ada Captain, evades a showstopper, gets another pick inside as well.
UC भी करवाया, दो मारा.
Seen it trying to make a similar thing happen.
भाई वो लोग का रीड अच्छा था ना
one way.
स्मोक के अंदर वाला.
Surprise EDG.
आराम से
Difference from the two Raze players was enormous in that spot. And then Foot on top of that lost a bunch of just straight up duels. They're going to need another big one. And they're set up for a B execute. They have Thrash. Last time they tried to take it short. This time looking somewhere different.
Hey, be gaming casino.
Here's that one. Snakebite dropped. Let's break it with the Thrash there. A lot of bullets, though, going to be gliding right past, along with the Dizzy. That's a connection haunt. Nothing to offset any of this util. Foot getting full value from this one, but they can't get into the back of the site. Doesn't even matter. They'll let the util do the work. To seize, it's Molly's all going to be used in conjunction on one another, and with the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that could steady the course. EDG got to put a stop to this. Uncertainty here still. Kang. This guy unleashed another captain now. Do so much more, pick up the pieces. One player left still onto the side. He's got to know that Smoggy might be here. Haunts there, picks up the spike, reload. Not even tapping, doesn't even expect it, but now knows. Isolating the fight into the 1v1. And another tap here, Smoggy. How the hell do you play this one out of captain? Not expecting, still trained onto the angle, but Smoggy finds it. And the 12th round, eventually. It was a laboured course to get there, but EDG smiled on their faces.
Smoggy is putting on a masterclass in terms of his smoke utility here as well. The smoke that he's putting down on the left side towards Cubby is actually allowing them so much control over backside. Look how difficult it is in these replays for Foot to try to break through that. When they peek, they're not going through the smoke. Smoggy pierces the Merc, is able to actually be able to deliver them the final kill in a 1v1 clutch. Kang back to the old classic, the old reliable of the op and the showstopper. They're leaving him B side completely to deal with on his own. Everyone else on EDG stacks A.
Is he still getting that connection? Nobody will pick that one back up. They're leaving lamps nice and empty just because of that orbital strike. Had a captain holding on to it. Don't want to fall prey to it.
How are Foot going to get the read that there's 4 players on this site?
Nobody's hard committed. Smokes are primed. Now going to be dropped down here. And now the orbital strike alongside it. So space does have to be given up with the haunt up and over. Reveal onto the 2. Nade's going to rebound. CNED, you are so damn vulnerable. Up still trying to play off this util. He's been dropped. Orbital strike now going to be earned and now going to be used on either side here. There's a skirmish occurring. Showers control is EDG's. And with it, the round almost inevitable. And a mad dash away, but into the open arms. EDG, a 2-0 finish for their opening game of champs.
भाई फुट का पूरा दिन आज कमबैक सिमुलेटर ही था बे. एंड में आके दोनों टाइम जीता हुआ राउंड्स गया. कैसे पूरा कमबैक सिमुलेटर था चैट.
Instantly 2-0 dismiss.
Sexy game था ना, sexy game था.
That's fallen.
हाँ भाई, किस-किस का पिक एम चुरा?
Not necessarily an underdog match. I think a lot of people would have favored EDG in the game, but a 2-0 where they looked like they were in control, honestly, of both maps.
Yeah.
It's impressive. It was scrappy, but we knew it was going to get like that. When you have players on both sides that love taking the aim fights.
कल किसका मैच है? कल है मेरा एसिटोल शूट, क्योंकि कल मैचेस नहीं है. चलो guys, that is it for today. Bye-bye. Adios, adios. See you at 9:30 with some jod gameplays. और हो सकता है कि एसिटोल 5v5 भी हो सकता है. पॉसिबिलिटी है और बंदे हैं. ठीक है, मिलते हैं. Bye-bye. Adios, adios. Take care. I hope you enjoyed the games. Anti-Foot and well played PRX. PRX जीता हमारा दिल. Love you. Bye-bye everybody. मिलते हैं. Checkos.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.